From Weather Tracker TV, this is a breaking weather alert.
All right, folks, just before 1:20 now on this Friday, William Cole here in the Storm Studio. And again, we have an active day of weather ahead. And again, things are just now beginning to evolve. Things are just now beginning to happen. In fact, we've got a brand new tornado watch that has just been issued around the area. It does include a large part of North Texas. In fact, truly most of it except for our two tiers of our far western counties. I'm going to show you that watch coming up momentarily. And then we've also got thunderstorms along the 35 corridor that we anticipated. But now as the cap's beginning to weaken, the cap's beginning to break, storms are now beginning to kind of form together and beginning to energize, for lack of a better word, and the opportunity of severe weather, unfortunately, is now going up. So I want to catch you up on all of this. We'll also check in with our team of trackers coming up as well. But first of all, let me go and do this. I want to show you the new tornado watch. I'm just going to use this other product for it. But again, you can see it does include all of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, most of our eastern counties, all the way up through our Red River counties, our friends down in locations like Ellis County, Johnson County, back down through Hill County. Again, you're also included in that Navarro County, and in fact, all the way back over through Henderson, Anderson County. We just don't want to forget about our friends down to the south. Tornado watch here. And again, this will roll through evening, and again, like I mentioned, anywhere in the green shade, again, you do need to stay plugged into the weather as we go through the afternoon into the evening, because again, number one, severe weather could be possible in your area, and again, also the opportunity of some tornadic activity. The tornado watch, by the way, is in effect until 8 p.m. this evening. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning in our far northern county, Grayson County, basically Texoma land, right up there by Lake Texoma. That storm, as it's kind of wobbling up into Oklahoma, it's crossing the Red River. Our friends up at the National Weather Service in Norman, they've seen already a little tornadic vortex signature with that, and they've now issued a tornado warning north of the Red River up in Oklahoma. But it's just an indication of how fast things may be able to change as we go through the afternoon. So let me go and switch you back over to radar. And I want to go and do a radar tour here. Number one, I want to zoom in up here to Grayson County, right? This is north of the Sherman-Denison area. This is truly up in Texoma land. I mean, this is almost going right over Lake Texoma. In fact, essentially it is, right? So you see the Pottsboro area, there's Denison, and there's also the Sherman area. So this is now north of the Sherman area. Again, this is mainly crossing into Oklahoma. So for us, this storm will kind of be in and out fairly quickly, right? It's in our coverage area now, but it's essentially over Lake Texoma and then kind of drifting into Oklahoma. So we want to talk about it for our friends up there, but by and large, it's kind of out of the hometowns, right? It's now crossing the lake, then again crossing up into Oklahoma. But again, if you do live in Denison, if you do live in the Sherman area, again, just heads up, there's still some heavy rain, there's still some thunder around, and there may even be an opportunity of some quarter-size hail around with this one as well, right? But again, really, truly, over the next 10 minutes, that one's going to continue to hightail it, again, fairly quickly to the northeast, again, crossing up into Oklahoma. So we've got our eye on that one, but that truly was our first severe warned storm. Looking at something new coming in. And so that's still, and we've got a report coming in from the Grayson County emergency manager up there. Again, like I mentioned, the Weather Service in Norman did see a TVS on that one as it was crossing into Oklahoma. There's now a report of a slow rotating edge on this storm. So we've got a bit of a wall cloud on this storm, at least visible still from the Texas side. But like I mentioned, in general, this one is crossing quickly into Oklahoma, but it's the only reason why I'm even mentioning this. It's just kind of illustrating the dynamic, right? We don't want to overhype, we don't want to overplay this, but as this activity begins to mature over the next 30 minutes, any of this activity could begin to rotate, and again, fast changing weather conditions are possible. So please, again, stay plugged into the weather with us quickly now as we go over the next several hours. But again, this storm here, quickly, it is now lifting up in Oklahoma. As I roll this into motion, there it is. Again, you can see really the core now just north of the Denison area. That is basically right over. And again, in general, that one is now moving up in Oklahoma. So behind it, there's still some heavy weather that's actually across parts of eastern Denton County, far western Collin County. Right now, that's not looking overly concerning, mainly just heavier rain. In fact, in this general area, a little bit of lightning showing up. But again, right there along the 380 corridor from around Little Elm back over through Prosper up through Salina, right now, heavy thunderstorm, right? Nothing even severe, but it's something we're going to be watching, right? We're going to watch that carefully. I want to get back further to the south because truly what I'm watching is this activity down in Johnson County, right? We do have some heavy weather, by the way, now just southeast of Fort Worth. That is not severe, but we do have a pocket of heavy rain southeastern Fort Worth back down through Forest Hill. We're talking about Tarrant County here. Right now, that doesn't necessarily look overly concerning, but again, what's down here in Johnson County, which by the way will eventually lift up into parts of Tarrant and Dallas County, this cell here is showing signs of intensification. It's still not severe. The Weather Service is still not severe. They're talking about this one as well, but they're monitoring this cell here very carefully as well. But again, from Burleson back down through Joshua on the western sides of Cleburne, again, right now we'll call this a strong to heavy thunderstorm. Just looking at a report coming in. And that report is to the north. That's still up there on that Lake Texoma storm, right? So there's a report of some quarter-size hail on that. But this cell here, we're going to watch carefully, right? It's lifting off to the north, and again, right now there's no signs of rapid intensification, so to speak. But again, it is quite heavy. So again, if you live over in Tarrant County, you've got active weather moving in, right? We're talking about the Fort Worth area, all the way back up through the North Richland Hills area, the Mid-Cities area. Right now, it's heavy. It is not severe. But again, as we go over the next 30 minutes, it's not impossible that activity does also become severe as well. So we're going to track that carefully, just looking at other new information coming in. Over here in Dallas County, right now we basically got showers, right? Nothing severe currently in Dallas County either. In fact, really nothing even heavy. We've just got mainly showery activity. But again, you can see everything lifting to the north and off to the northeast there. So again, right now we're really just kind of still in that watching phase, so to speak, as well. We've got our storm trackers out. We're going to be checking in with them. Jackson here is just checking in with us. He's about to get his feet up. He's here in the Metroplex. We've got Aaron Spencer out in the Terrell area. We're going to be checking in with him later as well. So we've got trackers, we've got video, and again, as things do begin to progress through the afternoon, again, we're going to try our best to truly bring all of this to you live. We'll be here with you, but again, we're going to try and bring you live video of any kind of active weather happening as well. So we have a long afternoon ahead of us. Like I mentioned, truly, we've just now got the tornado watch in effect, and we've got the one severe storm that truly is just lifting up into Oklahoma, and now we're basically watching other activity. Take a look down here in Hill County. So this activity just lifting to the north, again, just kind of up into our coverage area. Again, you can see some slight intensification with it as well. So right now it's the waiting game, right? We've got some scattered activity around, but as the cap, right, the limiting factor that was holding through the morning is now beginning to break. Activity appears to be trying to at least flourish a little bit more. And I can also tell you, it appears as though some of this is a little bit further to the west than what most of the model data was showing. In fact, even down in Hamilton County, you can see some thunderstorm activity there as well. Most of the model data put this basically 35 and locations off to the east. So again, if the model data is maybe off by about 50 miles, give or take, that could be a big change in the forecast as we go through the afternoon. So we just got to monitor that trend carefully as well. But again, you're seeing it just as I am, right? Again, you can see down there in Hamilton County, we've got some activity developing. We've got the activity in Johnson County. Obviously, we're keeping our eyes on that. And again, even down in Somerville and Hood County, I mean, we've got activity trying to bubble there as well. So again, it's always, you just kind of got to line things out of exactly where you're talking about. Let me go and show you this. Let me go and show you the model. And this is truly what I'm talking about, right? So here's what the model does. You can see really the gist of everything over the next hour is basically up and down the 35 corridor. The model time 2:30. Right now we're at 1:27, so we're basically talking about over the next 30 minutes, right? Or over the next hour, I'm sorry. Again, basically additional development, but up and down the 35 corridor, that would be a broken line of supercells that we're going to be watching for to develop, right? We've already got some activity out there, we're seeing it, but we think it's going to continue to enhance fairly quickly, right, as we go over the next hour. But again, you can see in the next hour, everything is basically right there at the 35 corridor, where what we're seeing on radar, the trend may be a little bit further to the west, right? So anything that develops further to the west, it's going to have more time to mature and the opportunity of severe weather to develop with it as well, right? These storms, they don't typically develop and produce severe weather right away. They got to form, they got to mature, and then they go on through their life cycle to produce severe weather. So again, a little bit further to the west, that's a trend, especially for the Metroplex, we would need to watch, right? So we've got our eye on all of that. If you're just now joining us, I do want to show this one more time. Again, this is our new tornado watch that is in effect. It's truly in effect here for most of North Texas. And I'm just looking, again, another quarter-size hail report. We're getting a lot of reports coming in, but keep in mind, it's for that cell that is truly crossing into Oklahoma, right? So if you're up there in Grayson County, you had the severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but that cell has truly crossed into Oklahoma. So that's why we're really not talking about it as much. There's still some heavier weather south of it, which we will continue to talk about. Again, just looking at some new stuff coming in here as well. Just bear with me. It's going to be one of those busy days. We're just getting a lot of stuff coming in here from the Weather Service. There's still some stuff to the south of that we're going to keep our eye on, but the actual severe core has now crossed the Red River. Up into Oklahoma. Again, like I mentioned, the one thing we're watching now carefully is this new activity that's developing down in the Johnson County area, and then also activity further out to the south, and again also down to the southwest. And we'll see exactly how that activity plays out as well. I just want to look at one other thing here, and we're just going to keep our eye on that. Okay, so from there, let me come back over to radar. We'll come back over to radar. And again, just looking at, and the Weather Service, they are anticipating additional activity, again, down to the south. So we're going to watch this and just kind of see how it evolves. Like I mentioned, we've got the tornado watch. We've got the one severe thunderstorm warning. That's lifting off to the north. And now we're just going to kind of play the waiting game as we go forward in time with this current activity we have, and to see what of this does begin to mature. Now, if you're over in Tarrant County, you're definitely getting some thunder and some lightning, right around downtown Fort Worth, again, all the way back up through the North Richland Hills area. We're talking about the East Loop, all the way back over through parts of Arlington, even down towards Mansfield. Looks like even parts of the 380 there as well. So again, you know, keep in mind right now, this is not severe. It is heavy as it moves through. There is going to be heavy rain. There is going to be vivid lightning. Those are all things we have to keep in mind. And then we're going to have to watch the trend with this and again see if we have anything that tries to come up to severe levels as we go over the next hour. So I just quickly want to look at the hail core product. And again, the piece of this down to the south, down around the Joshua area, it is giving us a few indications of smaller hail so far, right? The computer is estimating about penny-size hail down there. We need to get to 1 inch quarter size for something to be considered severe. But the activity currently moving through Tarrant County, again, you can see essentially no hail, right? So that truly right now is basically just rain moving through that area, right? So again, we're just getting a lot of rain and thunder activity, thunderstorm activity, again, moving through the Tarrant County area. The bulk of what we're watching that may become a little bit heavier and may flirt with severe levels, again, that piece is still down towards the Joshua area down there in parts of Johnson County. So we're going to go ahead and zoom this out. And again, by the way, the area in green you're seeing there now, that is the tornado watch that's in effect. It does include all of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. It does include one county tier east of the Metroplex. So we're talking about like Parker County, back over through Wise County, back up through Montague County. Again, locations like that as well, right? So we're watching for possibly even some development that far to the west. But right now we're basically right where we thought we would be at this point in time, that we have activity developing, and now we're truly watching from about right now 1:30 through about 2:30 for this activity to mature. So far the day's played out exactly the way we thought, or the models thought it would, and so right now we're right on target. The only deviation that we've seen so far is that maybe the activity is a little bit further out to the west. So that's something we got to keep our eye on, because anything that develops further to the west has more time to mature and then would potentially come through the Metroplex. That could be concerning. So that's just one small deviation that again we need to watch. Just looking for anything else coming in here. Okay, and just looking at new stuff coming in here off of the weather wire, but that's nothing pertinent whatsoever. Okay, so let me go and roll this back into motion. And we've also got a line of storms well out to the west. We'll be watching that, but I just want to remind everybody that we have this initial line that we're watching to develop right now, and then again as we go deeper into the afternoon, this line will continue to push off to the east, and then, believe it or not, we actually will still have a secondary line between 4 and 5 p.m. Here in the Metroplex that does redevelop, and again we'll have more activity move through then as well. I'm just looking over some new information. We wanted to go ahead and jump on here with you, right? We truly don't necessarily necessarily have any warnings. We're not necessarily running and gunning yet. We did have the one warning up in Grayson County. That lifted up into Oklahoma. But just to put some context on that storm, as soon as it was warned here in North Texas, as soon as it crossed the Red River, the Weather Service up in Norman began to pick up a TVS, a vortex signature, immediately. That one has been tornado warned, again, almost immediately as it moved up into Oklahoma. So that one matured fairly quickly. And again, it's just showing you how volatile things can be. We're not saying that to, again, sensationalize or hype it up. It's just the devil's in the details today, right? We've got a lot of activity beginning to bubble out there. But again, some of this activity, even what we're seeing near the 35 corridor over the next 30 minutes, again, conditions could begin to change with that. And very similar to that other cell that, again, moved up in Oklahoma, again, things could change here as well. So we're trying to word that delicately. I know there's a lot of folks out there who have storm anxiety, and the last thing we do here on Weather Tracker TV is overhype or, again, try and cause panic. Nothing like that. But again, we've really got to deal with the facts as we go through the day today. Let me go and do this, right? Let me go and run you through what we're thinking about for the rest of the day. I'm just going to kind of take you through our maps, only for the fact, like I said, we went ahead and jumped back on with you here when we had that warning. But truly, as soon as we got on, that warning went up in Oklahoma. But this is our risk of severe weather, number one, right? We do have the moderate risk in effect for our eastern counties, right? It's not a rare moderate risk, but again, you don't see these too often, right? So this is an upper end severe weather opportunity. May even have a bit of a mini severe weather outbreak today, okay? So again, our eastern counties, moderate risk into the Metroplex. This is an enhanced risk of severe weather as we go through the day. The opportunity of hail will be there. In fact, up to golf ball size hail, maybe even a little bit larger, may not be impossible. So again, hail is a concern, especially with this initial activity. Anything that takes on supercell characteristics and develops rotation, the immediate concern with that would be hail and would be hail sizes, okay? So 35 corridor off to the east, we'll be watching that. Number two, it's wind. I think the wind potential, it could be there with the supercell activity. You can always get some damaging wind gusts. I mean, that's almost kind of a given. But the secondary line we have for them after 4 to 5 p.m., there may be some damaging wind gust with that. That line may be a little more indicative of damaging wind gust. Okay, we'll watch that. This is the map. Every time we show it, I know this one looks a little scary for some folks. This is our tornado zone. This is straight from the Storm Prediction Center. This is nothing we drew up. But again, we've got an elevated risk of tornadoes. We want to be very clear about that. From the 35 corridor off to the east, there is a higher end tornado probability in the black hatched zone that, again, you can see in our eastern counties where, again, tornadoes may be a little more probable. And in that black hatched zone, it's not impossible to maybe have a stronger tornado or two and potentially a tornado that stays on the ground a little bit longer. A long-lived tornado may not be impossible, again, in that black hatched zone. Again, so those are all just things, like I mentioned, we're going to be tracking carefully as we go through the day. Let me go and show you the model data. Okay, we're going to walk you through the model data. Here's the supercell chart. Again, yes, we know for sure supercells will be possible as we go through the day. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to stop this right about, that's 2:41 this afternoon. You can see up and down the 35 corridor. This is when things kind of begin to get going, right? We see activity there, but again, a lot of that may potentially be supercell activity, right? An opportunity of severe weather, hail, some wind, and again, we know we've got some tornado possibility with that, right? So we'll just see how that plays out. As we go through the day, that activity begins to shift off to the east. You see it does get stronger though, right? The further off to the east, it does get stronger and it moves into that zone that's maybe a little more favorable for tornadic activity, right? The black hatched zone. Okay, so at this point, we're very carefully, this is by 4 p.m., very carefully going to be monitoring our eastern counties. You folks in our eastern counties, 3 to 4 p.m., you've got to be plugged into the weather. You've got to have a weather source, and again, you've got to know where your safe room is, your safe place, your safe whatever is during that point in time. But then back to the Metroplex, 4 to 5 p.m., we have a secondary line. See that there, redevelop. That one I think is going to have less of a tornado probability, and it's going to have more of that damaging wind probability. But the bottom line, the evening commute, again, here in the Metroplex, 4, 5, 6 p.m. does look wet, does look stormy, and it could even be severe as well. So even though this first line moves through, again, keep in mind, it is not all clear until the second line comes through. But the good news is here in the Metroplex, after about 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., all of this should be well off to the east. And then if you're making those Friday evening plans, Friday evening whatever, you should be, again, pretty safe to go and do that here in the Metroplex. But as I continue to roll this in time, our friends in our eastern counties, you can see that secondary line has to move through our eastern counties after the tornado threat, then with the damaging wind threat. And then you can see by about midnight, I'll stop the clock at, what is that, 11:46 p.m. The last of it should be clearing out of Anderson County down in our southeastern counties. And after that, we're off to the weekend, right? The weekend looks a little cooler on Saturday, better weather on Sunday, but the weekend is completely dry. But you see where I'm going with all that, right? I mean, right now it's 1:38, so between now and midnight, we've got a lot of weather. And depending on where you live in North Texas, it's going to vary, right? Metroplex ending earlier, our friends out to the east starting a little bit later, but again, a little more probable, maybe a little tougher in our eastern counties as well, okay? So that's what I'm saying. It's a multifaceted deal, and between all of that, we may have a little mini severe weather outbreak that tries to happen today, unfortunately. So let's see. Like I mentioned, well, we jumped on here with you when we had that warning issued. We haven't had any new warnings out, and so right now we're really just kind of hanging out here with you, right? We're just kind of seeing what is happening or what could happen. Obviously, when there is severe weather, when there's warnings and all that, we're going to be here with you nonstop throughout the day. Let's see. Okay, so they canceled the warning for Grayson County. We know about that. Let me go and show you this. This one lifted up in Oklahoma. This was the one we jumped on as soon as they issued the warning. We came back on here with you, but literally this storm, it was already north of Sherman. It moved through basically Texoma land, and then it went into Oklahoma. Now they issued a severe thunderstorm warning here in North Texas, right? But literally as soon as it got over Lake Texoma, and again the storm began to mature, the Weather Service up in Norman immediately saw a TVS, a tornadic vortex signature, and again they did go ahead and issue a tornado warning. So as soon as it crossed the Red River, there was a tornado warning, warning on that storm as it's moving through Oklahoma. And again, that's just an example of how volatile things can be. Just in a matter of minutes, it went from severe again to potentially tornado warned. Okay, so they're going to go ahead and issue a warning. Okay, so this activity down here in Tarrant and Johnson County is beginning to take off on us now a little bit. So let's go and zoom in on this. And momentarily, they are going to go ahead and issue a new warning. So again, if you're in the Metroplex, the western sides of the Metroplex, heads up. This is mainly going to be for quarter-size hail right now, but we're going to start kind of inspecting this storm a little bit closer. As soon as the warning comes out, we're going to let you know. But what I want to do, let's come over to our hail core tracker. And, well, I can tell you there was a better hail core a few minutes ago. The Weather Service is still thinking there could be some quarters mixed in. Right now, just based off of radar, I mean, we've got some shot size, some P, and maybe some dime, right? That doesn't mean the storm can't intensify a little bit more and we quickly come up to that quarter size. The Weather Service is thinking it's around quarters, but we've got two pretty small hail cores here and an opportunity of some hail. We'll just kind of put it that way. Mainly, it still appears to just really be heavy rain. We're right there at the radar site. I do want to look at the velocities here quickly as well. And again, even as we look at the velocities right now, nothing overly concerning. So that is one product we are going to be using quite a bit today, just for the fact we have a tornado watch in effect. So all this activity, we're going to be having to look at the raw wind data just to make sure we don't have any circulation, any rotation developing. Right now, the storm is clean. I mean, mainly on radar, we're still truly seeing this is mainly just rain coming on through. It's heavy rain. There's some lightning associated with it. There's the new warning. The Weather Service just went ahead and popped that warning on it. And let's see, this warning is going to be until 2:45 this afternoon. And again, this is going to be for Tarrant and Johnston County. And again, they're going to do that for quarter size sound. I believe you're seeing it pop up, right? The yellow box right there, that is going to be the warning. So keep that in mind. This is now a warning for the Metroplex. It's a little minimal, right? I mean, we're looking at it carefully. I mean, we're still mainly seeing rain. We're mainly still seeing lightning. But again, there may be this possibility of potentially some quarter-size hail. Now, the other thing we have to keep in mind is just like that storm up there to the north, once these things begin to mature, once they begin to kind of cycle up a little bit, that's when we really have to keep our eye and make sure that nothing else happens with them. Right now, there's no sign of that. This right now is a pretty minimally severe storm. But the bottom line is this will be a new warning now. Like I mentioned, this will be for a Tarrant part of Johnson County, Alvarado, Joshua, Cleburne, Burleson, Mansfield, Forest Hill, parts of Arlington, North Richland Hills, kind of that East Loop area, and again all the way back over through downtown Fort Worth there proper as well. So again, just one of the things we're looking at. I'm just looking at some new data coming in here as well, and we're just going to push this. We're going to push this back here. Okay, let me go ahead and do this as well. And like I said, I'm just moving this around, just looking at some new information. So quite a bit of lightning, about 570 strikes of lightning. Everything else around the area being pretty well behaved, right? We've got the new warning, so we're going to be watching that, just looking for anything else. You can see down around DVSP, Dinosaur Valley State Park, over towards Granbury, a couple showers. We'll watch those. Showery activity moving through Dallas County right now. Again, we're watching still some heavy activity up in the Grayson County area. The warning for that is now lifted in Oklahoma. And again, right now what we're watching is mainly just the cell that's moving through parts of Tarrant County. What I want to do, in fact, I'm going to switch the radar just to get kind of a cleaner, the radar side is right at Burleson, right? The next rad is at Burleson. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch over to the Love Field radar because it's in a different position, maybe just to get a cleaner look at this one, just to make sure we're not missing anything with this. So we're going to switch this around. And again, this will just give us kind of a different perspective here. And let's go and look at velocities just from this as well. And we're just going to switch this around. And right now everything looks pretty clean, right? So we're getting, I know you're seeing the little TVS marker there at the bottom. That's these airport radars, they only have about a 75-mile radius, right? It's different than the NextRad. They're mainly for airports and what's immediately around them. And this is a 1-minute beam. They're mainly used for this velocity product. We get the radar product with it as well, but that's kind of getting to the edge of its range, right? So even though we're seeing that, you see that and you think, oh, something's going on. There's really not. This storm still truly looks pretty clean, right? But we can see we do get a better presentation of it as we look at it there from the Love Field radar as opposed to the NextRad because it's sitting right over the NextRad site. But again, bottom line, the East Loop, it's wet, right? Literally part of Interstate 30, part of Interstate 20 there, it's wet. The 183 looks wet into the mid-cities, and in fact, all the way over into parts of Irving looks pretty wet as well. But the immediate severe thunderstorm warning, it's mainly there from Burleson and again, locations there off to the north. So with that being said, let me come back over here. I'm going to come back to the NextRad. Like I said, I just wanted to get a different presentation of that. You can see that little donut hole right there in the middle. That little donut hole, this is the, this right here is where the NextRad site is, right? So you get that little donut hole. They call it a cone of silence because you're just kind of getting some ground clutter immediately around the radar. So this storm is sitting over it. So we just use the other radar just to kind of double check and make sure there's nothing we're missing. But again, there's really not. I mean, the Weather Service is warning this for quarter size hail. We'll look at the hail core product again. But again, right now, this is mainly heavy rain. And again, this is mainly vivid lightning. There's quite a bit of lightning showing up with this as well. I'll be honest, the last hail core, the sweep here on the hail core, we're really not picking up on much, right? So the Weather Service is warning 4 quarters. We're going to say quarters, but from here, truly, this still mainly looks like rain, right? Which is good. I mean, that's all we want, right? If we can just get some rain and thunder, we'll be happy. I just don't think we're going to be able to get away with that for too long. In fact, let me do this. Well, yeah, we'll just elapse that. Let me go and zoom this out. And again, this activity moving off to the north pretty quickly. You know, I can tell you one thing, just if you've lived in North Texas for very long, just as I put that into movie mode here over the last 30 minutes, take a look at that cell. What is that cell doing? It's morphing. It's taking on that Screaming Eagle supercell look, is it not? And you can almost even see the little tail trying to develop back there into parts of Johnson County. This cell here is going to morph into a supercell. I mean, that's something I almost think we could take to Vegas. I mean, you can just see that presentation of it. You can see the other precipitation being sucked into it. And I mean, what is the presentation you're seeing on radar? Again, if you've lived here for a couple of years, you know exactly what a supercell looks like. And this is taking on that Screaming Eagle presentation of a supercell, and even the little back appendage coming around as well, which could potentially even form into a stinger hook. Now, I say all that never means there's going to be a tornado with it, but that can be some larger hail. This storm here, as this continues to lift off to the north, our friends up in Denton County, even Collin County, over the next 30 minutes, it's racing. It's moving pretty fast, but heads up on this one. It's already severe, but it really, based on radar, it appears as though it's trying to morph a little bit right now. You see that other precipitation literally just being sucked into it, and it appears as though this is one we really need to watch. Let's see if the Weather Service, they're not really mentioning anything else other than that warning. Let me go and zoom back in. And again, it looks a little weird when we zoom in because of where it is, but you can see this little stinger hook. This is very evident now, folks. See this little stinger hook here on the back side? This may even be a little bit of a developing rotation. We're going to take a closer inspection of this on the back side. It's just one of those days. The storms are moving really quickly, and again, things can change here fairly quickly as well. Right now, it's still clean on the back end. We're going to look at our spin rate just real quick here too. We're going to look at our spin rate. The computer is telling us, and it could, again, we're just so close to the radar site, right? You got to use all of this as a grain of salt because we're so close to the radar, right? But the computer here is at least telling us, it is indicating, it thinks there's a little bit of shear on the backside, and where that shear it's thinking it is, it's back there on that little tail. It's that little stinger hook there on the back, right? So right now that's not concerning. Right now we're only looking at the shape. And I know that sounds like something a kindergartner would say, but look at that. I mean, you can see it right there. There is developing rotation on the back side of this. Let's see. Yeah, the Weather Service now notating it as well. Mid-level rotation. Yeah, northern Johnson County near Joshua. Nothing working its way to the low levels. This is a concerning cell. We're seeing it in real time. That's how fast. And again, we're not saying this to sensationalize this, but we're just letting you know how fast things can change. Again, if you're a radar operator and you're not really paying attention to things like that, you'll miss it. We literally used the shape and how it looked on radar. We saw that little stinger hook beginning to develop, and within 5 minutes, we now have developing mid-level rotation on the backside of this. And by the way, this is moving up into Tarrant County. Not saying that there's anything imminent, but this is definitely something we got to watch, folks. And that's how fast these things can happen as we go through the day, right? That's how fast these things can change. But again, you can see on the back end of this, and in fact, let me walk out here. Let me just hit the key just so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. And we'll see, and we'll check in. Let me just check here because we've got Aaron out east, and we're going to check back in with Aaron. We're going to see if we've got Jackson because I believe Jackson should be near the storm. So we'll see about checking in with him again coming up momentarily. But let's go and hit the weather wall, and this is what I'm talking about, right? I know this is a lot just to make this simple point, but it's this little stinger hook on the back, and you can see the little finger coming around, right? So this is going to morph, like we mentioned, this is going to morph into a Screaming Eagle supercell look, but it's the little finger on the back that's coming around. So that would be the area of potential developing concern. It's not there yet, and the bad part is it's right on the radar. If this was anywhere else, we'd have a super clean look, but we don't have a super clean look because it's literally going over the radar, but we're still at least seeing, and you can see the little finger even spinning around on the backside. Now keep in mind, we've got a tornado watch in effect. Just because you get a rotating storm does not guarantee a tornado. If you're new to North Texas, I'd say 90% of supercells that even develop stinger hooks on the back end do not go on to produce tornadoes. Now they can go on to produce big hail. Okay, that's something we got to watch for. They can go on to produce some big hail, but, and we're just looking at that last sweep, that's the live beam coming around. But we do have a tornado watch in effect, so it's just something we got to watch. But that does not mean, even if this does continue to manifest and we get this stinger hook on the backside, that does not mean an immediate indication of concern. Let me just go and click this, and let me go and switch this around into live mode. And give me 1 second here. I'm just having to kind of work the radar in real time as well. I'm going to switch this around, and then we're going to put this back over into live mode. And what I want to do, I want to actually go ahead and look at the velocities here as well. Like I mentioned, even though we're ultra close to this, and I may have to make one quick adjustment here on this. And we really needed this to already have been in live, and the data coming through is live, but it's not sweeping it on there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just click this real quick. I'm going to give you a quick view of the tornado watch, right? So we know, and up in Oklahoma, there's a couple tornado warnings up there now, by the way, up in Oklahoma. Right now we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant and for Johnson County right here locally. This warning up in Grayson County, you're seeing up there near the Red River, that one has actually already been canceled, right? Because that storm did lift up in Oklahoma, and I'm just making a quick change here on the radar because there's something we're definitely going to need as we go forward in time. Just looking again for anything new coming in from the Weather Service. So again, counties in green, if you're in any of those counties through 8 p.m. this evening, there is a tornado watch in effect, right? Things can change fast today, just like we're seeing now on radar. Again, we're not saying that to hype it up or to make you any more nervous than you already are, but it's kind of the fact that we're dealing with today. So again, the one thing you need to make sure you're doing, you know where you're going to be as we go through the day, right? You know exactly where you're going to be, and you just need to make sure you have that severe weather safety plan ready. And again, you just need to make sure you have that severe weather safety plan in place. I'm just making one more little change here to the radar, then we're going to get back over to it. But like I mentioned, just as this moves on into the Metroplex, this is just a different thing that we're going to need to use here real quick. So let me go ahead and do this and this. And then, like I mentioned, we'll get back to it. Like I mentioned, we'll also check in with our team of trackers. Like I mentioned, we've got Aaron. He's over in Tarrant, and he may be moving. We'll check in with him coming up again momentarily. And then we've got Jackson here as well. We'll try and check in with him too. So we've got some video coming in. Just looking for anything new here, and we'll be checking that as well. So like I said, just kind of bear with us. We just kind of jumped on, and then all this kind of happened real fast, and I'm kind of making a few adjustments here in real time as well. We're literally about to click back over to radar as soon as I click this. And again, I do want to put this into live now, and we'll go and zoom back in. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to get to, right? I made a little adjustment to our radar, and we're going to move this back over, and then we're going to zoom this back in. And okay, so this is what we're looking at now. And like I mentioned, it's still, in fact, after all that, I'm going to try and go back over to the Love Field radar just really quick, because it's sitting right over that NEXRAD. And so we're just on the fringes of the Love Field radar, but you can still make it out, right? So the Love Field radar, the radius is not that far, right? So the radar is up in here. It's different than the NEXRAD, right? The NEXRAD covers our whole area. These airport radars, they're really good because they give you a 1 minute beam, but they don't go out very far. So we're kind of at the fringes, but again, you can make out that little finger right there as well. So that's what we're watching. And again, this storm, I mean, it's moving fast. It's moving at a good clip here to the northeast at maybe 50 miles per hour. Let me come back around to the NEXRAD, and we'll kind of get a better presentation here. And then I do want to look at velocities. And like I said, as soon as this gets north of the radar site, it'll be much better, right? It's just literally sitting over the radar. And so it's just, I mean, it's really, you really can't make out much of anything on it right now at all. So we're truly going to have to wait for it to get north of the radar site. But this is turning into that classic Screaming Eagle supercell look, right? I mean, you're going to have the big rain. You've got the big rain core here now, but eventually, if this does continue to mature, this is going to be the big hail core up here, right? And then on the back side of it, that's going to be the small stinger hook coming around. That's what this is going to be. So this is going to be a Screaming Eagle supercell. This is going to be lifting, but it's moving fast, right? But it's going to be lifting through Tarrant, parts of Dallas County, but in its life cycle, where it may become a little more concerning, and I say may because it is not a for sure thing, but it may become a little more concerning as it gets up into Denton and possibly even up into Collin County as well. And I can tell you this activity is moving more northeast than east. And so the easterly push of this activity that the model was showing is not necessarily there yet. So even here in the Metroplex, our timeline, you know, we kind of, this initial wave that we were concerned about was really maybe like 1 to 3, then something a little bit later on. This is moving more north and northeast than it is east, right? So even more activity that develops down to our south, it may lift right back through as well. So these are just the small little details that we're monitoring, and again, that we're watching carefully as well. I want to do this, just because I'm trying to look at some new stuff coming in here. Let me just jump out here. I know Aaron's got his shot back up. I believe he's still out in Tarrant. Aaron, you're going to have to let us know exactly where you are. And again, I'm just checking on a few other things here, just real quick. Give us a quick update from where you are. I know you're a little bit east of this. I don't know if you maybe moved since the last time we've talked to you, but give us a quick update and tell us where you are now.
Yeah, William, we are over on Highway 80, just to the west of Terrell still. So in between Terrell and Elmo right now, still waiting for this storm that you've been talking about that's going through the Arlington area right now. We're keeping a very close eye on that. As it keeps on getting a little bit further from the radar site, we're going to be able to see if it does have any rotation with it or not. But since it is now severe warned, we're watching that as it keeps getting closer to us as it's moving west on into that higher tornado zone. William, back to you. Okay,
Aaron, really appreciate that update. And I mean, we've got our main trackers out there today, right? Our really experienced guys. Like I mentioned, Aaron, he's kind of over there towards the Forney, Terrell area, just east of the Metroplex. The main reason he's over there, it really looked like most of this activity was going to kind of form and then really begin to energize further to the east. That may not necessarily be the case. Some of this activity may really be energizing up and down the 35 corridor, right? We've also got Jackson. We're going to be checking in with him coming up momentarily as well. So we've got our trackers out on this stuff. And again, if anything changes, we're going to do our best to bring you not just the reports, but the video of it as well. But again, we're just taking this in real time, just like you are. That again, this is a northerly jaunt, right? This is moving north. It's not moving east. Eventually, as the big storm system begins to come out, there will be more of an easterly push, but it's not happening yet. And again, how many times has this been that, I mean, we have a severe weather day and it looks like things maybe form in the Metroplex, then quickly move out. And what happens? We've got big beefy supercells moving directly through the Metroplex. I mean, it seems like just more times than not. We should almost forecast that regardless of what the data shows, because this is typically what happens. But again, we're watching this one carefully. Again, you can see the little hook still down there south of Burleson. It's right over the radar site. As soon as it gets north of that cone of silence from the radar, we'll have a really good shot of this one. But it's moving off to the north really quickly. And again, there's no guarantee with this one that it continues to, again, cycle up, right? It's just within a life cycle. These things, supercells, are literally living, breathing machines, right? And they cycle. We call them cyclic supercells here in the Southern Plains. They'll cycle up, they'll cycle down, they'll cycle up just a little bit and come back down, and then they'll cycle way up and come back down. And then occasionally within those life cycles, occasionally you will get times where they cycle up to tornadogenesis, right? Today is a day where we may have that happen, right? The parameters are there where we may have some type of tornadic activity. But even on days when you have parameters that are more favorable for tornadoes, sometimes they don't happen, right? Tornadoes, I mean, they're pretty predictable to a certain extent, but there's still more times than not that even though you have a lot of parameters that favor tornadoes, maybe one or two, you still don't necessarily always get them, right? So those are all things we have to keep in the back of our mind. Nothing that we're talking about today guarantees tornadoes. Nothing that we're talking about guarantees just an urgent, horrible situation. But at the same time, we do have parameters there that we have to respect. And as we go through the day, again, we've just got to stay plugged into the weather, and you've just got to have your safe place. Heaven forbid we do come up to, a point in any of these storms' life cycles where it does become that concerning. Okay, so that's where we're going with all of that. Let me put this back over. Let me go and click this again here. And I want to look at the hail core tracker. And again, like I mentioned, we're monitoring all of this carefully. The hail on this one's still not looking, I mean, based off of radar, the warning on this one was initially issued because of quarters. There's still an opportunity. I mean, we're going to say quarters because that's what the Weather Service is warning on. Based off of the NEXRAD here, I mean, the NEXRAD is saying maybe some dimes, right? Maybe some dimes. So it's still early in its life cycle. One of the main indicators that you do have a maturing mesocyclone is hail, right? 9 times out of 10, in fact, 9.9 times out of 10, the supercells that develop mesocyclones, they just go on to produce big hail, right? Mesocyclones equal big hail, and very occasionally they'll equal some type of tornadic activity. But again, hail right now with this one potentially could become the bigger concern if it does begin to materialize and does begin to continue to mature. Let me look at the storm health. And this is a different algorithm. Now, the one thing this is showing, and I know this looks weird when it blinks like that, the blinking is not a big deal, but it's the darker green in the middle. That is showing it is strengthening. The computer is telling us that this is strengthening. This is the storm health algorithm. We use it all through the spring. We don't typically use it too much in the fall, but this one does have a strengthening core with it. So in other words, it's not getting any weaker. The computer is actually telling us, hey, this one is actually getting a little bit stronger. Let's just go and take a look at the shear one more time here. And again, it's just now coming around. And you can actually literally see the beam coming around in real time. But because we're just so close to the radar site right now, I really just don't want to use that data. I'm just not real comfortable with that yet, just for the fact we're so close to it. But as this emerges, I mean, literally the tail, the little stinger hook, it's literally coming right out of the cone of silence right now, right? So again, this is the radar site right there. It's north of Burleson. And so the storm literally has moved over the radar site. So what we're watching for, we have a maturing supercell here. Most likely we're going to have some type of a hail core developing here soon as it does continue lifting off to the north. But what we're going to be monitoring carefully is the back end, the developing hook, right? Do we actually end up developing some mid-level to low-level rotation, and if that begins to happen, that's when things begin to change and it becomes a little more serious. Right now, it's just early in its life cycle. Again, it's just an infant storm, and it's trying to get its legs, and we're going to see, will it get legs, or does it just kind of drift off and really not do a whole lot? On a day like today, when we have a lot of dynamics, again, if we were betting on this, we would probably bet it's going to get some type of legs and again, continue to mature to a certain extent. Just looking at any new data coming in here, and again, just looking through the information off the weather wire right now. Not getting much on this. We're just watching it, I think, just like everyone else. You can also see a little curly hook right here too. You can see a little curly hook. Let's go and take a look at that too. We've just got so much spin in the atmosphere today that just because we have a stinger hook on the back doesn't always mean anything. Let me take a look at this here. Let me come back over here to live mode, and let me come back over to velocities. We're just going to take one little look at that as well. We're not necessarily getting any shear on that, even though the radar presentation, when you see that, is interesting just because you have a little notch right there. But again, I think truly still what we're going to be watching is further back down to the south. It's truly going to be this little hook. But right now, the hook, I mean, there's some mid-level spin there, but there's nothing at all. And again, we'll see as soon as it truly leaves the radar site, we'll get a better look at it. But right now, honestly, there's really just nothing overly concerning right now. I'm just looking at new information coming in. I mean, it's just we're watching the structure, and if you joined us during spring severe weather with supercells, this is what we do. We watch their structure, we get reports from our storm trackers, we look at the different radar products, and again, like I said, 9 times out of 10, it's just some hail, and we all go on about our day, and it's not a big deal. Now, it could be different with this one, but like I said, we're literally doing what you're doing. We're just watching all of this again here in real time, and I'm just looking at new information coming in as well. So bear with me. I'm not just multitasking. I am like ultra tasking different things here. Okay, and I've just got an update there from one of our other trackers here as well. They're just east of this, and like I said, we're doing all of this here in real time. I'm just going to do that right there. Okay, so from there, and there's a new beam coming around. We should be getting out of that cone of silence now. And you saw the live sweep coming around, and we're truly just waiting for that tail end to come out of there. Let me go and hit the velocities one more time. And right now, everything still looks pretty clean. Okay, so let me go and zoom this out. And as we just look around the area, we're going to come into Dallas County. We have one heavy cell that's kind of developing there. We want to keep our eye on that. But let me go and zoom in on this. We're going to go right back over to our cell in Tarrant County, but I mean, right now it's really just holding its own. It's taking on the supercell characteristics, but we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing a major change, right? Which is good. We don't want a major change, but we're just watching it. Here in Dallas County, this is mainly heavy activity, right? Right there from 30 to the south, back down towards the 635. And again, this is mainly just rain. We've got about 80 strikes of lightning, so there is a little bit of embedded thunder here. We'll quickly just take a quick peek at the hail core tracker. And not much showing up with that one, but I am going to come back over here because the other one, we're now beginning to pick up on a hail core. And again, even though the Weather Service has been saying quarters, we may be just getting the quarters right there in the 183, right in the mid-cities, right there around Euless. The computer is still saying about 0.8. We need about 1 inch quarter size for something to truly be severe on radar. So we're kind of within that range, right? But the one thing that we're noticing now, where we truly didn't have much of a hail core, we're now beginning to get a hail core. And the only reason why that's relevant is because when we begin to see these storms mature, the first thing you see is the hail core. When you see them weaken, the first thing you see is the hail core weaken as well. The hail core with a mesocyclone is always a true indicator of what's going on, the health of the storm. Now, this could be just a one-hit wonder, right? It may develop a little bit of hail, the mesocyclone may be too weak, it may fall right apart. We're going to find out here over the next couple of minutes, right? But if the hail core on this one continues to come up, right, we continue to see hail sizes come up, then we know at that point we have a strengthening mesocyclone, and we're reaching a different life cycle, so to speak, with this storm, right? So again, it's still all the waiting game. I mean, we're just going to see what happens with this one. And let me go and roll this into motion here. And we'll just roll this into motion. But again, the movement here is still really quick off to the northeast at, again, almost 40 to right around 45 miles per hour. So again, this activity is drifting off quickly. We'll watch the other one in Dallas County. Not impossible. That also turns into a supercell. But I can tell you, folks, I mean, to me, and we'll see what happens over the next hour or so, but, you know, all the high-res data that really developed this broken line of supercells and pushed them quickly off to the east, I don't know it's going to be that quick off to the east. I mean, we've got one supercell maturing for sure here, lifting off to the northeast. We have more activity lifting up from the south that may also begin to mature as well. At some point in time, as the big upper-level storm system in the front comes out, it is going to kick this off to the east. But so far it hasn't happened. And I don't need to tell you, this stuff is lifting to the north. It's not moving east. At some point it will be nudged off to the east. But the big question is the new activity that's developing down near Waco, moving northbound now at 50 miles per hour in the next hour and a half or so, as that also matures. Is that going to be maturing in our eastern counties like a lot of the data through the morning showed? Or is that going to be maturing closer to the 35 corridor? You see what I'm saying? So that's something we're going to have to keep in the back of our mind. What's coming in from the south? Is that going to shoot due north, or is that going to be more so over to the east, where most of the thinking was earlier this morning? So we've got to watch that. But again, you can definitely see now that storm that's moving through Tarrant County, regardless of what happens with its life cycle, again, it is a supercell, right? I mean, it's built like a supercell. The shape is a supercell. The structure is a supercell. And again, whether it's an hour from now, whether it's 10 minutes from now, at some point in time, not saying it's going to be concerning tornado-wise, but I think it's going to become concerning. Maybe we're even talking about big hail-wise. Now, the good news is it's lifting north at 50 miles per hour, right? But again, if you're in Denton County, if you're in Collin County, it may be maturing as it moves through there, or it could be maturing as it moves through Grayson County, or it could be maturing as it crosses the Red River in Oklahoma, right? We don't know that yet. We got to find out. But the thing now that may be a little more concerning is looking down to the south. All that activity is shooting straight north, and all that activity is going to be doing the same thing. It's going to be maturing as well. So again, will that mature near the 35 corridor over the next hour, hour and a half, or could it be further to the east, right? These are all very important details. And anytime you're dealing with a severe weather event, this is what happens, right? You go through the data all morning, you give the forecast, everyone has the rundown, and then what happens, right? There's normally very small deviations that happen, and then you kind of have to course correct, right? And so right now we're kind of course correcting what's happening. But again, at some point, as the front comes out and the big storm system comes out, at some point this activity will begin to push off to the east. But the bottom line is it's just happening a little bit slower than what the data showed, right? We thought it was kind of a narrow window of supercell possibilities over the 35 corridor. Then it was mainly going to be supercell activity off to the east, but that may not necessarily be the case. So those are obviously, when you're dealing with the Metroplex, those are very important details, aren't they? Okay, so let's go and zoom this back in. We're still watching this one. You can see the tail on it, and let me come back over to the high res radar. And we'll go and click this in the live. In fact, it already was in live. And let's go ahead and take a quick peek here just at velocities as well. Okay. Yeah, the Weather Service is seeing this too. This little thing coming up by Irving, they're mentioning it now too. This is what I was looking at earlier. You can just see the little curly Q. It's not, I'm telling you, it is not a clean sweep here on radar. And what is radar in? They've got and it is in a supplemental mode. So radar, we're getting the next rad. The Weather Service has kicked it up into what's called Meso 2, where we're even getting a supplemental sweep. But we're not. To me, this doesn't look real clean. I'm going to go back to the Love Field radar real quick. Yeah, and you can see it with the Love Field radar. You can see it clearly. Yeah, we do have an area spin here. Okay, let's go ahead and come back over to normal radar. And it's this little area right here. We're going to have to watch this. And the Weather Service, they just mentioned on the wire, they're watching it very carefully now as well. We saw this earlier, the little curly Q. It's not presenting well in the NextRad for whatever reason. But on the Love Field radar, which is just basically right here on it, Toyota Music Factory is right here. Okay, so there's the 114. And again, we're basically talking about the Las Colinas area. There's the Irving Mall, 183 here, Carrollton there, 635 extension going out to Capel, out towards the big airport. This is the area we're talking about. There's just a very small area of spin that's spun up here. And in fact, if you remember, I believe it was this spring or last fall out here on Luna Road, where we had a little intermittent tornadic activity. Obviously not saying that's going to happen this time, but this is going to be lifting right back through that same area. But this is just a very small area of spin that's developed here, embedded within this. Again, the main area of spin is still well down to the south, but we want to watch this, okay? So let's come back over to velocities. And this is why it's always important, right, to have multiple radar sources. We don't just use the NextRad. I mean, just like everyone else, you know, the Weather Service as well, they're using the Love Field radar here as well, just to double check everything. It's just broad shear. The latest sweep that came through, this is just broad shear. Let me make sure we're clicked into live, because with the Love Field radar, we get a 1 minute beam, right? Right now, the Weather Service has the NextRad juiced up. It's in a supplemental mode. We'll get a beam there about every 2.5 minutes, as opposed to 4.5. They've got a supplemental 2.5, but with this, we should be getting a beam here about every minute coming around, and because it's important, you need real-time information. But it's just a very broad area spin. It's crossing 635 right now. This is nothing that looks overly concerning, but there is some shear embedded within this. And again, just like everything earlier that changed very quickly, we just got to keep our eyes on it, right? So it's moving through Las Colinas, really north of Las Colinas now. It's crossing basically over the 635, essentially moving up towards the Capel area. So we'll keep our eye on it. It's a small area spin. It was presenting a little bit better just a second ago, but it's still there, but it's very broad. And in fact, it's moving right over that airport radar site. Let me come back over to the NextRad, and I just want to put this back in perspective. And the Weather Service also just notating some really gusty winds. They're talking about these winds here. All the bright greens, we'll try and sample some of these. The Weather Service thinking these could be 60 to maybe even 70 mile per hour winds. I mean, we're sampling 40 to 50. Again, could be within that range of severe levels, right? So you need about 60 mile per hour winds to be severe. But out there on the 183, out around the Euless area, and even Bedford, that would be right there just north of 30. Really the far northern sections of Arlington up into the mid-cities. Those bright greens right there, that could easily be. The Weather Service estimating maybe up to 60 plus mile per hour winds. So if you're in that general area, you're getting some really gusty winds as well. And again, gusty winds is always a big deal, right? Can cause power bumps and all kinds of little issues that we know about. I'm going to switch back over to the NextRad, and I want to take a look at something here. And we're going to come back over to normal radar mode. And man, oh man, we're still watching this thing. Let me go and zoom this out. And it's just going to be this back end hook that we're still just watching. We're watching that broad area spin to the north. But I mean, you want to talk about that now, regardless of what ends up happening with this. If you just want to talk about a day where you have spin in the atmosphere, right? I mean, you just want a day where you have spin. Take a look at this here. I mean, the backside of this, I mean, it's honestly a little finger. And look at that, how it's just wrapped up in on itself. I mean, right now on radar, this is not presenting very impressive as far as rotation at all. There is mid-level rotation here for sure, but there's no low-level rotation with this whatsoever. But if you just look at radar, and even if you just, I mean, if you just Google pictures of a hook echo and you saw something like this, you would think we got some problems. But as it turns out, we really don't right now. I mean, there is mid-level spin here, but there's nothing that's working its way down from cloud base. So even though this looks pretty impressive on radar, we're just not overly concerned right this second. But again, we're going to be watching this. It's crossing Interstate 30, northern Arlington right now. And again, just like everything else, it's lifting off to the north up towards the mid-city. So again, there's no imminent concern with this. I just want to be very clear, but that doesn't mean it can't change quickly, right? So we've got a developing hook, we've got some mid-level spin, but other than that, we don't have anything that right now is too overly concerning, okay? I want to come back just to the north here, just with the NextRad. I want to take one more peek in here, and we'll see what the NextRad velocity looks like. And let me come over to the spin rate too. We're just not getting a real clean look here on NextRad today. I mean, you can see the spin rate. It's letting us know there's a little bit of shear still embedded with that, but it's just nothing. It's just nothing right now that again is overly concerning. So we're just going to continue to analyze all that, like I mentioned, in real time. Okay, so from there, let me go and zoom out. I just want to give an overview of everything we have going on. And right now, I mean, honestly, the only show in town, the only thing we're watching is this developing supercell moving through Tarrant County into parts of Dallas County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. And again, eventually, this is going to be moving again over into parts of deeper into Dallas County and even into parts of Collin County as well. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, while we were talking about all of that for Collin, Dallas, Denton, and Tarrant County. So again, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning out. And again, this is going to be until 3 p.m. And you can see, in fact, let me just go and show you what I'm talking about here. Let's see if we can just do this. Like I said, I have this in manual mode, so just bear with me. But it's this new warning, right? I'll go and zoom in on this. And again, you can see a good portion of Dallas County is included in that. And again, also parts of Collin County as well. And like I mentioned, this is going to be in effect until 3 p.m. This afternoon. And again, it's just for the supercell that, again, it's lifting north, but it's kind of beginning to jaunt a little bit more to the northeast. And so they just went ahead and issued an additional warning on that. Right now, the main concern would be 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, also the opportunity of some quarter-size hail. Again, we'll look at the hail core tracker again coming up momentarily. Right now, the hail, it's appeared to be pretty minimal with this, but again, that doesn't mean that can't change pretty quickly when you're dealing with a supercell, right? So let me come back over to normal radar mode here, and we'll go ahead and lapse this. There's a little bit more of a northeasterly turn now. There is a little bit more of a northeasterly turn, but it's still lifting pretty well to the north, right? I mean, it's still lifting pretty well to the north, but it's moving quickly at like 50 miles per hour. So again, even you folks north of the Metroplex, I mean, we're talking about northern portions of Collin County, northern portions of Denton County, and again, even eventually back up towards maybe like Grayson County. You folks just need to stay alert to this, right? I mean, you've got a supercell. I mean, it's in its infancy stages, right? It has not rooted in. It just hasn't done anything out of the ordinary so far. I mean, it's got the look to it. It's got the classic look. It's got the hook coming around on the back. It's got a little bit of shear embedded in with it. But outside of that, I mean, it's been, to be honest with you, it's been pretty well behaved. We maybe have had some gusty winds over 60 miles per hour in the mid-cities. But let's go and take another look at the hail core tracker. Let's see if there's anything that's changed there just over the last couple of minutes. And in Carrollton, right over 35E, it's a small core, but the computer is just now beginning to get up. This initially was warned for quarter-size hail, right? And severe level would be 1-inch hail based off of radar, right? We always typically use what the National Weather Service says, right? But, you know, as we analyze this here on our own as well, this is showing we're basically just now getting to that 1-inch threshold. But again, if you're in the Carrollton area, heads up, there could be some quarters moving through. And then eventually, as this does continue lifting off to the north and to the northeast, potentially even over towards the tollway, over towards Addison, the shops at Willow Bend, the mall right there off the tollway. Again, just some of those locations, there could be some quarters, keep in mind, that move through. Or if for some reason the storm continues to intensify and get stronger, then again, obviously it could be a little larger than quarters. But right now, you can see exactly where the hail core is. And again, it's pretty small, right? It's quarter-size hail, but geographically speaking, it's a pretty small hail core. Let's go and hit velocities one more time. And again, right now we're just looking for any areas of spin or anything that really sticks out here that we would be concerned with. And right now we're not seeing it. You can see the notch here coming in. And let's go and take one more look at that. And I may switch over to the Love Field site momentarily as well. Let me do that. Let me just switch over here to the Love Field side. We've switched between the Love Field radar and the NextRad, but now even as we look at Love Field, I mean, it still looks pretty clean, right? It truly still looks pretty clean. We'll just see how this cycles through, right? We say it all the time. I know sometimes it sounds like a broken record when we say it over and over, but you just literally minute by minute have to watch these things as they progress through their life cycle because the way it looks now, let me put this back into live mode. Again, you can definitely see that notch developing, right? So there's a couple things going on here that we're watching. Number one, up here around the Carrollton area, you can kind of see this little arcing area. This is most likely going to be some higher velocity winds, right? So there's Las Colinas, 35E, Carrollton, but again, you can kind of see this little bow echo embedded within this, right? And so that's going to be some higher velocity winds. The reason I say that, imagine rain falling straight down, right? And you begin to kind of blow it from the back, right? You have wind coming out, you get an arcing pattern, right? And so on what we call it a bow echo. And so what we're seeing is kind of that arcing pattern through here, where most likely some of that heavier rain is being blown out because we have some gusty winds. So 60 mile per hour plus winds are possible here, and that would be from Louisville, basically near 35E all the way down to Carrollton and just off to the east, gusty winds here. But then what we're watching, and again right now, I mean, really nothing has materialized with it, but we're watching this little inflow notch on the back, and we're watching what appears to be this little developing hook down towards Euless. There's mid-level rotation here only, and in fact the inflow notch is kind of closing up there. But again, just nothing concerning has happened with that. So even though you're looking at it, it looks, you know, very concerning. Right now it's not, okay? And hopefully we go through the rest of the afternoon without it being concerning, but that's truly where it is right now. And again, we'll go and take one more just little quick peek of velocities here, and that's it. Again, just right there on the western sides of Las Colinas, there's still just a little bit of shear, but truly right now that is it. We just got that new sweep in. Let's come back over to the Hellcore product and just see if there's any difference in the Hellcore. In fact, we'll get that momentarily, right? The live beam just came around, so the Hellcore product, some of these are processed last, right? The velocities, the live radar data, those come through first. Then the computer, processes other things like Hellcore and things that you don't need as urgently last. So we'll get that, even though we got a live beam coming around, we'll get that probably within about a minute or so. So let's do this. Let's come back over to normal radar. And I want to come back down to the south and to the east. Let's look over here in eastern Dallas County. This activity here has come up just a notch. Again, still not looking overly impressive. We'll take a quick peek here at the Hellcore tracker with that. And we're not picking up on any hail with that, right? So that's still just mainly rain. And that's basically what that piece has been. Essentially, as it's lifted, basically from downtown now off to the north. There hasn't been much with that. It's mainly just been rain there on parts of eastern Dallas County. This is what I want to do. Let me come back around to this here. But again, you can see from Wiley back down through Garland, we're talking about the 635 LBJ loop there. Again, it's looking wet. Now it's close to Texas Instruments, that TI exit there, but it's not quite there, right? So you see Texas Instruments there in the middle of your screen. Let's see, there would be 75 Central, the high 5. So all this activity just to the west and just to the east of there, literally kind of splitting 75 Central. But again, this is just heavy activity over here, right? So if you're in any of these areas, there's White Rock Lake. Again, we're talking about locations like Old East Dallas, again, east now of Fair Park. It's mainly heavy rain. There's going to be a little bit of thunder associated with this. Balch Springs, Mesquite, Sunnyvale, some of those locations. Heavy rain, but none of that is anywhere near severe levels, right? That's just literally heavy rain. What is severe, though, continues to be this activity off here to the north and to the west of that. I can tell you, just based off of radar, it's looking just a touch less impressive, right? The supercell characteristics, kind of the structure of the storm, I mean, just literally based off the last couple of sweeps coming in, not looking as impressive. Let me come back over to velocities. And as we look at the inside, again, everything right now is still looking pretty clean. We'll just double check that here with our spin rate. And again, even as we do that, again, we're seeing that general shear we were talking about, right? So, but nothing still, even on the spin rate, sticks out there either. So again, right now, everything with that cell, it's still severe. And again, especially near and just really just north of the Carrollton area, there may be an opportunity of some gusty winds. So truly from Frisco all the way back down towards the Carrollton area, again, it's not impossible that we do have some gusty winds moving through those areas. Again, there may be an opportunity of some 60 to not impossible to maybe even have some 70 mile per hour winds, right? So that would be the primary concern, again, in those areas. But again, that does continue lifting off to the north. But again, kind of the back side of that, where we did have a little bit of that shear that we were watching, kind of even that little stinger hook there for a minute. I mean, it's not very well organized anymore. That appears to almost be potentially right now falling apart ever so slightly. So again, that's just something we'll be watching as we go forward in time. We'll still classify this as a supercell, but again, like I mentioned, it's just something we'll be watching as we go forward in time. Let me just take a look here at the weather wire and again see what we have coming in. And this is going to be over around Little Elm. There's going to be some penny-sized hail over in Little Elm, okay? Let's see. Yeah, Weather Service also seeing that the rotation on that storm is also weakening, but they're also seeing the gusty winds. I mean, that's truly what we're seeing from here too, right? So two things going on with this one. The rotation on the backside, this looks pretty messy, right? And again, it was mid-level, it was pretty weak, but there was some rotation there we were watching. That looks pretty messy. That does not look as concerning, but it's this little embedded bow echo you're seeing right through here. There's going to be some gusty winds associated with that. There could easily be some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and again, that's now east of the Carrollton area. It's mainly east there of that 35E corridor, but again, that's going to be moving in basically right over the tollway. From Frisco locations to the south, it's essentially right over the tollway, and again, that is going to be moving over eventually towards 75, most likely north of Plano up towards Allen, and eventually up towards McKinney. Like I mentioned, heads up, could be some gusty winds, not overly crazy, but I mean, they are severe. Some 60-plus mile-per-hour winds would not be impossible, and again, it's kind of within this little area that I was talking about. Again, you can just kind of see that little bow structure, again, where the wind is just kind of fanning out the precipitation inside the storm. Another report there, some penny-sized hail over in Little Elm. So Little Elm definitely, I think that's 2 reports now in Little Elm. So Little Elm definitely picked up some pennies, obviously, here over the last few minutes. Okay, just looking at anything else coming in. Okay, let me go and zoom this out. I tell you what, folks, this continues to be the main show in town, right? I mean, literally, kind of anticipated kind of this broken line of supercells by now really beginning to push off to the east. We've got one supercell and it's lifting north, but there's a little bit of a northeasterly turn now, but it's definitely not rocketing off to the east, right? I mean, truly, this is lifting off to the north. And again, the big question mark is, will this continue to evolve? What could happen with this as it does continue to move through parts of Denton, Collin County, and then eventually up towards Grayson County, and possibly even over towards Fannin County, right? So we're watching all of that. We have another cell lifting out of Dallas County. Not much has happened with that, right? Our far easterly cell, it's mainly been rain, not a lot with that. We're watching it. We've got just some showery activity out to the west. That has not amounted to much. And then we're still watching down to the south, right? Because now the big question mark over the next hour, even as this activity continues to lift off to the north, the activity bubbling to our south, what could happen with that? Right, especially down in Hill County, you see that activity really coming up fast now out of the Waco area. And like I always say, the devil's in the details, right? Because as we looked at the model data yesterday and today, even when we were on the air with you earlier, all the model data had this broken line, but again, it was moving quickly off to the east, right? So the model data was good in the fact, yes, we've got supercells. We have another one developing now in Hill County, but the difference is this is lifting more north and northeast as opposed to pushing east. Now, as the big storm system comes out later this afternoon, it will eventually have to begin to push east, but the problem may be over the next hour or so, what's developing down to the south, does that essentially ride up 35E and come back through the Metroplex? Does it come maybe a little bit further to the east? Again, the devil's in the details, but we've got something new developing down there, and to me, right now, it looks like it's coming more north than northeasterly, right? So again, we've really got to keep our eye on what's coming in from the south as well. So even though we're monitoring what's severe here in the Metroplex, again, right now, minimally severe. I mean, truly, this is a minimally severe cell moving through. We're tracking it carefully, but now the next big question is what's maturing to the south. Does that come straight up 35, or again, does it go a little bit further to the east? And again, time will tell, right? Because right now, based off of radar, it's lifting more northerly. But again, it will at some point have to turn a little more east. But when does that happen? Obviously, that's the big question. But let's go and take a look just down south real quick here, even for our friends down here in Hill County. This cell is not severe yet, by the way. And again, no guarantee it will be, but again, it continues to strengthen down here. And so this is sitting down here in Hillsborough, our far southern county. Below this would be the Waco area. And it appears as though this is going to ride right up 35E, again, moving into parts of Ellis County. And then again, if it were to hold together, could possibly, and again on its current course, move towards Dallas County. And again, no guarantee it becomes severe or anything else happens with it, but this is one we've been watching. It's beginning to mature up down there in Hill County. So again, ice to the south, nothing severe yet. You guys down there in Hillsborough, we're watching it for you. If anything changes, we're going to let you know. But even for us up here a little bit further to the north, we got to know exactly where that one is heading as well. Otherwise, this one here, it looks pretty messy, right? It's definitely supercell, but compared to where it was when it tried to firm up over Tarrant County, I mean, it looks pretty messy. And let's let's actually take one more look here. Let's take one more peek back down here with the velocities. Just south of the Grapevine, we've got shear redeveloping south of Grapevine. It's nothing overly impressive, but if you notice, I can tell you that this storm, it's trying to do something. I mean, not do something as in put down a tornado, but it's trying to at least mature, right? I mean, it's maybe it's like at age number 3, it's trying to move on to like 4, right? It's trying to, because we've got more shear redeveloping. There's a new little stinger hook trying to develop. I'm going to show you it on radar, but again, you can see the reds and greens down around the Grapevine area. There's just some weak shear there, but we do have a new little bitty stinger hook trying to develop down there. Again, it may not amount to anything either, but it's just something that we're watching. Let me come back over to normal radar. But this storm is putting every bit of effort into it. You can see it right there, and that's still part of the old hook, right? So the old hook that really didn't do much, you can still see on the very tip of it. You can just see, I mean, it's just like a little claw, right? I mean, if you think of like a dog, like just their little claw, just the little edge of it, we continue just to get that weak shear on the back end of this. It's not put together that well. I mean, this looks pretty raggedy when you're looking at this, right? This is not a beefy looking supercell at all, but there still just continues to be on the tail end of it just that very weak shear. And so it's kind of gone through a cycle where the shear basically dried up, so to speak, right? There was no longer shear with it, and now just literally within the last couple of minutes we've got very weak shear. But again, this one is just put together right now so raggedy that, I mean, even the very weak shear that we're seeing, that is not concerning, but even the way the storm looks, kind of its presentation on radar, at least in the short term, in the near term, it's not looking overly impressive. You can see even here on our spin rate product, again, just that little bit of shear again out there in the Grapevine area. Okay, let's take another look at the hail core tracker. And again, this is always a good indicator, right, of the life cycle of a storm. And so our hail sizes with this one, just over the last 15 minutes, we try to come up to maybe quarters as it was crossing over 35E around the Carrollton area. Again, now the computer has it maybe back down to dimes. We had some reports out in Little Elm, maybe some pennies were reported out there. And now this one over here, this little pocket of rain, it had been lifting out of Dallas County. It also has a very small hail core with it as well, but the hail sizes are getting a little bit bigger, like maybe up to nickels. Let's go and take a look at this one. And again, this was kind of the showery activity that lifted out of Dallas County. This may kind of all merge together as one. You can see there's dynamics there. I mean, things are trying to continue to cycle into a supercell, but it's just, I mean, it's really just kind of on the cusp. Weather Service also mentioning that one down there in Hill County as well. It has some low-level rotation. Also in a favorable environment. Yes, I mean, we've really got to watch this carefully. So this one here, I mean, it's been severe, it's been minimal, right? You've been tracking it with us. It's kind of gone through its life cycle. It really looks raggedy, right? I mean, it doesn't look that good. But now as we get deeper into the afternoon, what we're going to have to watch is what's coming in from the south. And again, I'm going to lapse this one more time. And again, it looks more northerly than east. I mean, it's definitely not due east, I can tell you that. How the models have this coming due east, it's definitely not that. There might be a bit of a northeasterly, John, but I'm telling you, this looks like it's going to try and come right up 35E. And again, so that would also be important details. I mean, that's majorly important details, right? This is not an easterly component yet. This is more of a northeasterly component. And so we're going to be watching this one. Again, for our folks down there in Hill County, it's not even severe yet. But again, the Weather Service also notating that shear with that one as well. And they've got several eyes on that one over there on the radar workstation, I can tell you that. Okay, so let's go and do this. Let's go and zoom this out. And again, we'll take an overview, and it's generally quiet. I mean, for a lot of folks out there, we've got a big tornado watch, which is in effect until 8 p.m., right? All the counties in green, we've got a big tornado watch until 8 p.m., right? Our storm trackers are out. We've got Jackson and we've got Aaron Spencer. Both of them actually are over here in Kaufman County. The main reason why they're over there is the general thinking was a lot of this activity would be moving more easterly and then kind of a bit of a northeasterly, John. And again, even the Storm Prediction Center has this part of our coverage area again in a hatched black for again possible, maybe potentially for some tornadic activity, right? Because again, the general thinking was going to be more of that easterly component. So far, that hasn't happened. So the guys are here. I see Aaron's stream. We'll check in with him. He may be moving. We're going to check in with him and see what he's doing exactly. But right now, everything continues to lift to the northeast. We have one supercell moving through, minimally severe. It's now ingesting that other cell. You can see that little shower that came out of Dallas County, some rain there. It's now ingesting that. That one continues to lift off north fairly quickly, and now we're going to be watching what comes in from the south. There is rotation. It's not severe even, but there is rotation with that cell coming through Hill County, and again, we're going to have to keep our eye on it. What I want to do here is, in fact, I want to check in with Aaron because I saw out of the corner of my eye down there that his video was moving. So, or he's moving, I should say. But Aaron, let's go and take a look at your shot here. And I believe you're still on the live line with us as well. Tell us where you are. I see you're moving. Let us know where you're heading, and go ahead and give us an update. And we may have Aaron. Do we have Aaron on the line? We may not. We've got his video. We may not have Aaron. And Aaron, we don't have your audio if you're there. And he may just be driving. And if not, we were just trying to get an update on exactly where he was going because, like I mentioned, he was out there in Kaufman County. Aaron, when you have a chance, you may just hit your audio, and when you have time, give us an update. I just don't know what direction he's going or exactly what. But again, like I mentioned, he was out there in Kaufman County. The general consensus was that again, that activity was kind of moving in that direction. So again, we've got two trackers out there, and again, Aaron may just be kind of repositioning a little bit because again, so far we've had generally a northerly motion with all this activity. Okay, and the one thing we're also beginning to see here, and there may be an easterly turn at some point. This is essentially our secondary line. Our actual cold front is now beginning to approach, and you see that secondary line beginning to develop out there. That's eventually going to begin to push this activity a little bit further off to the east. But so far, that has not happened at all. Okay, so we have that secondary line we were even talking about. It's now even beginning to try to develop out to the west, but it's also lifting to the north and to the northeast, right? It's also not moving to the east. So eventually, as the storm system moves through, this activity will have to turn. But the only reason why this is so important, and I keep going over and over this, is because, again, when we thought we were going to have supercells pushing off to the east, and now we have them lifting back to the north, our window of severe weather possibilities here in the Metroplex may be getting extended. You see where I'm going with that? Because if that does lift back to the north, that may become concerning. There's no guarantee that it will, but it could become concerning, right? So we've got to watch that very carefully. Let me go and take a look here. Just seeing if there's anything else coming in. Okay, I'm just looking the weather wire here over carefully. No significant reports coming in. Just waiting for anything new from the weather service down there as well. But let me go take a look again. I'm just looking for anything else just quickly while I had a chance to peek at that. The severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County has been canceled. We know about all that. Obviously, the activity just moved out of Tarrant County. So does not appear to be anything new here whatsoever. So we're going to keep our eye on all of that. Again, so far, the main hail size reports we've had have basically been pennies there in Little Elm. And let's see, and essentially that's it for right now. Again, like I said, I'm scanning all of this just really quickly while I had a chance to look at the weather wire. But again, everything so far has been pretty well behaved. Now, the big question is with that activity coming in from the south, again, will that happen twice, right? Can we get another cell, potentially a supercell, to come through, and will it be behaved? If it continues to lift to the north, up into our area, can we do that twice, right? That's going to be the big question as we go through the afternoon. But again, regardless, if you're in the green, right, if you're in that tornado watch, again, we really want you to stay weather alert. Let me see if we've got Aaron. I know he's on the move, and let's see if we've got his audio, because again, like I mentioned, we had two trackers out there in Kaufman County, and so he's on the move, he's on the go. Hey, Aaron, do we have your audio?
Can you hear me?
I've got you. Yeah, I've got you now, Aaron. Hey, tell us where you are now, and kind of give us an update with where you're going out there.
Alrighty, so we are moving northwest right now on State Highway 205, just to the south of Rockwall.
Yep.
So I was taking a look over to my west, and it looks like there's a little bit of some scud going up into this storm that is just to the southwest of Rockwall right now. So we're keeping an eye on that. as well as the storm that was just coming out of the DFW Metroplex.
Yeah, that's that one. I tell you, that's racing off so quick. It looks pretty. It looks pretty raggedy. I'll tell you. So I mean, do what you want to with that one. If you want to stay on that one, I would also watch that one coming up from the south because that's either going to ride right up into Dallas County or it is going to go a little bit further east, where you are now over in Rockwall, and there's a little bit more rotation developing with that one. This one's pretty raggedy, but this is a look. I mean, Aaron's basically giving you a look of that cell that's pulling out of the Metroplex. But again, based off of radar, again, it can change. You know, something could still happen with that one. But it truly, it's pretty raggedy on radar. You had a little scud, a little rising motion with it. But I'm just looking at radar here again, and let me just go and click back over to radar just real quick here, Aaron. I know, and I'm just going to leave your live line there open. Let me go and zoom this in. And again, we're looking at it. It looks pretty raggedy. It's moving through Collin County right now with definitely some heavy rain. There could be an opportunity of some quarters. There could be some 60-mile-per-hour winds with it. You know, again, if you want to follow that one up to the north, you may also, again, I'm just throwing this out there as well, you may also want to watch for that one that's moving into Ellis County. It's coming up pretty quick. It's moving at about 50 or 55 miles per hour. And again, that may be the one that we need to watch as well. But again, this is a great shot of Aaron. I mean, so you've been now at least getting involved in some rain. Like I mentioned, the guys were down in Collin County. Aaron was there. Also, Jackson was down there as well, only for the fact we thought that was kind of the general direction. That was what all the data was showing the activity was going to be moving towards. So far, it's all lifting to the north, so the guys have kind of been outside of it, so to speak. So he's just now kind of catching up with that storm there off to the northwest. But again, so far, Aaron, it looks like it's just mainly rain that you've kind of been involved with there. Is that pretty much what it's been so far?
Yeah, that's correct, William. Just off and on rain like it was whenever we were coming south on Highway 35 out of Oklahoma. We're actually taking a left here and going to be on State Highway 276, I do believe. So we're going to try to get just a quick shot of what I was telling you about the southern end of the storm coming out just to the north of Mesquite.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it right now here on radar too, just to kind of verify. And when Aaron says scud, sometimes that's just a little bit of rising motion kind of associated with it. Doesn't necessarily always mean anything. But Aaron's right there on it. Like I said, we brought out the big guns today. The trackers that we have out are really experienced guys. Only for the fact, you know, all the indications are that again, I mean, what we've seen has been pretty minimal. So it looks like okay. I think the Weather Service actually is going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning down to the south. Aaron, we may want to go ahead and keep an eye on that coming in from Hill County. And the Weather Service looks like they're just now going to go ahead and pull a trigger on that. Let me go and take a look now. So for our friends down in Hill County, okay, they're going to go and do it. Yeah, it's near Whitney. Let's go and switch this around. This will be our first tornado warning here today, and this is the one we're concerned about. The problem with this one is it's lifting north, and so if you're here in the Metroplex, it's still a long ways off, but if you're in Ellis County, even if you're in Dallas County, do stay alert over the next 2 hours, okay? We've got weather now coming in from the south, and this activity has had time to mature, okay? Let me go and show you where I'm talking about. Okay, so again, Metroplex right there in the center of your screen. It's this activity down here to the south. It's south of Itasca. The hook is right there around the Whitney area. And like I mentioned, this is going to be a new tornado warning. The details on it are literally just coming in. They've just issued this, I mean, literally seconds ago. And again, this is going to be until 3:15 this afternoon. And again, this is going to be for Hill County. And not to be confused with Hill Country, right? But Hill County, this is going to be west of Hillsboro. Hillsboro being the main county seat down there. That's kind of where 35 comes back together, right? West and east, 35W, 35E. If you've been through there, maybe heading down towards Austin or something, that's where it comes back together. And again, so just west of there, we've got this new tornado warning. And again, this is going to be for our coverage area. This is going to be the first tornado warning of the day. Hopefully the only tornado warning, but I just don't think, unfortunately, that's going to be the case. Let's go and take a look at this here. Let's go and take a look at this. Let's go and look at the velocities as well. And this, man, oh man, this one just came. I mean, it was minimal, and it went full throttle in just a couple minutes on us. But look at this here. The reds and the dark greens coming together. So we've definitely got a couplet. That's a small couplet. This is a pretty rural area. The northern sides of Whitney, if you know anybody down there in that small hometown, again, it's going to be west of the Hillsboro area. But again, you've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. It goes pretty rural as it goes up towards the 171, but this could be a possible tornado on the ground. And again, that just shows you how volatile things are today. Again, this went from 0 to 100 literally in just a couple minutes, like we've been talking about. This is a strong radar indication of a possible tornado on the ground. Again, let's go and zoom this in. So again, you folks in Whitney, this is going to be right on the eastern sides of town, could be a little bit north now of town, but again, this is a possible to potential tornado on the ground. Again, based off of radar, this is a pretty decent little signature here, and it's going to be right there on the 22. We've now got a tornado vortex signature, or TVS, on it. This is a low-level lock, and again, like I mentioned, that's going to be on the northern sides of Whitney. Let's go and see what we have coming in here. And there's and there's another one behind this one coming up as well that the Weather Service is concerned about. We've got another area spin just behind this one that's also going to be moving up into Hill County. You folks in Hill County, this is a heads up. You've got something moving through now. We've got other supercells lifting to the north in your general direction. Folks along the 35E corridor, folks along the 45 corridor, again, heads up over the next hour or so. We've now got, again, weather that's maturing. It's moving up into our direction. And again, we've got a tornado watch in effect. So things could be pretty volatile now here. Saying just northeast of Whitney, that's what we're seeing here as well. Eventually, you folks in Itasca, this is going to be, it looks like it's going to stay just west of Hillsborough, but you folks in Hillsborough are in the warning all the way back over through Carl's Corner, again, all the way up through Itasca, all the way up through Covington, any of those small hometowns. This is now a low-level lock here. This is a pretty good indicator on radar that we may possibly have a tornado on the ground, okay? Again, this is south of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Here is the Metroplex. You can see Dallas, you can see Fort Worth. Let me go ahead and roll this into motion. Let's go and time this out one more time. Let me go back over to live radar. And again, as we do that, again, this is the thing that we were concerned about earlier. As opposed to that easterly motion, this may follow 35 right up, right? Again, we can't say that for sure yet. We've got the front out there to the west. It's going to begin to nudge this activity off to the east. But again, the thing we're going to be concerned about here is that that activity is going to continue to lift to the north. I got to switch my battery pack here real quick. Bear with me just 1 second while I do that. Apparently I've got the light on, so hold on 1 second here for me. Okay, and so we just switched out that battery pack. A perfect time to do it before the weather gets too active here. Apologize for that. Just sometimes what you have to do when you're on for a couple hours. Okay, looking for anything else coming in here. And hey, Aaron, let me know. I know you were kind of lifting off there to the northeast. What northwest rather? Are you guys going to wait for this activity coming up, or are you going off to the north? Let me know what you guys are going to do. And we
are turning around. We are going to be headed southwest.
That's and I think we're kind of losing your signal in and out there a little bit. But so Aaron, they're going to turn back to the southwest. We've got Jackson out there in Kaufman County as well. We're going to have to hear from him. So I mean, we've got two guys right there, kind of within range. So again, as far as talking about live video, we've got people kind of in that general direction. I can tell you this activity, folks, is moving extremely fast. This is almost all the way through Hill County, moving towards Ellis County. This activity may be moving. Now to almost 60 miles an hour. Okay, and so this is really important. These things are rocketing off now. Look at this. It's going to be in Ellis County before too long. You can still see where the area spin is. We have another cell lifting out of central Texas. It's also got some pretty good rotation with it as well. So we've got two supercells with spin that are now lifting to the north. Okay, we're going to zoom back in here, but the important thing for everyone to know right now, okay, if you're in Hill County, it's mainly western Hill County. It's going to continue to lift off to the north. If you're in Ellis County, we can't guarantee there's going to be another tornado warning up here, but as fast as this is moving within the next 20 minutes, it's going to be moving into Ellis County. If you're in Waxahachie, if you're down towards Italy, you've got to be staying alert. If you're in Midlothian, you've got to be staying alert, right? If we want to expand that out even further, again, no guarantee it's going to make it up further into Dallas County, but that's the general motion right now. Again, it could weaken, it could completely fall apart. There's no guarantee it's going to make it that far, but if you live in those areas and you have a supercell that may have just produced a tornado and it's now at a very high rate of speed, maybe even 60 miles per hour, lifting off to the north, and again, the warning time may be even closing on it because it's moving so fast. If you live in those areas, what do you want to do in the back of your mind? You want to stay alert, and you want to know where your safe place is, and you want to know where your family is right now and where their safe place is. Even though it's still well to your south, you've got to start game planning and thinking ahead, right? We all know how to do that here in North Texas, and again, that's what we need to be doing with this one. So let me go and zoom back in. And again, these are just, man, I mean, it's accelerating like nothing here. Okay, so let's go and take another look at that. We've still got a TVS marker, but let me come back over to the live velocities. And we've still, man, I tell you what, we've still got something, still got a possible tornado. And this is going to be, it's coming right into the 171. It's west of Hillsboro. You folks in Hillsboro, you're in the warning. Please do take your tornado safety precautions. But the true area spin, it's going to be west of town, but it's going to be moving up towards the 171. You folks in Itasca, this is a heads up for you. It's another very small town there, but it's coming in fast, right? I mean, this is moving at like 60 miles per hour. It's going to be crossing 161. Again, it could weaken. We understand that, but we're just planning ahead now. You folks in Itasca, I would start taking my immediate tornado precautions right now. Again, just for the fact this is just accelerating up into your area, again, at a fairly high rate of speed. Again, it could weaken. Things can change. We all understand that. But what I would do right now, if I was in the small town of Itasca, again, right there off of 35W, again, I would be taking my immediate tornado precautions. And again, I would be doing that right now. There's a new scan coming in right now as well. There is a new scan coming in. Oh, it's looking better. I tell you what, the area of rotation has come down just a notch. Now that could be a short-lived thing, okay? That could be a short-lived thing. Again, these are cyclic supercells. This is what happens. They cycle up really fast and then they breathe out. They begin to relax. They kind of exhale, so to speak. But again, it doesn't take long for them to take that deep breath back in. And what happens when they do that, again, that's what we have to watch, right? They can easily cycle back up, especially on a day like today. Just looking at anything new here, still possible wind threat up in Collin County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. We just want to stick with this tornado warning for right now. And again, it looks like a skinny line here. I mean, it doesn't look overly impressive on velocities, but that little embedded area spin, like I mentioned, that went from 0 to nothing, extremely, extremely fast, right? So let's come back over here to velocities, and I'm just gonna lapse this. I'm going to lapse this, and at this very second, it is breathing out, right? I mean, it's easing down, but again, you can see where this thing spun up just south of Whitney, where you see the reds and the greens coming together, and you can actually see the whole thing twisting. You can actually see the whole thing twisting. It came up right south of Whitney. The Weather Service triggered that tornado warning. Now it's lifting north of Whitney, and we don't have as much spin with it now, right? The area of spin, it's easing down. It may have produced the tornado. We did have a low-level lock. In fact, we had a vortex lock there for a minute. Possible tornado north of town. We can't confirm that, obviously, based off of radar, but if we were trying to confirm it off of radar, radar was giving us a very strong signal that we may have had something on the ground for a brief moment, right? Okay, so we're about to get another beam coming around. Weather Service, I think they've got the radar here in Meso 3, so we're getting a pretty quick scan coming around. These are supplemental sweeps we're getting. Right now still looks pretty clean, but man, it's lifting off to the north so fast. It's still coming up towards Itasca. The area spin, it's still easing down. In fact, even based off of radar, we're not necessarily still getting that couplet, right? The radar is not necessarily giving us that couplet, but we still have that old area spin, right? So we still have to take it serious, even though on radar it's beginning to spin down some. You still have a mesocyclone that may have just produced a tornado moving in your general direction. So it's always better safe than sorry, right? So you've got to take that. You've got to take that serious. It's going to be moving up towards Itasca. If I'm in Itasca, I'm still taking my immediate tornado precautions. Again, this thing is coming up from the south at a very high rate of speed, moving at almost 50 to maybe even 60 miles per hour. You can see the Weather Service just trimming that tornado polygon. Whitney no longer in the tornado warning. Hillsboro no longer in the tornado warning. warning. Karis Corner also now out of the tornado warning. So again, for you folks, it's an all clear. Mainly right now it's for Itasca, even though it is spinning down just a notch. Again, it's still inbound, right? What was left of that mesocyclone is inbound, and that doesn't mean it can't begin to cycle back up. Okay, let's come back over to radar. Let me go ahead and zoom back out, and we need to take a look at this here as well. Let me just take a quick peek just for the fact we've got some curvature here. We've got hot inbound. Man, we've got a big inflow notch here. We're not getting the spin back around. You can see this just south of Bynum. Where you have the hot green, there's a little notch, right? So the radar site, the next rad is up just south of Fort Worth, right? So green is towards the radar, so we've got this hot inflow you can see coming in, but we don't necessarily have the spin back around. So we've got hot green inflow on our old meso there to the top. You can also see the hot green, so we've still got hot green inflow. That doesn't mean we won't have developing rotation fairly quickly. Down here in Hill County, if you're in Hill County, and even if you're up in Ellis County, again, even though we don't necessarily have a tornado warning up in Ellis County, and we can't even guarantee we're going to have a tornado warning up there, if I'm in Ellis County, in the back of my mind right now, I'm thinking I have 2 areas of spin moving in, and I've got a tornado watch in effect. So what does that mean for me? It means I'm going to be on high alert, and I'm going to be near my safe place. Just heaven forbid something changes fairly quickly down there. We do continue, though, with that tornado warning right there for the immediate Itasca area. This one also still has strong inflow. Again, you can see this area of white coming into it, right? Still strong inflow, but we just don't have that shear back around, right? So we just don't have a balanced mesocyclone. Oh, they're going to go and issue a tornado warning down there. There it is. Yeah, we saw that too. Literally, it's just now coming out. New tornado warning there. Again, you folks, we're concerned about Hill County, but this is going to be moving through a rural area, then it's moving into Ellis County. If you folks are in Ellis County, this is a heads up. These are 2 rotating storms moving in your direction. Again, if you're down in the Abbott area, if you're in Bynum, again, this is an immediate tornado warning for you. Even over towards the Mertens area, as far east as Malone, right there on the 171, new tornado warning. And let's see, this one will be until, they're just now issuing it until 3:30. Okay, this is until 3:30. There is a report up in Collin County, by the way, of some golf ball size hail with that storm up there to the north. We're going to look at it again here momentarily. The stuff coming up from the south, folks, this looks a little concerning to me. And again, if you're in Ellis County, you know, you hate to even start throwing out the word Dallas County because, again, this stuff is still well to the south, but it's moving at about 50 miles per hour to the north and to the northeast. If you're in Dallas County, let's just say we have weather coming in from the south and we need to be vigilant, okay? Let's just say that. We have weather coming in from the south, and if you're in Dallas County, densely populated Dallas County, it just means we need to be vigilant over the next hour, and let's see how this plays out. But again, know where your safe place is. We're under a tornado watch after all. Okay, so this is what we have going on, gang. And this is also going to include part of Navarro County here as well. Let me go and lapse this. And even back over into Kaufman County, heads up too. We're getting a bit more of a northeasterly jaunt here, which again, for the Metroplex is good. For anywhere that this is heading, it's not good, obviously. New warning down here. Again, this is parts of far southern Hill County, up into parts of Navarro County, up into parts of Ellis County now, including Italy. Okay, this is going to be that 35E corridor. Does not include Ennis, does not include Waxahachie. But again, for you folks in Waxahachie, even back over through the Midlothian area, we've got that other area spin that is also now lifting to the north as well. Okay, so we've got 2 tornado warned storms, 2 different cells here essentially that again are both lifting to the north. If you're in any of those areas, again, you've got to be taking those immediate tornado precautions, right? These are moving very fast. They're moving at 50 to 55 miles per hour. You don't have time to walk around, go out to the porch, look around, grab something to drink to take into the tornado safe place, right? You need to just get there now, right? There's no guarantee there's going to be a tornado on the ground, but again, the dynamics really beginning right now, we're seeing it happening before our eyes, are going to be very favorable for tornadic activity. Again, even though the tornado zone has been off to the northeast for most of the day, again, the activity did not necessarily move east, right? It basically lifted north, and it's still near the 35 corridor, but it doesn't matter. The dynamics are still hitting, and again, this activity, it looks quite strong. Let me show you this here too. you can see this spinning like a, you can see that one spinning like a top just north of Itasca. The whole storm there, you can see that green spinning in a counterclockwise fashion. That whole storm is rotating. That mesocyclone is taking hold. Wherever this one goes, this one may be a little more concerning in the long term. You're literally seeing that mesocyclone itself deepening, and look how the greens are rolling. That's the wind within it. It's not even where we had the tornado warning and have the tornado warning, the actual mesocyclone. The whole storm is beginning to churn. Can you see that? Where this one is heading, we need to really watch it, even outside of the tornado warning. We're not saying that to hype it up, but that one looks a little concerning. We're watching this one. We don't really see the rolling factor. We just have that area spin, obviously right there that we've been talking about, that area spin, again, coming up towards Frost, coming up towards Italy. We'll put some more of the smaller hometowns on here as well. But again, things just down here to the south are trying to get active on us. You folks in Ellis County, again, please don't take this lightly, and please don't think you have a lot of time either. If I'm in Ellis County, if I'm already in the warning, I'm taking my tornado precautions now. If I'm elsewhere in Ellis County, I'm very close to my tornado safe place where I can jump in it right away if I need to. So this one here, the main area spin, it's going to be right there around the Bynum area. It's going to be right there along 171. It's moving up towards Mertens. It's moving up towards Frost, and eventually towards Milford. These are very small hometowns south of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. If you're in those areas, you need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. The other tornado warned storm is moving through the Itasca area. The area spin, the low-level area spin, even though the whole storm, this one, the whole thing is beginning to spin like a top. We do now have a notated, here comes the live beam, we've got a notated area spin on the southern and southeastern sides of Itasca. This is going to be crossing now 35W, then it goes into a pretty rural area. Right now with this one, the immediate area concern is Itasca, small hometown, or anything on that 35W corridor, right? If you're watching us on the mobile app or something mobile, if you're in this area, again, do not be driving up and down 35W. That is a no-go right now. You're going to have an area of rotation crossing 35W really within about the next 5 minutes or less, okay? That's moving right through that general area. Flip side of things, 35E. We're watching 35E. On the other side of that, again, Milford, Italy, Mertens, all the way back down through the Bynum area. Again, heads up. The next round also really beginning to notate this area spin down around Bynum. Let's go over to our spin rate product. And again, we've got two storm trackers out. I know Aaron was coming a little bit further to the south, and again, as he drops to the south, this activity is racing to the northeast. We'll actually have some video, I think, at some point in time here pretty quickly. Like I mentioned, the guys, the trackers, I mean, they've really been having to reposition because none of this activity is where we thought it would be or where the model data showed it would be at this point in time. Okay, let's do this. Let's come over to the spin rate quickly here. And yeah, I mean, really on either one of those, you know, pick your poison, so to speak. So we've got two very well notated areas of spin. This just kind of cleans it up a little bit for us, right? So I'm going to zoom it out. Let me go and zoom it out there. So again, pick your poison. So we've got area spin 1, area spin 2, both of these moving off to the northeast, right? So even outside of the warning, right? If we're game planning ahead with storm number 1, where are we game planning? Where could the warning be extended? Could be extended to Maypearl, very small hometown down there in Ellis County. Waxahachie, potentially. Midlothian, in the realm of possibilities. Then eventually even towards Palmer, right? Again, if it holds together, we'll see what happens. If you're in those areas, stay alert, okay? Number 2, other areas spin. Again, using the spin rate product, everything cleaned up here. Again, up towards Italy, and then even into parts of far western Navarro County as well. Again, this gets pretty rural down and through here, but again, there are very small hometowns that we were mentioning earlier. There's the live beam coming around, and again, really no change on that, right? Next round also really picking up on this one here as well. So the bottom line is, again, as this continues to lift off to the north, stay alert. Real quick here, I just want to peek at this. I think we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, possibly even, and we're going to stick with the tornado warnings, no worries on that, but I do want to just take a quick peek here, and let me go and take a look again here at the weather wire. And yeah, just out there to the west. Okay, they're going to allow the northern warning to expire at this time. Okay, so that's a little bit of good news. Okay, I'm just looking over the weather wire. Man, look at the hook on this one developing. And Aaron, if you're listening to us, if you're listening to me, that southern storm with that hook developing, if you're looking, I would look at that one. We're watching also, again, parts of far southern Tarrant County and also parts of Johnson County. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And again, this was also just issued literally just a minute or two ago. And again, this is just for that line coming in. This is this. So again, we were talking about the supercells earlier. Then we were talking about the line of storms. So now we've also got the line of storms coming in as well. The one thing that line of storms is going to do, it's going to help to potentially and eventually push those supercells just a little bit further off to the east. Okay, so it's going to eventually give them a little nudge off to the east, which may push them possibly outside of the Metroplex. Right now they're still lifting pretty well to the north-northeast. We're going to watch that. In fact, let me go and lapse this. Let me just go and zoom all of this out, right, so we can see what's going on. There is a bit more of a northeasterly turn, but it's still not an easterly turn. And again, Aaron, if you're listening to me, this one here that's going to move through parts of western Ellis County, maybe even parts of Navarro County, this one looks concerning. The other one here, it's the whole storm is spinning. We've got to keep our eye on that one. You can even see it here. The whole thing is spinning. This one's got a pretty decent little hook on it. We've got to take this one very seriously. And then also we've got the line. That's the cold front. That'll be coming in now from the west as well. And again, we may have some intermittent severe weather with that. I think the tornado probabilities with the line may be a little bit less. We're going to watch it carefully, but the line may be a little bit less. May have some intermittent severe weather with it. But again, I think it's these supercells down here to the south coming in, obviously with the tornado warnings already, that again we do have to keep our eye on. So again, we'll take a quick peek at this, but then we really do need to get back down here to the south. There is that new warning. And again, this is until 3:45. Again, this is for part of Tarrant and Johnson County. Again, does include part of Parker County, but the activity is truly already out of Parker County, right? So again, we're mainly just talking about, again, moving there into parts of Johnson and into parts of Tarrant County. So again, heads up on that. That's only a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, could be some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, there is an opportunity of some quarter-size hail as well. We're watching it for any little kinks in the line and any areas of rotation. But what we have going on here looks a little more concerning, and I probably don't have to tell you that. This one here really taking on that supercell structure. Let me go and click this here, and we'll come back around. Aaron, as soon as you get your video back up, just go ahead and let me know. As soon as you're able to boot that back up, let me know. I think we got your video, but as soon as you hit it, let me know, and we'll take your shot too. Like I said, we've got a couple storm trackers, at least one storm tracker here that will be in range. This one here fairly quickly. Okay, let me do this. Let's come back over to our spin rate. And again, even though, this is the second time, even though we've got really good structure, I mean, you can really see that big hook coming around. The spin rate has eased down just a notch, right? We don't want to take away from the tornado warning whatsoever. The tornado warning does continue. You've got to be taking those immediate tornado precautions, but the area's spin has come down just a notch. But I can tell you the other cell that we've really been watching where the whole thing is spinning like a top, even though that tornado warning is being allowed to expire, that one honestly is beginning to come back up just a notch, right? We've got a very broad area spin right there around the Maypearl area. They're not under a tornado warning. The Weather Service not pulling a trigger on that, but there is a very broad area spin right there around Maypearl. The other one, it's not presenting as well on radar, but again, right there around the Mertens area. If you're in Mertens, again, it's a very small hometown. That would be just south of 35E. Again, this is a big heads up for you. You've got to be taking again, those immediate tornado precautions, really as far north as Italy, again, right there along Highway 34. Again, heads up, again, possible tornado with this one as well. Again, the general motion with all of this continues to be, again, off to the northeast. This one's really wrapping up. There's the live beam coming around. Let's go and take one more peek here at the velocities. And again, we're not getting a real clean look, but again, you can just kind of see where the area of shear is, right? Again, we can see the structure, we can see the inflow just based off of reflectivity, and again, that matches up with where our area of shear is. We're just not getting the clean look of a couplet on radar, but we really haven't all day, to be honest with you. And I think the Weather Service, there we go. They're adjusting the radar literally in real time. In fact, I'm going to look and see what they put in now. This is the area spin. There it is, right there. It's in Mertens. Literally, the area spin is in Mertens. This could be a possible tornado on the ground, but you can see they just made an adjustment there. It is, again, possible area spin here moving through the Mertens area. Again, this is a very rural area. Frost, small hometowns over here in Navarro County, all the way back over through Blooming Grove. Heads up, Milford up through the Italy area, right there at the 34 junction. Again, also heads up. It's a small area, but you can see it right there where the reds and greens are coming together. It is a small area spin, and again, not impossible that again we're trying to have some type of tornadic activity happening there. And let's see what the adjustment was. Yeah, they've got the radar in a different mode here. Okay, let's come back over to normal radar mode. And again, obviously right there in Mertens, where's the hook moving through? It's moving right through the Mertens area. And again, you can see in real time, even based off of velocities. This one looks a little concerning, friends. I'm not gonna lie about that. You folks in Mertens, you folks in Frost, that's worth saying again, you folks in Blooming Grove, Milford, Italy, 34 junction, west and east rather of the 35E corridor. This is a big heads up. This is a beefy supercell moving through your area. There's broad areas of spin still up towards Maple. The old warning there is being allowed to expire. There's still broad areas of spin up there towards Maypearl, but I'm telling you, if you live in eastern portions of Ellis County, we're going to go and lapse this. I mean, there's still a pretty good little northerly push. I mean, if you live from Waxahachie over through Ennis, even though you're not in the warning right now, that's the 35E over through the 45 corridor. I mean, it's a big heads up for you. This is a big heads up even for, you know, Kaufman County. There's no guarantee this stuff holds together, but it's moving at a pretty good clip, right? I mean, it's racing to the north at 50 to maybe even 55 miles per hour. So we got to watch all of it. One tornado warning does continue. One tornado warning they're allowing to expire. It will drop off of the screen here pretty quickly. But again, you folks there in Waxahachie, you folks there in Red Oak, again, that cell that again is still even down there around Itasca, some of the rain from it now, in fact, is even moving into parts of southern Dallas County, right? I mean, this thing is just accelerating. Here's really the bottom line, okay? Here's really the bottom line of what we need to think about over the next hour, okay? We've got a line of storms coming in from the west. There could be some wind with that. It's moving through the Fort Worth area right now, okay? That could be severe. We're going to watch that carefully. It's never impossible to get a brief spin up along the leading edge of the line, okay? So we got to keep that in the back of our mind. What we're a little more concerned about now over the next hour, it is these two supercells, right? They're lifting to the north, but also to the northeast. They're going to be clipping what appears to be Ellis County and parts of Dallas County, parts of Kaufman County over the next hour, right? So there's no guarantee going forward that we're going to have tornado warnings with them, right? Now, currently, we do have a tornado warning with the southern storm. It's got a pretty decent hook on it. It's got a pretty decent area shear. There's no indication, at least in the near term, that it's going to spin down. The other storm, even though it does not necessarily right now have a good area of low-level spin that prompted the tornado warning with it earlier, the whole storm is spinning like a top. It's got a big, broad mesocyclone embedded within it. So the bottom line is both of those we need to watch. They're both moving very quickly, and they're both moving into what appears to be now a more densely populated area over the next hour. And again, as storms move faster, always the concern is the warning time decreases a little bit, right? If a storm is moving slow, you have a big heads up that it's coming in, right? But if it's accelerating into your area at nearly 50 miles per hour, it's a bit of a different story. So the bottom line, what time is it now? 3:15, and 4:15, 4:30 into the 5 o'clock time frame. That's the evening commute here in the Metroplex. Any of those locations, Ellis County, Dallas County, Kaufman County, Rockwall County, again, there's even going to be a higher volume of folks on the road. So the bottom line is stay plugged in. If you're working with someone, they're not paying attention to the weather, let them know. Say, hey, I've been watching the weather. We got some big stuff coming in. You may not want to hit the road yet. Looks like we're getting a vortex lock now, again down to the south. But again, we've all kind of got to help each other out as this is moving on through. Let me go and zoom on in. This southern one, man, oh man, this one down here in the Mertens area, that small little hometown down there. Hopefully everyone has taken their immediate tornado precautions in the Frost, area. Again, I get it. These are very small hometowns. Again, you may not know people there. I mean, if you do know anyone there, even in Blooming Grove, it does not hurt to call them and make sure that they know there's something going on, right? I mean, you may not know anyone down there, but if for some reason you do, again, let them know, because you've got activity, they've got activity moving in fairly quickly. And this one here in Mertens looks pretty concerning from here, right? We've got that vortex marker on it now as well. Let's come back over to velocities. And let me take a quick peek here. Yeah, Weather Service saying the same thing, Mertens and frost. Be alert. And again, I'm just looking for anything else coming in. Flooding up in the Sherman area. So just to pass that along. Still some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that activity coming in out towards Fort Worth. We know about that, so heads up on that. Okay. Yep, and the Weather Service also saying this is a significant tornado threat down here. Not saying it's a significant tornado, but it's a significant tornado threat, meaning there's a good possibility that, again, based off of radar, it's always hard to base something off of radar, but it's a good possibility we've got something on the ground down here. It's now between Mertens and Frost. This is kind of right on the Navarro County and Ellis County line. It's south of Italy. You folks in Italy, it's going to be just to your south. From there, it looks like it's going to skirt up into parts of Ellis County. And again, from there, it could even go as far north if it holds together. If it holds together, it could go as far north as even the Ennis area, but it's going to be moving up there towards that 45 corridor. So again, big heads up for the folks there. Again, obviously, they're really battling it out right now. Just looking at some new stuff coming in. Hopefully, everyone there is in their tornado safe place. Let's come over to the spin rate. And yeah, you can see it right there. And again, you can even kind of see the little finger hook with the shear, right? You can see the little finger hook. And there it is. I mean, it's maybe just to on the northern sides of Frost. But again, this is the computer algorithm cleaning all that up and letting us know where the main area of concern is. And again, it's truly going to be right in the Frost area or locations directly to the north. But again, you can see these are all rural farm roads, right? So I mean, we're not just talking about fields. You can see the little black lines. I mean, those are actual roads. So again, even though these are more rural areas, this isn't the Metroplex. You know, obviously, folks live here. These are ranches. They may be homes, they may be, you know, whatever it is. The business is obviously this time of day too. You know, so not a good situation. I mean, it's not just moving through a field. I mean, it's obviously moving through areas that have roads down there too, just south of 34. Okay, let's come back over to normal mode. Continue with the vortex lock on that. We've got activity building into Dallas County. Right now, that's not severe, but again, we do have heavy rain, especially on that 635 LBJ loop coming down towards Hutchins, right there at the 45 junction, and also right there at the 35E junction. In fact, back over through DeSoto, Lancaster, even Duncanville, that's just heavy rain, right? That's not even severe, but we are monitoring that same cell, though, to the south of that. We're watching all of that to the south, even on the eastern sides of Midlothian, and down towards Maypearl. That's where our old tornado warning was. You can still see the old finger. There's the live beam coming around. There's the old finger down there, and there's still a little bit of a swirl. Let's just look at the velocities one more time. Let's just do some due diligence on that one. Still some gusty wind. And you can see that the Weather Service really trying to fine-tune this. You can see the radar doing some different stuff. There's a new beam coming around. We have not had a real pretty presentation on the next route today for whatever reason. So again, the area spin with that one just not looking as impressive. Even the shear not looking as impressive, right? So we're watching that one. Again, the warning has expired. Again, here's the one we're truly watching. Again, it's the one down here near the Mertens area. And I tell you what, on our spin rate, I can tell you, you know, as long as we've been using this product, if we're actually in an area of rotation, I've never had the dark red show up and we didn't verify a tornado, or there wasn't some type of tornadic activity verified. You can see the couple pixels of very dark red. Likely, I would say there's a high probability. You can never verify something off of radar. We get it before people email. We understand that, but there's a high probability there is a tornado on the ground here. It's just north of Frost. In fact, it's right there on the county line, Navarro and Ellis County, where you're seeing the pixels of ultra dark red. We've never had it in an area spin where that didn't go on to produce a tornado. This is a pretty exact product, and we're getting that now. and we're getting that now. So it looks like, again, if I was going to wager, and again, you take that, you take those pixels we just had, right? Those areas of dark red, take those pixels and put it right here in the hook. And there it would be. I mean, there's your inflow, right? The notch is inflow. That's the storm breathing it in, and it's spinning it back around. And more than likely, right there at the county line, most likely there is a tornado on the ground. Doesn't mean it's a big one by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, it's only a few pixels, but there most likely is some type of either hopscotch tornadic activity, or there may even be a tornado on the ground right now. Now, the good news is that would potentially be just a little bit north of Frost, but if you're in Frost, it doesn't matter. You've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. The next route is still giving us a vortex lock. Again, it's going to be now just on the eastern sides of Mertens. You folks in Mertens, you've still got to stay in your tornado safe place, okay? Still got to stay in your tornado safe place, but again, the main area of concern, it's at Frost, it's to the north, and then potentially out towards Blooming Grove, and then all the rural areas north of Blooming Grove into Ellis County. This is very, very concerning, again, for the folks in the smaller hometowns there, right? They don't have sometimes even great information coming in, but very, very concerning for our fellow North Texans there. Let's come back over to velocities. And again, we continue to see that shear in there. We continue to see that shear marker. Quickly, just for the fact we have new warnings here in the Metroplex. These are severe thunderstorm warnings coming out. And again, this is going to be for essentially Johnson County all the way through Tarrant County, all the way up into Denton County now. And again, this is going to be for that line of storms coming in from the west. Again, this was anticipated. This was round number 2. The only deviation that was not anticipated, we were thinking, all the data showed this line of supercells was going to be well to the east by now, and we were going to be developing this line of storms right over Dallas County. Everything was off with the data by about 50 to 75 miles. Everything has been further to the west as we've gone through the day, right? And so it's just that's how it plays out sometimes, and that's how it's played out today. So the new warning, it's coming out right now. Let me go and give it to you because, again, it's going to be for part of Denton and for part of Tarrant County. Again, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for some winds up to 60 miles per hour and the potential for some quarter-size hail. Okay, and again, this is going to be Denton proper, all the way down into Tarrant County, west, east loop, both included, all the way down into Johnson County. Severe thunderstorm warning. And again, this is going to be until 4 p.m. Okay, so that has to do with the secondary line of storms, again, coming in from the west. So again, big heads up on that. Again, right now, severe. No tornado warnings associated with that. Let's come into Dallas County. Even though we don't have a warning in Dallas County, we just got some heavy weather quickly here. Again, you can see from West Oak Cliff, south of downtown, right around Fair Park, 35E, 45 southbound, DeSoto, Lancaster, Hutchins, all those areas, it's wet. And again, there's heavy rain in progress. Right now, non-severe. There is activity to your south that has been intermittently warned that, again, continues to move through parts of Ellis County. That activity right around Maypearl, that's what's left of that old tornado warning. Let's look at that one more time. And again, it still looks pretty clean. Let's look at the shear rate. Let's go and clean this up. And it still looks pretty clean. You can see right there, that is the old area spin where my cursor is. Not looking overly impressive, right? We're keeping our eye on it. Anytime you have a mesocyclone, you continue to track it. Again, just to make sure there's no changes to it. Right now, nothing to truly be concerned about. In fact, not even currently warned. We've got some thunder here at our studios. Our studios are on the Stemmons, north of downtown. And I mean, even though, well, we'll just take a look here. We don't have anything. We must be hearing thunder to our south, down towards Oak Cliff and the zoo. But again, we've got some thunder even at our studios here. Again, not raining here, obviously. Okay, from there, let's come back down to the south. This is our main area of concern. Again, we'll continue to talk about the severe thunderstorm warnings up there to the north. But again, right now, this truly, again, is what we're concerned about. It's right there along that Highway 34 corridor from Bardwell, again, all the way back down, really truly now north and east of the Italy area. Again, we continue with this tornado warning. We continue with the vortex lock on this. Let's go and look at the velocities again. Yeah, and this absolutely, again, if we were going to make a wager and look at this, we continue, again, we continue with this red marker, and we've got the vortex lock right in the red marker. Again, I mentioned moments ago, we've used this product for years. I've never had it where we have the dark red and we haven't gone on to verify a tornado. So you can never truly verify a tornado based off of radar. We understand that before people email, but it appears as though over the last several scans, there continues to be a tornado possible, tornado on the ground, maybe hopscotch tornado, and the motion is a wobble just north of the county line. This is now wobbled from Navarro into Ellis County. It's moving closer to that Highway 34 corridor, the small hometown up there of Bardwell. Again, this is an immediate heads up for you. Again, there's a slight wobble more to the north, and again, we've got a vortex lock, and again, we're getting that red pixelization. And again, we've never had it where we didn't actually have a tornado, and again, we got that. Again, it could be up and down, could be a hopscotch tornado, or again, it could be potentially even a persistent tornado. This is a pretty strong indication of a tornado on the ground. You folks in Bardwell, again, very, very small hometown there. Again, please do not take this lightly as it's moving near or just to your south. And again, like I mentioned, based off of radar, you normally don't get presentations too much better than this. Let's do this too. We're looking at our debris tracker here and just seeing if we're not even necessarily that we've hit anything. Hopefully we haven't. Hopefully we're not shooting up any debris, but maybe we're knocking up some dust. Let me come back around here. I just want to match this up. Let me come back around to normal radar mode here. Let's see if we can switch this around. And let's switch this around. What I'm thinking here, and the reason why we're doing this, I'm thinking right here in our inflow, I think we may be kicking up just a little bit of debris even right there. And again, it could just be dust. But let's not use the word debris. We'll use that we'll use that real loosely. But what we're looking for here is anything that would not be precipitation. And when we're getting the blue markers, not this out here, but inside of that, we're getting a couple pixels of blue. And again, some of that could be dust, right? It could be something else, but it's something not rain, okay? And not hail. So there could, this is a pretty good indication on radar that we most likely have a tornado on the ground down there, right? I mean, we're just verifying it through several different products, but everything we look at is giving us some indication that there's probably some type of tornado on the ground down there. Again, there's the spin rate again, still getting that dark red marker. So this is pretty serious, again, for the folks down there in Bardwell. Now, this may be occluding right now. We'll see if this happens. This is probably trying to occlude, right? So tornadoes can only last for so long, and what happens then is finally the hook, it begins to wrap up in on itself, and it closes off the inflow. The inflow notch closes off, and as soon as that happens, the tornado lifts instantly, or the area spin, if you don't have a tornado, begins to decrease significantly. And you see this right there, see how it's closing up. We'll see if that trend continues. But if it does, that's called occluding, and the storm has then completed its life cycle. But what happens with these cyclic supercells is that they can reemerge, right? They can redevelop, they can go back through a new life cycle. That's why they're cyclic. They cycle over and over. So we'll see if that truly happens, but either way, that storm, you can see the hook, it's wrapping up in on itself, but it does have to close up completely. And again, if that happens, then the fresh inflow into it, at least momentarily, is cut off, and then we see a true weakening trend. Okay, let's come back over to velocities. We're still seeing just a lot of shear. We haven't had a real clean look at velocities from this NextRat site today for whatever reason. But again, just using the algorithm here, this is again the spin rate within it, the mesocyclone spin rate. Again, we still have that marker of dark red. So we're going to keep our eye on this one. In fact, we're going to go back up and look to the north here in a minute. But we should be, I believe this NextRat here, I think they've still got it in supplemental 3, which means here in about a minute and a half, we should have another beam around. And if so, we'll just see, does this close up in on itself, or is it still persisting? Let's just give it just a couple more seconds here. And while it's doing that, let's just come back over to the debris tracker one more time. And again, just looking in there, and we're still getting just a few little pixels, just a few indications that potentially around this, there's something that's not necessarily precipitation. It's not clean. It's not a 100% locked in deal just from the presentation here. But again, where we're kind of getting, again, where we would have had that inflow notch there, again, a few pixels of blue, that could mean that there's possibly a little bit of dust or something like that being kicked up or picked up or spun up. And we just don't know exactly which one it is. And so let's come back over to live radar. And again, we're still just waiting for that next beam, right? We should be getting that next beam here pretty quick. We're just waiting to see, does this close up? And again, if it closes up, then again, at least momentarily, we can begin to, kind of exhale a little bit. I believe we've got another beam coming in here pretty quick. Like I mentioned, I think we're in Meso 3, so we should be getting a 1.5-minute beam. So there should be one coming around, and there it goes. And it closed up, so we just occluded. Now, that doesn't take away from the tornado warning. Okay, it doesn't take away from the tornado warning. There's still a tornado warning in effect. Bardwell, Ennis, again, any of those areas, right? You've still got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions, but as we're analyzing this in real time, this storm did just occlude. It's now gone through a complete life cycle, and we'll see what happens with it. It could easily spin back up. It could happen very quickly, but again, I just want to say one more time, as we're analyzing this in real time, it does not take away from that tornado warning, right? As long as the tornado warning is in effect, you've got to be taking those immediate tornado precautions, okay? So we're going to break from that for just 1 second. Tornado warning continues. Let's come out here to the west. And let's go and take a look at this line, because we've got a severe thunderstorm warning, again, from Denton, Argyle, all the way back down through Texas Motor Speedway, the Westlake area, the Keller community. Again, we're talking about basically right through the heart of downtown Fort Worth. That's going to be moving over through the East Loop. Okay, so our friends there in the East Loop, again, we're not quite to evening commute time, but we're getting close, right? So if you're thinking about that East Loop, no go right now. We've got heavy weather, severe weather moving through. Could be some quarter-size hail, could be some winds to 60 miles per hour. Let's go and take a look at the hail core tracker. Now, the good news is, by and large, there may be a little bit of hail up here around the Texas Motor Speedway, really locations to the north. We could have some pennies, right? We could have some pennies up there, but again, by and large, this is not really producing much in the way of hail. There may be an opportunity of some 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail embedded, but again, in general, this is not producing much in the way of hail. Okay, let me go and lapse this. We'll go and roll this into motion. And again, as we do that, you can see the general movement there off to the east. And again, this activity moving pretty quick as well. Again, it's moving to the east at right around 30 to maybe even 40 miles per hour. So again, big heads up on this, right? So if you live in the western sides of the Metroplex, we do have more severe weather coming in, but it's a line of storms. And again, right now, the primary concern is wind. It's wind to 60 miles per hour. Again, within that line, it's not impossible. We can get a little kink, and again, we can still get quick areas of spin up. We're going to be watching it. Again, just looking for anything coming in from the Weather Service, anything new, and we don't have anything necessarily new. And again, just like I mentioned, I'm just scanning through this very, very quickly here. And the Weather Service, they are going to go ahead and issue a warning over here for parts of Dallas County for this other activity coming in. And we still got to watch. I mean, that was still the old supercell. And again, it's still got a classic supercell look to it that's coming in. But right now, that's going to be for an opportunity of quarter-size hail. And again, winds to 60 miles per hour. That's just coming up now as well. And again, this is going to be until 4:15, but again, this is going to be for Dallas, Ellis, and again, Kaufman County. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. And like I mentioned, this is until 4:15 this afternoon. And again, this storm was the one that came through Hill County and initially was tornado warned. And the only reason I mention that is that, again, we still have got to keep our eye on that. So let's just do our due diligence quickly here. And in fact, let me go and put this back over into live mode. So it's this activity moving through, right? Southern Dallas County. This is where the new warning is. Hutchins, Lancaster, Wilmer, DeSoto, Glen Heights. Again, you can see kind of the tail end. This is where that old area of rotation was. Just to do our due diligence, let's hit the spin. And, we've still got a real broad area of spin. Take a look at this. Again, nothing concerning right now, but we do just have this very broad area of spin still back here to the north. Let's hit the spin rate. Again, nothing concerning right now, but let's see what the computer thinks about it. Again, just showing some general shear, right? Just showing general shear, nothing overly concerning right at this point, right? But we do have a tornado watch in effect, so we're going to watch that. Again, these are two separate supercells, but they're kind of connected. You can almost see like a little umbilical there. See that? See how they're kind of connected? But truly, these are two separate cells. There's the little umbilical right there. But truly separate cells. So we're going to still watch that other one, but it's so close to that other cell, it's just really not feeding on anything fresh, right? There's no warm, moist air truly feeding into it. The other one to the south, again, it's got that screaming eagle presentation, right? You can tell that's a supercell. The hook hook has just wrapped up in on itself. We've just occluded that hook, and we've just basically gone through one life cycle. Tornado warning continues here, but again, from Bardwell up through Ennis, over through Alma, in fact, as far to the east and south as Rice, you guys do need to still be taking those tornado precautions. Let me go and show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to lapse this, and again, you should be able to see the hook here as I lapse this in real time. See how it occludes? And again, you can see very evidently that hook echo. Again, a classic hook. I probably don't have to tell you what that is. And then on those last couple of frames, you can see how it basically spins in on itself. It's called occluding. It closes off that inflow notch. The inflow notch is the warm, moist air, right? That's feeding into the storm. And as soon as that gets, the mesocyclone, or the area spin, begins to spin down. Typically, if you have a tornado, the tornado lifts. That's the end of that. And if you have the mesocyclone, obviously with the tornado, the mesocyclone begins to spin down. Now, typically with these what we call cyclic supercells, it's a short-term gain, right? Because it doesn't last very long. They're cyclic and they begin to cycle back up, especially early in the day like today, right? We're still pretty early in the afternoon. We've got a tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. So it's not impossible. In fact, it's probably probable that this one will spin back up and again may even pose some type of a tornado threat again. In fact, look at this. As we're talking about it, look at this here. So the old hook closed up, but what do we immediately have happening? You can see a new hook developing on the southern sides of Ennis. See how fast that happened? The old hook closed up, and we have a whole new inflow notch beginning to develop. And where you're seeing that little speckle of green down there, can you see that? I may even need to zoom this in a little bit. That little speckle of green, that most likely is even some scud cloud coming into it. We'll see about, I know Aaron Spencer's down there in the area. We need to try and link back in with him at some point. I don't know if he's this far to the south. The guys are off to the east, but this activity is moving up to where they were. But this most likely is even a little bit of scud cloud. That little green you're seeing, a little bit of debris coming into that as well. This is a new area spin rapidly redeveloping. And again, I mean, we just closed it off maybe 5 minutes ago, and now we've already started a new life cycle. And this will most likely pose every bit of a tornado threat as it did earlier, as it did maybe about 10 minutes ago. So you folks there in Ennis, this is a real deal heads up for you. And I want to lapse this one more time just to get the movement with this. If this was more northerly or if we still had that northeasterly jaunt to it. Sometimes these will anchor a little bit and turn a little more east. This is still a northeasterly motion. It's definitely recycling for you folks in Ennis. Immediately, tornado precautions. You've been under the tornado warning. The tornado threat, it waned, and now it's dramatically coming back up. But I can also tell you, for you folks over in Kaufman County, it's a new heads up for you as well. Again, even though you're not in a tornado warning, but this storm is moving at about 45 to maybe even 50 miles per hour. And again, it's quickly now regenerating that mesocyclone. We need to check in with Aaron. Aaron, if you can hear me, let's check in because you're somewhere in this area. I know you got a little bit further to the north, but this should be coming into your area. So we'll try and link in with Aaron pretty quickly as well. Your stream may be coming in. I'm seeing kind of the thing there. So you'll have to let me know either way, but we do need to link back in with Aaron, who I think is actually in this area here specifically, and we'll try and actually get some live video. We've had to really deal without the live video for most of the day, only for the fact the guys were off to the east where it looked like most of the activity was going to be, and as it turned out, it really wasn't. But take a look at that hook. There it is. It's moving right into the Ennis area. Let's come back over here to our velocities. And again, we can't stress it enough. Again, if you're in, look at this couplet. I mean, this thing just, and that's just the dynamics today. Again, we're early enough in the day that even though it's spun down, it's spun right back up. And again, you can see that couplet coming in. We'll look at the spin rate as well. If you're in the Ennis area, and again, hopefully you've already been taking your tornado precautions because you've been under that tornado warning. I see Aaron's video. We're going to get an update from him. I think he's here within range. Again, this is moving right up 34. Literally, this is moving right up 34 at Garrett, Ennis, and it really as far south as Alma. You folks have still got to be in your safe place, but this thing is every bit spinning back up. Let's go and look at some live video. Like I mentioned, I think we've got Aaron down in that area, but let's go and take a look at this here. And we've got Aaron's video. He's on the move. And so, Aaron, I know you're driving. If you're able to talk to us as well, tell us where you are now. I know you've kind of been down in that area, and it was a little further to the north, but tell us where you are now.
Yeah, William, can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear, man. Go ahead.
Okay, we are on Interstate 45 South right now, just to the north of Ennis, and
Yep.
boy, I tell you what, that hook is been wrapping around for quite some time now. So, again, anybody in Ennis and to the north and west of there definitely needs to be taking their tornado precautions. Um, Anybody that is going to be to the north and east of it, you're more than likely not going to be able to see anything until it's right on top of you. And with all this rain, as you can see in my shot right now, it's pretty much whiteout conditions. So definitely be aware of that. But we are definitely keeping a close eye on that. As soon as we get to Ennis, we're going to be going to the northeast to keep along and track with us, so we'll be able to give you a ground truth. William, back to you.
Yeah, and also, just south of Garrett, on that 45, just south of Garrett, I'd proceed with extreme caution once you get past that Garrett exit, because I tell you what, it's a real broad area of spin here, and it just began to spin back up. So you may have a pretty decent RFD even cutting around the back side of it as well. So don't be caught off guard by that RFD, because that could even blow some cars off the road on 45 as well. And so again, we don't recommend, obviously Aaron is a very experienced storm tracker. One of the reasons why we brought him in today. We only needed the experienced guys today. He knows what he's doing, but those other cars that probably have no idea what's going on, they're driving up and down 45, and we've literally got an area of spin crossing it's crossing 45 at the 34 junction on the eastern sides of Ennis, south of Garrett, but there could be some really gusty wind. There could be an RFD cutting right through the Garrett area right now. Do you know, Aaron, how close are you to that Garrett exit? Do you have any idea yet?
I'm not sure exactly how far I am from the Garrett exit.
Okay, and I know you're driving. I'm kind of putting you on the spot there, but like I said, I would really proceed with caution past the Garrett exit. Again, until this gets across, until that mezzo crosses 45, then you can get on the backside, 34 or whatever you need to do. That's no problem. But I would really proceed with caution south of the Garrett exit. So we're just going to kind of leave Aaron's shot up there just for a second. This is what I'm talking about. In fact, let's go and do this here. This is truly what I'm talking about. We're going to get right back to Aaron's shot. This is the mezzo coming really honestly through Ennis right now, unfortunately, but it's going to be crossing right there at the 34-45 junction, but on the back side of it we could have a wrapping RFD up near the Garrett. So there's the Garrett exit north of Ennis, and that's why I'm telling Aaron, until this mezzo gets east of 45, I would not try and go any further down, because it's going to be wrapped in rain and you would have no idea what's going on. Aaron knows what he's doing. He's got radar in the vehicle there, but the problem is you saw all those other cars moving up and down the road. They have no idea what's going on, right? They have literally no idea, and again, all that would be wrapped in rain. So that's for the cars there, that is extremely dangerous. Let's look at the spin rate. And we're going to take another look at Aaron's shot. Yeah, it's sitting right over Ennis right now. There's a pretty good indication, Aaron, and I see you're pulling off to the side. I think depending on how close you are to Garrett, that's probably the right call. But again, it's going to be wrapped in blinding rain. And again, all these cars going down 45. Again, if for any reason you're watching us on the mobile app, if you're watching on YouTube or something like that, you're watching on any of those deals, if you're on 45 or if you're in the Ennis area, it's a no-go drive through there, right? It looks like the rotation is now crossing. It appears as though it's crossing over 45 right now. Let me come back over to velocities, and we're going to try and stick with Aaron's speed there. It's going to be a little intermittent just because he's in the heavy weather. Okay, in fact, it's just now crossed 45, Aaron. Let me come back over here. It's just now crossed 45. And again, we're not saying the tornado, but the area spin did. This is not as impressive as earlier. We're not for sure saying there was a tornado on the ground, but the main area spin has truly just crossed the Ennis area. Okay, so that's just crossed. But on this area of red you're seeing right there along 45, we have the inflow, and where it spins back around, sometimes you can get a cutting RFD that comes down to surface base. So still, from the Garrett exit back to Ennis, right there at 34, anywhere in that red, you could could have a cutting RFD, a high velocity RFD, a rear flank downdraft where the air just comes back down and around. And again, that could easily be over 80 miles per hour. Can easily, even if there's no tornadic activity, sometimes these things get confused. These cars get blown off the road by these RFDs. They think it was a tornado. There was an area of spin. There was never a tornado. They just got hit by that RFD. So that's even something when the trackers are coming in on that back side, they always have to keep in their mind as well to watch out for those RFDs. How gusty is the wind, Aaron? Let's go back to your shot just really quick. I'm just curious about that RFD. Only for the fact it's presenting so well on radar. We're just getting so much red there coming back around. What are you getting as far as, again, just kind of estimating? I mean, it looks like blinding rain, but as far as wind goes, what are you getting as far as wind speed goes?
Yes, William, we're probably getting around 35 to 40 mile an hour wind now. We have a wind shift. It was kind of moving due east for a while, and then now it's moving more to the southeast.
Yeah, that's, you're in it.
Storm had just crossed over the interstate.
That's it. That's it, right? So, yep, it would be a north. So that red is moving away from the radar. That's a northwesterly wind coming in, northwest to southeast. So you're kind of within that RFD. Now we'll see if it's a high velocity right where you are. It may be east of the interstate now, but that is that wraparound. You're now in that RFD. Look at this. Let me tell you what, Aaron, just to the east. I'm telling you, on 34. I don't know how close you are to the 34 exit. Let me go and show you this. This appears to be re-energizing just on the eastern sides of Ennis. The couplet has really tightened back up. Aaron Spencer, let me tell you, the couplet has really tightened back up, luckily just east of Ennis. There's obviously still things here. We don't want it to tighten up anywhere, but it went right over Ennis. It was pretty weak, but now it's moving really right up the 34 highway here. And again, it's beginning to tighten back up. And there's some indications now here on radar. In fact, we're even beginning to get a vortex lock on this again. And again, like you saw there with Aaron's shot, the problem is, I mean, everything is just wrapped in blinding rain. And so that's the not good thing of this. We'll look at Aaron's shot again coming up, but let's look at the spin rate. And there's still the spin rate still giving us broad shear, right? We don't have the red. Earlier when we had the red south of Ennis down towards Bardwell, that's when we most likely had some type of tornado on the ground. Right now we've still got a pretty decent area of broad spin. Let's come back to normal radar. And we'll just lapse this. You can see the one hook closed in, we occluded, and now we've got kind of the new hook that's formed, but it's pretty broad, right? It's nowhere near where it was earlier. In fact, when it was like this, that's when we were concerned earlier, and that was the hook that came up towards Bardwell. There it is, it closed in on itself right over Bardwell, it occluded, and then as it moved into Ennis, it began to kind of recycle, and it's still there, but again, it's not as well pronounced, right? It's still just that big broad area spin. Let's go back over to Aaron's video. And Aaron, let us know where you are now. I mean, you may actually be in Ennis now, or just tell us where you are. But we're looking at your video. It looks like you're going through a more kind of residential area. You're off the interstate right now, but still a lot of blinding rain. Looks like still some wind where you are. Again, tell us what's going on.
Yeah, on State Highway 34, going now northeast, tracking behind this tornado-warned supercell right now. Haven't seen any damage or anything at this time, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to see some here coming up pretty soon as we start getting into the potential damage path if there is anything on the ground at this time. And okay. I can hear the tornado sirens going off in the background as well.
Are they? And did you say you're in? I was looking at new data coming in. Are you in Ennis right now?
We are just outside of Ennis, okay. And I just saw some tree debris coming out of the sky. So
did you some falling debris? Okay, some falling leaves and stuff, and that's always indicative of a big mesocyclone. Again, could still possibly be a tornado on the ground. Could still possibly be one on the ground. But and right now, you're saying you're still hearing the tornado sirens going off as well. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So the folks in Ennis, I mean, even though it's on the eastern sides of town, give it a little more time to clear on out before you come out of your safe place. But again, Aaron, basically right there. And again, like I mentioned, down near Bardwell, it may have produced one. It cycled right back up there, right over and then east of Ennis. And now it's looking pretty broad again as it continues off to the east. But Aaron's had a little bit of tree debris. And again, he's also had a little bit of leaf activity raining down as well. And again, sometimes that would be indicative of either a tornado or a tornado that was possible early earlier when, again, the debris is still just kind of mixing down as well. So I think this storm, I think it's pretty safe to say that we've definitely had some activity with this storm. But again, you're getting a live look at it. This is what we like to do. Again, really, as we went through most of the day, we just did not necessarily have a lot of video. And the main reason why, we thought a lot of this was just going to be moving off to the east so quickly that, we had the guys positioned more to the east. But this really lifted north and to the northeast. And, they were really having to backtrack to get back on this stuff. Let me go ahead and let me do this here. We're going to leave up Aaron's shot for just another second. What I'm going to do, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Again, this is for the Metroplex, and the main deal with this, we've got this line of storms that's coming through. And again, this is going to be for Dallas and Tarrant County. This will be until 4:30. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, and again, it's mainly going to be an opportunity of some 60-mile-per-hour winds, right? Some gusty winds coming through. Could possibly be some quarter-sized hail. But again, the bottom line is, as we're going on 3:45, it's Friday. Some folks, 4 o'clock, trying to get that evening commute started. Here in the Metroplex, it looks wet. 4 or 5, maybe even until 6 o'clock this evening. The Metroplex looks wet. The roads look wet. And again, there's going to be some heavy to at times severe weather around the area as well. Let me do this. Let's come back over to radar. We'll take a look at the overview, and we will check back in with Aaron coming up momentarily. And I think we've actually got, let me take a look at this. We may have one new warning. Okay, and this is also going to be for Denton, Collin, and Grayson. They're literally just now issuing this as well. This will also be a new warning. At same line, right? We're just dealing with that line. You can see we've got the supercell activity now lifting more northeast, and then we've got this line of storms coming in as well. And again, with the line of storms, the main concern is the wind. With the supercell activity, it's been a mix of everything, right? Including tornado warnings and what appeared to be on radar a possible tornado down around the Bardwell area about 20 minutes ago or so. We've still got Aaron Spencer down there. Again, we're going to check back in with his video. We're still watching that storm again very carefully as well. But let's do this. Let's go and zoom in to the Metroplex here. And again, Friday, getting ready for the evening commute. None of this should really come as much of a surprise. We knew we were going to have active weather moving in. We all knew that. It unfolded a little bit differently than we thought, right? That the only thing that was truly different was the fact these supercells are still here, and we're not completely done with them. And we're really watching this one moving into Kaufman County. But let's talk quickly here about just what's happening within the line. There's heavy weather moving through Dallas as well, right? Dallas County, severe thunderstorm warning, the eastern sides of the LBJ loop, right? There's an opportunity of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could be some quarters that mixed in with that as well. Again, 635 LBJ, parts of 30, all looking wet. Then we also have a line of storms coming in. Denton down through the east loop, talking about down around Fort Worth, Tarrant County, coming in towards the mid-cities, coming in towards the big airport, potentially even coming in back towards the northern portions of the 635. An opportunity of heavy rain and also an opportunity of wind gust near 60 miles per hour. Could be a little bit of hail size up to right around quarter. Hail so far today has really not been that big of a concern. In fact, what I want to do, let's go ahead and just take a look here at the hail core tracker, right? Let's go and do our due diligence as people are thinking about getting on the road. We've got a couple hail cores though. Let me tell you what, the one down to the south in that tornado warning, the hail sizes on that one have come up dramatically. Down in parts of Ellis County, again, we'll get back to that storm momentarily. We didn't really check the hail core much because we were analyzing the tornado risks there. There's also a hail risk, big hail risks down there. Again, we'll talk about that coming up. But right there on the 380 west of Denton, right around New Hope, could be some quarters here, south of Aubrey. Could be some quarters there. Could even be some half dollars, quarters to half dollars right over the 380. And then as we go further to the south, right there at the east loop, right there at 30 as well. Again, back over to the east loop, could be some quarters to maybe even half dollars. Let me take a look at this here. Okay, I'm just looking at anything new coming in. Okay, Still a report of a small funnel with that. We'll look again down south. We'll look again down south coming up momentarily. Again, we got Aaron's shot down there too. Again, we'll take another look down south. But again, here in the Metroplex, right now it appears as though heavy rain, wind, and again, there's a couple pockets of quarters, some quarter-size hail coming through. Again, not gigantic hail, nothing that would be overly damaging to anyone's vehicles, right? But again, the motion here, it's to the east, and again, it's moving at about 30, maybe 35 miles per hour. So again, as we go through the late afternoon into the evening, it's going to continue pushing to the east. The Weather Service, and this is important for Aaron, they are going to go ahead and reissue that warning now for Kaufman County. This will be a new tornado warning. So we want to shift back down to our tornado warned storm. And they're going to extend this. This is going to be for parts of Rosser, Grays Prairie, Oak Grove, even back over there through the 175, even over towards Kaufman. So let's go and take a look at this here. And there it is. I mean, it's a pretty broad area spin, but it's a pretty balanced mesocyclone, right? The reds and the greens coming together there. It's not an ultra-tight couplet, but there's still something there. Let's look at Aaron's shot again real quick. The tornado warning is coming out right now. And again, this is going to be until 4:30. There's still a report down there of a wall cloud with a funnel. Still a report of a wall cloud with a funnel. That's going to be west of Rosser, so it could be some intermittent funnel cloud activity. Could even be a small needle. Not impossible that there's a small needle down there as well. Aaron, let us know. We're looking at your video. Let me know exactly where you are. I know you're kind of coming in on the back side of it there. I mean, truly where you should be now for sure. It's coming over towards Rosser. It's lifting out of Ennis. Tell us where you are, and there may be just enough of a clear shot coming up that you may be able to get a little bit of a shot of what's going on up in there. There may be a bit of a break coming up in the precip. And there's also going to be a new tornado warning coming out for Fannin and Lamar County, right up on the Red River as well. We'll look at that one coming up too. Things are real active now. Everyone needs to be staying plugged into the weather. Could be some funnel cloud, could even be a small needle here. Aaron, tell us where you are now exactly with this one.
It's going to be right. Yes, William, we are right on 34, still heading to the east, just to the south of Crisp, heading towards the Rosser area. So the rain is starting to die down just a little bit right up ahead of us. So we're trying to get a little bit closer to see what we can see, to kind of give you guys a look at, if there still is a funnel or wall cloud or anything like that, so you guys can see minute by minute, second by second, what we're seeing, so you guys know exactly what's headed for you guys. Again, still keep your tornado precautions in place. William, like you said, they're going to be reissuing the tornado warning, which they just did. So, by no means, just because this may be on a downtrend for, a minute or two, doesn't mean that it couldn't spin right back up like it has been for, what would you say, William? Probably around the past hour or so.
At least,
this is a very potent storm system that's going to be coming through for hours to come, so that's why we're out here tracking for you guys. William, back to you.
No, great report, Aaron. And again, Aaron, one of our most experienced guys here. And Aaron, just up the road from where you are, there should be a little bit of clearing I'm seeing here on radar. And I tell you what, this thing on radar, it also looks like it continues to spin up. We got the report. We got the report of a little funnel, possibly a little funnel, but there could also be a little needle up in there too. That's what I'm curious about. It's looking pretty impressive here on radar. We are getting a new tornado warning. Again, we just mentioned for Kaufman County until 4:30. We also have a new tornado warning coming out to the north. And again, this will be for Fannin and Lamar County, and this will be until 4:45. That's going to be up along the Red River. We're going to take a look at that one coming up here momentarily, but we really want to keep eyes on this one here too. And again, this is where Aaron is. We're going to come back over to radar. And again, I'm also sifting through new information coming in off the weather wire here too, if there is anything new. Again, still 60-mile-per-hour plus winds possible coming into Tarrant County. We know about that moving through Tarrant County over towards Dallas County. And this one, it's a broad area spin, but it's pretty well balanced. I want to come back over to the spin rate. We'll take another look at Aaron's shot coming up momentarily. And again, you can just see this is elongated area spin, right? It's nowhere near as tight as it was earlier, but it does appear as though it's trying to get its act back together near and just north of Rosser. So Aaron is right there on 34. He's coming into Rosser. Rosser, there should be a little bit of clearing coming up, and we may be able to look back up in there. Off the weather wire, we're still getting reports of a little bit of funnel cloud activity, but again, we haven't confirmed that yet. But like I mentioned, let's come back over to normal radar. We'll also go back up to the north and look as well. And again, you can see right there on 34, there's going to be, as soon as Aaron gets up towards Rosser, it's going to be a little bit of a clearing, right? There's going to be a little bit less precip, and he'll be able to look literally due west, northwest from Rosser. And again, he should be able to look right up in there at that base, and we'll be able to get a better idea of exactly what's going on with that, right? Is there still some funnel cloud activity? Is there more? And again, literally, we're going to be answering that question here momentarily. I want to also just come up to the north quickly here too. This is that new warning, and this is going to be up here around the Honeygrove area. And so from Honeygrove back over through the Toco area, and this would include the Roxton area, all the way back over through Paris, Pat Mays Lake, locations like that, tornado warning, okay? This is going to be pushing pretty quickly up towards the Red River, but the immediate concern, it's going to be right there, south of 82, right around Honeygrove. In fact, with that latest sweep coming around, you saw it right there in the Honeygrove area, tornado warning. You've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions, Ladania, Honeygrove, Roxton, and from there up towards Pat Mays Lake. Those locations, including Paris, even though the main area spin may stay just west and north of Paris, any of those locations in there, same story. You've got to be taking those immediate tornado precautions. Let me go and look at velocities. The problem with this area, you get a little further away from the radar, and it's a little bit harder to see. But you can still see, based off of the velocities, you can still see this broad area spin right there in Honeygrove. NextRad also putting a circulation marker on it. And again, once we get past the Roxton area up here towards the Toco area, that's about it with the NextRad from here. The problem is there's not a replacement NextRad for this area up in Oklahoma. This is kind of the black hole. And in fact, I believe the city of Durant up in Oklahoma, the city themselves, they're actually buying their own radar just because this is kind of a black hole area, unfortunately, for whatever reason, with the NextRad. So again, you can see the area spin right there in Honeygrove. And again, if we just extrapolate that out, Toco, Roxton, and again, potentially even up towards Pat Mays Lake, Red River Valley here, and again, near or just north of the Paris, Texas area. Again, tornado warning, tornado precautions. And again, you've got to do it now because this one spun up fairly quickly, just like our other ones down to the south have as well. So again, you folks up there in Fannin and Lamar County, similar story. Please take those immediate tornado precautions. Okay, let me go and do this. Again, I'm just looking quickly here at the weather wire just to make sure we're not missing anything. Let me do this. Let me come back over to live radar. We're going to come back down to the south, and we're also going to check back in with Aaron because I think he's getting into that clear slot. And again, I'm just looking at the weather wire. We're moving this fast. This is looking more pronounced again, Aaron. In fact, this hail core continues to come up. That little hail core, and I say little hail core, from Crandall back over through Kaufman, as far north as Seagoville, heads up. But again, the warning is south of Seagoville. Let me come back over here, and let's go ahead and take a look at velocities again. And then we're going to look at Aaron's shot there around the Rosser area. And again, this similar to the other one, Aaron, this has got a big time RFD north of Rosser coming back around on this one. I mean, this one is really cutting around as well. You can see all the bright reds coming around. So what we're talking about here, and then we'll look at Aaron's video because he's really coming to within range with a little clear slot. Aaron's coming up 34 into Rosser. The main area of concern is just northeast of Rosser, but the bright area of red, that's going to be wind moving away from the radar, right? The radar is over around Fort Worth, so the area spin coming in green. What happens a lot of times is you'll get these RFDs, these rear flank downdrafts. There's the live beam around. They'll cut back around on the back side. Some of that will come down to surface base, and you can get winds 60, 70, 80, even higher at times, and they can be very surprising as well. But this one continues to present a pretty tough RFD there just north of Rosser. So regardless if there's tornadic activity happening right now near and north of Rosser, you may get some northerly or even a northwesterly wind that may gust to 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour. Earlier on 45, Aaron got just a little taste of that where his wind quickly switched around to the north and to the northwest. He got maybe some 40 mile per hour winds. But the RFD now, just kind of looking at the area spin, is truly even more pronounced. So again, this storm, regardless of what it's doing, it continues to really look pretty intense. Aaron, let us know where you are now. We're looking at your video again. I know you're still there, I believe on the 34, coming into Rosser, but go ahead and give us another update on this. This one still looks pretty potent. Tornado warning continues here. Go ahead. And we may need to check back. We've got Aaron's video coming in. We'll see if we can go and check in with his audio. Aaron, if you're there, go ahead. If not, we'll check back in. I know you're driving and multitasking, but if you're there, go ahead.
Yeah, William, we are just outside of Rosser right now, still on the 34, like you said, in very heavy torrential rain. So like we were saying before, if there is a tornado, it is rain. This is the peak. So in home, that's amazing. It's just high precipitation like what you're seeing right now. And if it is a heat storm, then any could be on the ground is going to be wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see it. So if you're outside trying to wait to see if you can see something, maybe take some cool pictures, definitely don't do that. Get inside, get in your safe room, get underground, or get in the centermost part of your home so you can be out from the elements and everything like that. As well as there is a lot of rain on the roadways. So if you're having to be out in any of these storms, just remember that in low-lying areas there is going to be a lot of localized flooding as well. William, back to you.
Aaron, I think that RFD is really cutting around on this. I want to show you, I think this one is occluding again. We're going to come back to your video coming up again here momentarily. I think this one's occluding, and what I mean by that is I think that the area spin here is wrapping up in on itself, and the rear flank downdraft is really cutting around because the inflow notch that we had, it's now basically the precipitation debris is coming up in it, and there it's closed. I mean, it literally just happened in front of us. It's there. So that area spin, it's just completed another life cycle, but all the red that we were seeing there, as that happens, as these occlude, that rear flank downdraft almost always cuts back around. It comes down to surface space, and I tell you what, get some really gusty winds. So regardless if we just had a tornado or not there, right? We had a tornado warning. We don't know if there was a tornado. We had some really gusty winds, I think, near and north of Rosser. I think you folks probably had a northerly wind, and I think it was probably coming in at about 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour. That was a big RFD that just came through there, and because of that, that storm literally in real time, we saw the sweep come around. It literally just occluded, right? But now back down south of Rosser, Aaron, let's look at this real quick because I know you're right there in the area. We may already have a new area spin coming up south of Rosser that we need to keep our eye on as well. There's the old RFD. It's still there. This is still a northerly wind. As that old mesocyclone, it's blowing out right now. That old meso, and Aaron, this is important for you. If you get north of Rosser, that meso's blowing out, and that red, that is the RFD coming around, and that could be some pretty gusty stuff coming down. Still easily, maybe even pushing 60 miles per hour. We do have a new area shear, though, just on the southern sides of Rosser that we're going to have to keep our eye on as well. This mesocyclone is nowhere near as balanced as it was, right? It blew out, and again, we had that big RFD. We saw that in real time happening there. We saw it close, but we also saw that RFD, and it's still there. It's not quite as hot. The velocities aren't as hot as it was, but still just north of 34, Aaron. That's going to be a pretty gusty northerly wind coming in. So just keep that in mind. Let's come back over to normal radar. So we're going to keep our eye on that. We may possibly have a new notch developing. Aaron, there may be a new notch developing south of Rosser, so we'll watch that. But let me go and zoom out. Let's go and take an overview of what we have going on. So tornado warning in parts of Kaufman County, specifically near the Kaufman and south of Kaufman. Tornado warning to the north, Lamar, Fannin counties. And again, this is going to be near and north of Honey Grove now. In fact, this is going to be moving over through the Toco area pretty quickly. It looks like it's going to stay north of Paris. And again, it's going to be moving up towards Pat Mays Lake and up towards the Red River Valley. But again, it's now north of 82. It's been skirting 82 out of Honey Grove. It's now lifting just north of 82. And again, it's going to be moving up towards near and north of the Toco area. Tornado warning continues there. Then as we come back towards the Metroplex, there's the live beam coming around. We've got severe storms moving through. And again, from Salina down through Frisco, active weather moving in. Louisville down through Carrollton, active weather. Down through Irving. Again, we're talking about even parts of Tarrant County. Grapevine down through North Richland Hills. All of the East Loop looks wet right now. The Mid-City's also looking pretty wet from North Richland Hills over through Euless. And in fact, all the way back over through the Toyota Music Factory. Again, we're talking about that area over there around the 114 as well. And then even locations to the south. We're talking about a small little finger coming down into parts of Arlington, Dalworth Gardens, and in fact even back over through Forest Hill. Again, pockets of heavy rain, Interstate 20, Interstate 30, 183 through the mid-cities. Again, all of that looks wet. Evening commute beginning for most folks on a Friday. And again, keep in mind, it does look wet. It does look slow, especially over on the Tarrant County side of town right now. Obviously, all of that moving over towards Dallas County fairly quickly. A little bit further to the south here, down into parts of Johnson County, Burleson, Joshua, Keene, back down through the Cleburne area, down through Rio Vista. Again, you can see it's a little skinny band. This is the front coming through, but again, an opportunity of some heavy weather. This isn't severe, but again, an opportunity of heavy rain, vivid lightning. Again, all of that slowly moving off to the east over towards Alvarado, Venus, potentially Midlothian, even Waxahachie here over the next hour or so. Again, the main concern in the Metroplex with the activity moving through, it's primarily winds to 60 miles per hour, heavy rain, traffic slowdowns, vivid lightning. There could be a few small pockets. In fact, let's go look at the hail core tracker again. There could be a couple very small pockets of hail. In fact, the only one that's really showing up, and this is a decent little hail core to be honest with you, it's over here. It's in the Arlington area. In fact, it's just on the eastern sides of Lake Arlington. Let me go ahead and sample this. I mean, the computer's estimating this could be larger than $50. Again, this could easily, potentially, the computer's estimating here, maybe even going up to golf balls. We had one report of golf balls earlier up in Collin County, so we've already kind of had that threshold today. Most of what we've seen today has not been that big. Most of it's been quarters to maybe some $50. Okay, and we'll look at this again. We've got a report of a tornado on the ground. That's going to be down towards Highway 34 and FM 1390. Aaron, FM 1390 and Highway 34, possible tornado on the ground. That's going to be reported from fire down there. We'll look at that again. That one looked like it wrapped up pretty good a second ago. That may be a late report. We'll take a look at it. But it's still possible for intermittent tornadic activity. Obviously, the tornado warning continues. But look at this hail core here, right over Interstate 30 in Arlington. And again, that's going to be right there at the 360. So 30 and the 360 right on the northern sides of Arlington, north of Six Flags. There's UT Austin. That's a pretty decent little hail core. So again, heads up on that. If that's your evening commute or you live over there, again, it's a pretty decent little hail core. Outside of that, there's not much in the way of hail moving through here. I want to come back over. Let's come back over and go back down to the south to our tornado warning. There's the live beam coming around. And that's a fast beam. The next route here, it's in supplemental 3 or meso 3, so we're getting ultra fast beams, one of those every 90 seconds. The Weather Service can do that. They can put in a supplemental mode to get ultra fast data. Okay, so let's go back down here to our tornado warning. And again, we got that report. Just looking for anything new coming in. Okay, DFW, slowdowns at DFW, we know about that. Okay, slowdowns at DFW. Okay, let's come back here to our tornado warning. Maybe a hold right now at DFW too. I mean, if for any reason you're trying to get in or out, obviously it's Friday, people trying to get home or head out for the weekend. Right now, should be a temporary hold out there. Rain and storm should be in and out of DFW pretty quick, but right now I think there's a ramp hold. Okay, so let's do this. Let's come back over to velocities. We're getting a little ways away from the radar, so it's not quite as clean. But north of Rosser, there's still some broad shear here. Now, as we look at just the normal radar mode, right? The old area spin that's now almost up here towards Oak Grove, that's just not there anymore. I mean, it's really not. Let's lapse this. And again, there's the old meso. Now the old meso is up towards Kaufman. Aaron, here in a second, you'll have to let us know where you are. But here's the old meso. It accelerated up 34. Once it came out of Rosser, look at it. You can see it, but it wrapped up in itself. It occluded. It's up here by Kaufman and to the north of Kaufman now. There may still be some broad rotation there. That's not really concerning anymore. Again, we had that report just now, possible tornado. that could have been earlier, right? I mean, sometimes these things aren't necessarily time-stamped, so, you know, I could report a possible tornado we had. Well, when was it? We got to put that. That's important information. But we don't get that sometimes on the weather wire, right? So we don't know. Right now, I would not say there's most likely a tornado on the ground with this here. We're watching it. It's a broad area spin, but down near Rosser, where it moved through earlier, we do have a new area spin coming back up, and that's why it's going to be important to find out where Aaron is here, because, again, he may have a new area spin that's coming up from his south. We've got a new hook coming on there, and let's go and look at the velocities. It's pretty broad. It's north of Rosser and it's south of Oak Grove. You know, I really think the old mezzo, we saw the old mezzo blowout. I mean, we had that rear flank downdraft come around, and again, we probably north of Rosser had some winds, I'd say in excess of 70 when that rear flank downdraft cut around, right? That mezzo, I mean, it literally just blew out in real time, and I just don't think that one right now is that concerning. But down here to the south, let's just look at this real quick. This may be trying to cycle up a little bit further to the south. We'll look at the spin. And I mean, to be honest, the computer is showing it's a real broad area. I mean, that's all it's got is a real broad. Let's look at Aaron's shot, and he's pretty rural, so this may be a little in and out. We're going to try and talk to him here. And this is our new system, by the way. We're debuting our new system today. We don't, you know, before we always had the live line and the guys stream in and all that. They don't have to do that anymore. Now this is actual live. The audio's live. It's not on a live line calling in. The video's not delayed by 15 seconds like when you're streaming. They can even get out of their vehicles and report live on the air if they need to. It's a completely different system, and it really allows them to do a lot. But you can see the windshield wipers slowing down and going fast. If you're in a really rural area, sometimes it becomes a little in and out, and I have a feeling he's probably north of Rosser now, pretty rural. But Aaron, if you're able to hear me, again, where you are right now, let me know where you are. I think that old mezzo to the north, I think it blew out completely, had a big RFD, came around. The other area to the south, it's a pretty broad area, but I'll be honest, I don't see much with it. It'll be interesting to see if the Weather Service continues this one, or if they allow for right now this one to expire. But I think there's a downward trend with this one right now. Again, what are you seeing out there in real time? And tell us where you are as well, if you can. And like I mentioned, we can see your video kind of slowing down there a little bit. I know it may be intermittent, but if you're able to talk to us, if you're able to hear me, I should say, let us know. And if not, we'll check back with you. But again, we're seeing your windshield wipers, the video kind of slow down, so that may mean you're in kind of a tough spot. But if you can hear us, let us know.
Yeah, okay. William, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron. We got you.
Southwest of Hoffman right now. So, again, still torrential rain right now. We haven't seen a base or anything like that, but the storm is still a little ways out ahead of us, so we're still trying to keep up with it. These storms are moving at a pretty good clip. So, you know, we're going to try to see if we can get a good view. I would say it's probably pretty much right over the Kaufman area right now. We're just outside of downtown Kaufman, so we're getting pretty close to being behind the storm. But no heavy winds going into the storm on the back side of this, so the winds have definitely died down quite a bit. William, back to you. Okay,
really appreciate that. They are going to go and issue a new tornado warning, though. I'm a little bit surprised, but they are going to go and issue a new tornado warning on this, and it's just going to be a downstream warning. And this is going to be for, and I'm actually sorry, this is going to be for a different cell to the south. This is going to be down here in Navarro County. Let's go and take a look at this one. I think most likely that cell, they're going to let expire. Again, the one there in Kaufman County, we'll watch it. But there is going to be a new warning coming out down here in Navarro County, south of Corsicana. Let's go and look at live radar. And let me know, Aaron, if you're saying, I may have, if you're there, if you were trying to say something, say it again. I think I maybe missed it. I heard it just slightly in my ear, but say that one more time. We got you back on here, if so. Okay, and maybe not. I thought he was trying to say, I think it's just so intermittent there. And again, you're seeing his video. He's just, like I said, he's south of Kaufman, so it's just a little intermittent. But down in Corsicana, let's go and take a look at this, because we do have a new warning coming on down there. And let me go and pull up the details on this. Tornado warning, and again, this is going to be for Navarro County until 5 p.m. And like I mentioned, this has just been issued. So let's go and get down there and take a look at that cell. and looks like it is going to include the Corsicana area. So you folks down there in Navarro County and Corsicana, obviously this is going to be a big heads up for you. So here we go, new tornado warning. Let's go and take a look at this. And again, we're just kind of on the fringes of the neck shroud radar side. We're not getting a real clean presentation here, but let's look at the velocities. And oh man, yeah, you can see this one here. This is another little tight one that's spun up. I tell you what, you folks in Corsicana, this is a real big heads up for you. This one's moving in. And again, it's another one coming in very fast. You folks, again, if you're watching us down in Corsicana, this is short notice for you. Oak Valley as well. This is most likely a tornado on the ground, right? Some of these other ones we've kind of been playing with where they had the broad area spin over the last couple minutes. This looked like the one did earlier, right? This is more than likely a tornado on the ground that's coming into Oak Valley. And again, where is this one heading? In fact, it's moving right into Corsicana, so do not be caught off guard by this one. This is a very quick one that spun up. This one appears to mean business, right? There's Oak Valley, there's Corsicana. This would be the 31, this is the 45, and again, this is moving through Oak Valley right now, but probably within the next 5 minutes. There's really no time to spare on this one because they're moving so fast. It's going to be moving right into Corsicana. So you folks in Corsicana, drop what you're doing and go take your immediate tornado precautions. Oak Valley, obviously, as well. I mean, it's in Oak Valley right now, so you've got to be doing it. But again, for you folks up there in Corsicana, again, you've got to drop what you're doing and you've got to go take those immediate tornado precautions. It's essentially coming right up the 31 and it's going to be moving through Corsicana right at the 45 junction. Let's look at the spin rate. This is similar to some of the other ones we've had that have spun up very fast and very tight. And then we've had some that have been kind of broad and we just kind of played with them for a while. They didn't really do a lot. But these that have been ultra tight have typically done something. So let's go and take a look at the spin rate. And you saw that new beam come around. And again, spin rate, it's not, the computer not necessarily jumping up and down about it, I can tell you that. But we're here in the Storm Studio, we're jumping up and down about this because as we just look at the raw velocities, and again, you have to remember, we're looking at this from a radar site just south of Fort Worth, right? Sometimes when you get in some of these more rural areas, you're relying on radar data that is not ultra close, right? We're not really looking at the surface, we're looking well up into the cloud. So even though the spin rate, what the computer is telling us is not overly impressive as we just look at the raw data pixelated here, this does look quite concerning. And in fact, it's looked like every one of the ones that we had earlier that may have possibly produced a tornado. But again, it's right now, it's a very, very small little community down there in Oak Valley. There's Retreat. This is another very small little community as well. This would be the 45, like if you're going down towards Houston, right? You have to go through Corsicana. There's the 31 junction. It's due south of the 31 junction at Corsicana. Again, just think if you're driving down to H-Town, you drive right through this area, and again, there appears to be, and even with that latest sweep, it's looking more impressive. It appears to be there may be a tornado on the ground. Again, you can never verify it off a radar, but again, if we were wagering, I would probably say I would put a bet on there's a tornado on the ground, right? So again, there's the Corsicana area. This is well south of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. But the bottom line, this is also going to be crossing the 45. Again, if for any reason you're watching us on the mobile app, if you're watching us on YouTube or something where you're mobile out, not on TV, again, and you're on the 45, right? You're heading back up here. You're heading for the weekend down to Houston, Galveston, Crystal Beach, whatever, and you're on the 45. At Corsicana, you cannot go any further south. There is going to be a possible tornado. It's going to be crossing the 45 literally within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So again, worst case, whenever you have a possible tornado crossing a major interstate, 45 is always busy. Again, this is a big heads up. So again, Angus community up through Corsicana, Oak Valley right now, any of those locations, you've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. Again, in the near term, in the near future, this could be tracking up the 31 towards Powell, potentially even over towards Kearns, possibly. And then again, Rice, you folks also included kind of on the northern fringes of that warning as well. But again, there's a strong indication of a possible tornado on the ground. Let me go and look at some new information coming in here. Weather Service saying storm wrapping up, tornado threat increasing. We would definitely agree with that for sure. Let me just see if there's anything else coming in. We've got some power poles down and this is going to be in Mongolia at the 380 east, and Mongolia with the 54-mile-per-hour wind gust. And that's going to be in Denton County. That's going to be over around Lincoln Park, right? 4 east of Lincoln Park in Denton County. There are some power poles down, and that's going to be at the 380 and Mongolia, right there on the northern sides of Denton. And again, a possible wind gust of 54. So even here in the Metroplex, again, gusty winds coming through the Metroplex right now. Winds could easily be, again, 50, 60, maybe even 65 miles per hour. So heads up in the Metroplex, gusty wind, again, moving through right now. As we come back into this one, and Aaron, I see your video. I see you're in a clear slot. You're in Kaufman County. You're in a clear slot. We're going to try and get back to your video here momentarily, just to see what you're seeing with that other cell that was tornado warned. Right now, the immediate concern and what we want to stick with here is again what's coming into Corsicana. Again, if you have any friends, family, loved ones, anyone you know that lives in Corsicana proper, you know it's a rural hometown, quote unquote, but there are a lot of folks that live down in Corsicana. Again, it's right off 45. This is a big heads up for them. This is coming into the southern sides of town, right there at the 3145 junction. Over the next 5 minutes, it's going to be there. But this will be pushing through southern sides of Corsicana. So if you're there, again, you've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. The other thing is, again, if you're on Interstate 45 or you know anyone who's traveling, again, it's Friday. A lot of folks are maybe trying to, again, head down towards the coast, heading down towards Houston. Right now, you've got to not go any further south than Corsicana, right? Because we have a possible tornado here crossing the 45 here in the next 5 minutes or so. Once it's gone, I mean, you know, obviously traffic continues, but here over the next 5 to 10 minutes, travel on 45 right there near Corsicana, not recommended. Not recommended at all. Okay, let's come back over to normal radar mode. And we'll zoom this out. The other tornado warning, well, you know what? Let's take another look at this. And I know we've got Aaron up there. This one's right in Kaufman. Man, oh man, this one's trying to maybe wrap back up on us too. There's a live beam coming around. Aaron's there. Your video may have stalled for 1 second, Aaron. We're going to try and get right back with you. I know you've been in a pretty rural area. But let's go and take a look at this. Weather Service fine-tuning the radar there. Let's see what it looks like. Right there by Post Oak Bend City, north of Kaufman, there's still a pretty decent little area spin. This is what Aaron was seeing. Like I said, I think his video's frozen. Well, Aaron, are you still there with us, or it may just be frozen? If it's frozen, we're going to check back in with him. He was kind of getting into the clear slot there, so we'll see what happens with him. We'll check back in with him again coming up. But again, Aaron's right there in Kaufman looking to the north. And again, on radar, there's still a pretty decent little area spin. And let me go and take a look here at the spin rate again. So we'll take a look at the spin rate again. Okay. Tornado in progress. This is near Brookston. This is going to be up in Lamar County. This is going to be the one turning into the Red River Valley. Okay, let's go and take a look. Yeah, Aaron, let's go and take a look at that video. If you're on the live line, let us know. If you're looking, man, oh man, up there towards that Post Oak Bend City, if you're on the live line, and I say live line, we don't use the live line anymore. If you're on here with us, let us know, where are we looking up towards Post Oak Bend City north of Kaufman?
Yes, William. Let's see here. I'm looking at my radar right now. So we are looking up towards the Oak area, just to the southeast of Kaufman right now.
Yeah, if you're looking up towards Oak Ridge, there's a little, and it may not even be on here, we got a little hometown here, Post Oak Bend City, and we see it, and that's where that old mezzo is, but it's beginning to ramp back up just a little bit. In fact, we've got another decent little hook coming around, and let me look at the velocities. The velocities have come up just a notch as well. So we're looking at your video. We can see the old mezzo, Aaron, and I know it's a little in and out. We can see the striations, and it's a decent base. Do we actually see, you'll have to tell me, I'm trying to look at it through a TV screen here, but do we have a wall cloud there as well?
Right.
I can see the striations, I see the base, but let me know, in the haze there, do we also have a wall cloud redeveloping there as well?
Yeah, William, it does look like there is a redeveloping wall cloud, and these clouds just to the south and east of it are starting to wrap back around it. So I wouldn't doubt that back off in there in the rain, that there's a little bit of spin starting to go back up over in that area.
Yeah, I'm looking at velocities here. I'm kind of clicking through a couple things while we're talking to you. It may not necessarily be an imminent deal, but I mean, there's still some pretty decent broad spin with this. Let me go take another look here at velocity. So this is up in the Oak Ridge area. We'll see what the Weather Service does. Weather Service, they're going to allow this one to expire, this tornado warning, but I can tell you there's still, and you know, we get it, you know, if there's not necessarily an imminent tornado threat, you're not going to continue. You replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. That's what they do always, and we totally understand that. But this one has had a history of producing tornadoes, and again, it's not impossible. Again, I mean, you can see the bell, right? I mean, you can make out the bell. You know, follow my finger. Here's the bell-shaped mesocyclone. This would be the base. And then, again, we're kind of making this out here through the haze, but it appears as though right under the saucer, that right there would be the wall cloud. So, again, we don't see anything coming down. We don't necessarily see a funnel. There's no needle. There's nothing like that right now. But, again, this is still a rotating mesocyclone. It's broad, but, again, you can see this just classic bell shape. We do this all spring. Look at these. And, again, there it is. There's the meso right there. And, again, there's the wall cloud. But Aaron, can you see, I mean, as far as the motion, I mean, is there, what's the rotation like? Just, I mean, we're trying to make it out here through the screen. I see a little lightning there too, but what's the motion like with this?
Yes, William, it's definitely a left to right motion. Like I was just saying a couple of minutes ago, these are closer to us, are getting sucked back up into that mesocyclone right there in the middle, and the rain's actually starting to die down right there about where we're looking at. So if it goes down just a little bit more as it goes to the right hand side of that radio or the electricity tower, we might be able to see a little bit more. I know the lightning has started to pick up, and for chasing in Oklahoma and a lot of other places within the United States, I've learned that the lightning starts to intensify and it starts to get smooth edges instead of the raggedy edges that these storms are starting to intensify again. So the storm may be trying to re-energize at least one more time throughout this evening.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching it from here. I tell you, I'm looking at the velocities right there with you. So, I mean, we see it, and I mean, you've got eyes on it. And, you know, again, this tornado watch continues until 8 p.m., and I mean, we're still pretty early in the day. So, I mean, any of this activity, I mean, we've really got to keep our eye on it. That's the only problem, because all of this activity throughout the day, it's kind of turned on a dime, just like this one did earlier as well. They are going to go ahead and just reissue a severe thunderstorm warning for all of this. And let me go and take a look at this here. This is basically going to be the whole line all the way down through. And let me go, and we're just going to expand out the radar. We've got your shot up, but I'm going to expand out the radar just so we can get a clear picture of what's going on around the area, because we've got a lot going on, just so everyone's clear. That's still a pretty beefy looking supercell there, Aaron. Yeah, well, let's come back over to radar. We're going to check back in with you coming up here in just a moment. But let's go and take a look at what we have going on around the area. And let me go and lapse this. Hey, Aaron, I took your shot one more time. Only I literally just saw you zoom it out as soon as we switched it there. But I want to take your shot one more time. And I mean, because this truly tells it, right? You can see the bell. Okay, you can see the bell, and then again, embedded, you can see the base, and then you can see the possible wall clouds still there at the bottom. But again, if you're new to North Texas, right, you haven't gone through a lot of severe weather with us, this is a mesocyclone. And in the spring, from March until the first part of June, we do this almost weekly, and sometimes multiple times a week. We're out tracking these things that cause active weather. But this is a supercell with the mesocyclone. And again, these structures, when we talk about the bell, when we talk about the base, when we talk about the wall cloud, the funnel, or a tornado, those are all things that come together with this. And in fact, sometimes you can even see the striations. If they're rotating quite a bit tighter, you can even see the striations of the actual bell coming around and spinning as well. But again, you see something like this, and again, you're out on the interstate here, like on 45, which I believe this is here. Again, you know that there's something going on, right? So again, you see these in the Great Plains. They're elsewhere in parts of the United States. States, but typically you see these here in the Great Plains, and Texas really has the most of all. Okay, so let's come back over to radar quickly here, and let's go and take a look at the overview. Want to pass along for our friends, you know what, let's do this. We got that possible tornado on the ground now. This is going to be, and you see it turning purple, the warning from red to purple. It's going to be right up there around Pat Mays Lake. When the warnings turn from red to purple, that means tornado on the ground. See how that turned purple? Tornado on the ground. And that means confirmed from the Weather Service, tornado on the ground. They turn it purple. So again, Pat Mays Lake right here, this is the notch. And again, this is the possible tornado near and just back to the west of Pat Mays Lake. So if you're in Paris, the warning is just to your north, right? It's just to your north. If you're in the Toco area, again, technically you're in the warning, but the activity truly is just to your north. And again, that's going to be crossing the Red River up in Oklahoma. In fact, it's kind of hugging the Red River. This is in our far northeastern coverage area. But again, if you're in and around that Pat Mays Lake area, north of Paris, heads up, possible tornado on the ground. Observed tornado right now on the ground. So again, for the folks up there, again, that is a real big heads up. There's the latest beam. It's basically on the Red River now. You see it. It's basically on the Red River. It's now actually literally in real time crossing over into Oklahoma. So we're going to keep our eye on that. But again, like I mentioned, truly it's literally crossing into Oklahoma. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go and zoom this out. And let's roll through this and let's see what we have going on, okay? So number one, and we'll go back down in Navarro County here momentarily. We continue with the tornado warning down in the Corsicana area. Right now we do have a vortex marker down there. We'll see what that means coming up. This supercell here, this is the one Aaron's on now north and northeast of Kaufman. He's got a great shot of it. We'll take another look at it. This one I think has produced some intermittent tornadic activity as we've gone through the day. It may not be done yet, right? Continues in a tornado watch here. Again, we've had the one tornado confirmed on the ground. It's going to be west of the Pat Mays Lake area. It's now crossing the Red River into Oklahoma. Supercell, supercell, supercell. And then behind it, we have a line of storms developing. Line number 2, which was anticipated. But now we have something that was not anticipated. We have a third line developing as well. Have you ever seen that? Broken line of supercells. Squall line, tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warning. I mean, does it say North Texas? What says North Texas weather more than that, right? Nowhere. This doesn't happen anywhere else. So we have a lot going on. And again, the one interesting piece of this is, again, we don't just have the secondary line we were anticipating. We now have a third line behind that developing as well. So, I mean, this just looks absolutely crazy, doesn't it? But the bottom line is here in the Metroplex, as this activity and potentially even the third line moves through as we go through the evening, the primary concern with that is wind, right? Wind up to 60 miles per hour. We've had a couple reports of hail. Hail sizes overall have not been that big in the Metroplex, dimes and pennies primarily. But again, also we have to keep in mind a lot of rain coming down as well. The evening commute, of course, what are folks trying to do? They're trying to get home, and again, it's Friday. Folks are not going to wait around the office, right? Most folks are going to get out and get in it, unfortunately. And even though it's a pretty thin band moving through, it's still putting down quite a bit of heavy rain. So again, I would really anticipate some big-time slowdowns travel-wise around the Metroplex, at least early this evening. So please do keep that in mind. Let me go and do this. Let me go and zoom in. And again, we'll take a look. We'll stair step this line, then we'll go down to our tornado warning, then we'll go back out to Kaufman County where Aaron is, and we'll take a look at all of this. And let me take a quick peek here at the weather wire. We've got some urgent coming in. Let's see what this is. Okay, possible funnel in Corsicana, and that would be east of 45. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, that, you know, I tell you, and we're getting a report up there, that tornado, you know, it's crossed into Oklahoma. I mean, we would normally talk about it more, but it's truly crossing the Red River into Oklahoma. Reports of that could be a large tornado crossing. Literally, it's down in the Red River Valley. It may even be in the water right now. A few reports of that. Again, you have to take these reports with a grain of salt coming in off the weather wire. We're not confirming it, but again, there's a report of a possible larger tornado. Again, it may even be down in the water, in the Red River, coming out now over into Oklahoma. Those are the latest reports coming out. But again, it's kind of crossing out of our area. And so again, that's why we're not really talking about that one. We've kind of let that one go up into Oklahoma, but we're still getting a few reports of that one coming out. So the Weather Service, they're gonna, and I'm sorry about the pauses here, they're gonna go ahead and reissue a tornado warning up here. Let's go and take a look at this one more time. And I mean, this is right on the Red River. And again, so for our friends up here, especially in the Pat Mays Lake area, let's go and loop this. The Weather Service is going to go ahead and reissue a tornado warning on this. I mean, you know, and we want to cover it, obviously, any tornado warning there is. But this is really, truly crossing into Oklahoma. Like I mentioned, this is a report of a possible tornado. We're kind of splitting hairs here. Is it on the Texas side or is it on the Oklahoma side? Nobody really knows, right? But may even be down in the water, literally in the Red River right now. Possible tornado here. They are going to reissue the warning. It's a little misleading. I say that tongue in cheek, but truly, it's maybe 100 yards in Texas or it's 100 yards in Oklahoma. I mean, either way, we really don't know, but it's not going to be, as you see this come back out, it's not going to be for the whole county again, okay? So let's see exactly what they do with this, but I just want to give you another look at that and what we're talking about. And again, it's just kind of semantics up there. But again, a warning is a warning, and again, we're going to take it serious. So let's go and take a look here, what we have going on. Okay, confirmed tornado was over Pat Mays Lake now. 12 miles north of Paris. Okay, that's what we've been talking about. Could even be down in the Red River, honestly, literally in the water. We know about that. Okay, so yeah, they're going to go and just reissue that tornado warning. So again, this is going to be for Lamar County, but again, just to keep it in context, you folks in Paris, you know, other locations there. I mean, we're literally talking just about the Pat Mays Lake area, and again, we're literally talking about just right in the Red River Valley. Okay, so I just don't want everyone else up there to be alarmed by this, but this will be a new tornado warning coming out again for Lamar County. So let's go and get this one out. So it's until 5 p.m. So again, just heads up on that. 5 p.m. new tornado warning, and so that'll be about a 20-minute warning. And again, it's going to be for this right here, and again, it's going to be for another observed tornado, right? So it's going to be a purple, not a red. It'll be a purple warning, and there it is. You see it right there, reissued. And so again, it's mainly going to be for the Pat Mays Lake area down in the Red River. Okay, Pat Mays Lake down in the Red River. Again, if you're in the Pat Mays Lake area, right? I mean, maybe you know, you have a cabin or something like that up in there, or you just live north of Paris, close to Pat Mays Lake. But I mean, you know, well north of Paris, right? This warning is not in Paris. It's not in Reno. Again, just a big heads up on all that. Again, it's literally right up there in Pat Mays Lake. If you live up in there, new tornado warning. You've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. But again, I just want to clarify one more time for our other friends there that they're not startled that something you know, changed all of a sudden. We're still talking about the same storm. Again, it's just they're off to your north. Okay, let's go and zoom this out. We need to take another look at this one. We're going to get back down to Corsicana. We've had a little funnel now reported down there. And if I don't know if Aaron is still traveling on this one, but this one is re-energizing. This is out here around Lake Tawakoni, West Tawakoni, and there's a big hail core now developing with this, but the rotation is coming up with this one again as well. In fact, the rotation has come up remarkably with this one out here around Lake Tawakoni. And we've got Aaron. We're going to take a look at his video. Let's look at the spin rate. Yeah, the computer picking up on it as well. Let me just look here. We've got an urgent coming in. Okay, not necessarily important. Let's go back to Aaron's video. Aaron, let us know where you are now. Let us know if you're still actually on that one or if you've turned around or exactly where you are. The rotation has actually come up just a notch out there around the Lake Tawakoni area. But again, tell us where you are and again, give us an update. I see you're out of the rain. We're able to see some stuff again, but tell us what's going on out there. And if you're there, Aaron, let us know. We've got your video, but we just got to check the audio if you're there. If not, we'll come right back to you if you're able to talk. Let's see if we've got Aaron's audio. And we may need to come right back. You see the video kind of slowing down, kind of cutting in and out. We'll give him one more second if we're able to get it. If not, like I said, we'll come back to him. I'm just not sure which direction he's going, if he's still going towards this area spin or if he's coming back the other direction. Okay, we're going to check back in with Aaron, but we've got his video kind of intermittently there. But again, out there around West Tawakoni, Lake Tawakoni, East Tawakoni, those locations, this area spin is beginning to come back up ever so slightly. Again, you can see the notch there redeveloping. Just looking at something new there from the Weather Service. Okay, we'll continue to watch that. From there, let's go and zoom out. Let's come down to the south. This is our other tornado warning. And again, this continues down here around the Corsicana area. We've had a report of some intermittent funnel cloud activity. Let's go and look at the velocities. And this area's spin, I mean, it's really continued to haul off to the north pretty quickly. Let's look at the spin rate here. Let's come back over to velocities. We really and truly have two areas of spin within this. If you look at this carefully, we've got two little mini mesocyclones. We have one area of spin up here, and then we have one broad area spin still closer to Corsicana. This right here is what looks more concerning, right? So north of the 31, north of Powell, again, north of Corsicana, we did have the report of the funnel cloud in Corsicana, but again, the main area spin is now pretty well north of town. And if I don't step on something there, pretty well north of town. Let's come back over to live radar, and let's go and take a look in this. And again, you can see the little notch right here. Either way you slice this one up. Again, if you're in Corsicana or locations off to the north, and truly from there, it really gets pretty rural, right? Once you get east of 45 in Corsicana, north of 31, you have Powell right there on 31. But outside of that, you really don't have much. I mean, you can see the farm roads there, right? But as far as actual communities, actual hometowns, again, by and large, there's just not much going on as far as actual communities go. So tornado warning continues here. We're going to continue to watch it. Again, there are farms, there are ranches, there are things like that north and northeast of Corsicana, but again, it truly just gets pretty rural. And in fact, we're mainly just talking about kind of unincorporated farm areas. Let me go and take a look here. There is a new warning coming out for Limestone. That's one of our far southeastern counties. This will also be a severe thunderstorm warning. And we're going to take a look at this. It's just now coming up. Okay, this will be until 5:30. And let me go take a look. I mean, literally, it's just now being issued, so we'll get you the specifics on this, and we'll come back to it. So bear with me just 1 second here. And then we'll go and take a look at an overview again. The good news is a lot of this may be beginning to ramp down just some. Yeah, they're going to reissue that tornado warning. I'm not surprised on this. We need to find out if Aaron is still eastbound on this. Again, it's getting over to the fringes of our coverage area. He may have turned around. I'm not surprised on this at all. This one has gone re-tornado warned out there around Tawakoni. I'm not surprised on that at all. We were just talking about this one, and this one was really ramping up. Aaron, let me know if you can hear me, if you're still eastbound on this one or if you turned around. I know it's getting out there on the fringes of our coverage area, but if you're out there, we do want to pop your video back up because I think you're in the clear slot, and this one is really ramped back up. This one, we're going to look at the velocities here momentarily, but again, this one does appear to at least pose an immediate threat of at least some type of tornadic activity. So again, new tornado warning, it's just now populating. Let me go and tell you where it is. And again, this one's going to be for Hunt, Kaufman, Rains, and Van Zant County. Hopkins, Hunt, Kaufman, Rains, and Van Zant County. It's a big tornado warning just because that storm is basically splitting all of those counties, right? It's a little bit of the storm in each one of those counties, and so that's why there's so many involved in it. But again, new tornado warning here, and again, this one will be until 5:15. Okay, and this one will be until 5:15. Look how this ramped back up, man, oh man. If you're out there in the Tawakoni area, West Tawakoni, Lake Tawakoni, East Tawakoni, you've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions, right? Right now, that is the immediate concern. This is similar to what we're seeing down there in Navarro County. Outside of that, until you get over towards the Lone Oak area, there's just not a lot going on. That's a 69 over there around Lone Oak. You know, outside of that, there's just not a lot. We've got Point. So in other words, we've really got Lake Tawakoni. You get over towards the 69, you got Point, and you got Lone Oak. And outside of that, it's pretty unincorporated. Again, we're mainly just talking about, again, the Tawakoni right through there. Let's come back over to velocities. And you can definitely see where this area shear is, right? And there's the next shred now popping up a meso 6 on it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the spin rate. And Aaron, if you can still hear us from there, let me know where you are on that. Again, if you're still eastbound on that or not, because if so, we do want to pop your video back up because you should have a pretty clean shot of that. And again, I'm looking down at his video. So Tawakoni here, we've got the mezzo on it here. This is going to be moving up towards the 267, but eventually this is truly going to be moving over towards Point, right? Pretty rural area. West Tawakoni, East Tawakoni, possible area spin here that is ramping up again pretty quickly, and again that's going to be moving there over towards the Point area. Now again, like I mentioned, outside of that, it's pretty rural, it's pretty unincorporated, right? That's the only piece of good news sometimes when you have activity in the more rural areas, right? Sometimes you can just get it literally in open land, and that's what we like. We don't want anybody to have any activity on their land at all, but if you had to have it over open land, sometimes that may be a little bit better. Right now, the immediate concern is in the Tawakoni area, and yeah, I tell you that the spin rate really coming up on this now too. And there it is. You can see the notch as well. Pretty big hail core there just on the northern sides of town. The hail core mainly is going to be moving over towards Lone Oak, right there on the 69, just north and east of the Tawakonis. Just looking for anything new coming in. Flooding up in Gutner. Flooding up in Gutner. Again, no real specifics on that. So Highway 289 up in Gutner. Looks like some localized street flooding, and that would really be possible with any of this activity. Do keep that in mind, even here in the Metroplex as well. We're going to check back in with Aaron. Like I mentioned, as soon as he pops back in here with us, we're going to be talking with him. I believe he's still over here on that cell, and if so, we're going to get a live shot on it. But again, new tornado warning there. I want to zoom back into Dallas County. And again, it's rock and rolling here at our studios. We're here off these Stemmons. And in fact, there you see WTTV studio. Yeah, weather service now. Yeah, a golf ball's possible up there around the Tawakonis and Lake Tawakoni. And again, they're really seeing that tornado threat increasing as well. Aaron, if you can hear me, let me know, like I said, if you're still there on it or not, because if you're there, let's go and pop up your video and let's take a look at that. I know you were there in Kaufman. I just don't know if you went that far out to the east with it because it gets so rural out there. But if you're still there, let's try and get a shot on this because this may be trying to get into tornado genesis mode pretty quickly. No guarantee that happens, but that one again out here in the Tawakonis, Lake Tawakoni area, it's really ramped back up. So let us know on that. Okay, let's look at Dallas County here quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Dallas County. Again, evening commute 4:50. I mean, evening commute. It's Friday, so everyone's trying to leave at about 3:45, 4 o'clock. Evening commute in full progress, right? Stemmons Corridor 35E. It's wet, heavy rain. This is where our studios are. They're moving in towards downtown. 75 Central, heavy rain moving in there. Big problems, big slowdowns. There's Interstate 20. There's Interstate 30. There's the 183 if you're heading back over towards the Irving area. 114 heading back into Las Colinas. Also looks quite wet. Again, you can see that there. If you're heading southbound, there's West Oak Cliff. South Oak Cliff would be right about here. 35E also will be wet fairly quickly in the next 15 to 20 minutes. 45 also looking wet. Hutchins down through the Lancaster area. There's DeSoto, there's Deville, Duncanville, also looking wet. Grand Prairie beginning to dry out some, but again, still quite a bit of active rain ongoing. Again, all of this will be moving over towards the 635 LBJ, Garland, Mesquite. Again, I would anticipate with this volume of rain moving in, traffic slowdowns through all of those locations. I want to take this over into Tarrant County quickly here too. And by the way, severe thunderstorm warning continues with this. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. And again, you can see that secondary line. The secondary line didn't necessarily fill in, right? And I say secondary, I really should say third line, right? We have the first line of broken supercells. We have the second line near the front, and then we actually had a third line redevelop as well. That little, can you see that little faint green line right there? That's actually the cold front. It'll be a one-day wonder. Tonight, overnight lows down in the 40s and 50s. If you're making evening plans, once this is gone in the Metroplex, the rest of your Friday evening, it's going to be just fine. It'll be breezy. It'll be a little chilly, okay, but as we get into the weekend, Saturday looks a little cool, highs near 70. Sunday looks great. So again, this is just a one-day deal, and even the cool down with this system, it's going to be kind of a one night, tomorrow morning, early afternoon type deal, but otherwise temperatures even begin to rebound behind this front fairly quickly as well. So truly, we just have kind of a minor inconvenience we're having to deal with right now, as far as what's going on. But over in Tarrant County, for the most part, this activity has really begun to clear out. Right over in the Fort Worth side of town, that little green line you can see that's moving through, that is the front. So again, behind it, you now have a northerly, northwesterly wind developing, and your temperature there will begin to ease down, but also it'll sweep out all the humidity as well. It's going to be quite a bit drier as we go through tonight as well. Drier meaning less humid than it was today, not obviously drier, less rain as well. Okay, let's do this. Let's go a little bit further to the north. And let's look up here in Collin County. Again, we're just talking about the evening commute, then we'll take a look at our activity back off to the east again. But again, 75, again, if you're coming out of Dallas County, maybe heading back home to Plano, Allen, again, maybe even heading up towards McKinney, Anna, Melissa, a lot of folks live up there nowadays. 75, it's just rain all the way, right? A lot of it heavy. Plano, Allen, quite heavy. McKinney, quite heavy. If you're looking back over towards the Frisco area, again, the tollway, basically wet up towards Prosper, all the way up towards the Salina area. 380 back over towards Denton also looks wet. We have two waves coming out, one over there around Oak Point, back down towards Lake Dallas, Louisville. 35E beginning to dry out a little bit. Maybe if you're heading up towards Denton, it is beginning to dry out. But again, Collin County, at least over the next hour or so, all of this looks pretty wet. And again, even for our friends back over towards Nevada, Farmersville, Blue Ridge, kind of the more rural eastern parts of Collin County, again, similar story. Heavy rain moving in, and it's going to persist for at least the next hour or so. Some intermittent severe weather. Main concern would be 60-mile-per-hour winds with this activity. Okay, from there, let's do this. We're going to zoom out. And let's come back down in Navarro County. And we continue with this tornado warning down here. We'll see what the Weather Service decides to do with this one. Okay, down in Mejia, that's going to be south of our coverage area near the Walmart, tightening rotation. There's still storms south of us, but most of those, if they do come up, they're going to be impacting our southeastern counties. Okay, so we're going to keep our eye on those. But Mejia, just south of our coverage area, tightening rotation on Main Street near a Walmart. But again, that's south of our general coverage area. Let's take a look at velocities here. Yeah, north of course, I mean, this is in a really rural area, right? I mean, it's really just an unincorporated area. You can still see the old area spin. It's still there. I mean, we're not talking about this one as much, only for the fact, I mean, you know, we always say there's nothing there. You can see the farm roads. There could be farms, there could be ranches, but once you get north of Powell, once you get northeast of Corsicana, once you get north of the 31 here in Navarro County, I mean, this is all just unincorporated, right? There's really just not a lot going on. That's the old area spin. So it's now northeast of Corsicana for sure. It's north of the 31. So Powell and Kearns, again, even though you're still under the tornado warning, still take your tornado precautions, but the main area spin is just to your north, right? So we're still monitoring it, but we're just going to keep on kind of moving only for the fact, I mean, it's in a wide open area. There could be some tornadic activity. If it does begin to move towards a hometown, we're going to be right back on it. But again, we are monitoring that from here, and at least officially, a tornado warning does continue. Let's go and take a look at this here. And again, I'm sorry, just all this new information is coming in every time I walk over here. Water spout on Pat Mays Lake, possible. I mean, it's just the tornado. Again, it was possibly even down in the Red River, and now I think it's moving across Pat Mays Lake as a water spout. So again, I mean, you're basically talking about Texas, Oklahoma. I mean, you know, kind of what side, you know, kind of pick your thing with that. Okay, so just looking at new information coming in, they will issue a new tornado warning, and this is going to be for the Freestone, Navarro County storm. This is the one coming out of Mejia. We'll take a look at that one here in just momentarily. And hopefully we're being clear enough about all of this. We don't want to confuse everybody with what's going on. It's this cell coming out, just now moving into our southern coverage area, right? It's just now moving out of Mejia, and that'll be a new tornado warning down there. We're going to take a look at that. I want to come back up here to the north, though. and this one out here still hanging out around Lake Tawakoni. And we still need to make contact here with Aaron. Aaron, let me know. I know he was still out there. Aaron's been on the cell. He may have turned back around. It's just getting to the fringes of our coverage area. I just don't know if he went that far out to the east. But if he did, let me know because we want to go and take your shot of this. So again, there could still be an opportunity of some type of tornadic activity again happening with this one. This one did begin to ramp back up. Let's go and take another look at this here. And again, we're still seeing at least broad areas of spin, right? Between East Tawakoni and up towards the 69, right there at the point area. This is a pretty broad area of spin, right? So not impossible that we have some type of tornadic activity, but again, compared to where it was just moments ago, again, it does continue to just look a little more broad. Let's come back over to the spin rate. And again, spin rate also showing that, again, it's looking fairly broad right now as well. Big hail core, though, right there around the Lone Oak area. Let's look at the hail core tracker just for the heck of it. And yeah, this is a pretty decent hail core, right? This could easily be pushing $half size hail. This could easily be pushing larger, maybe even some ping pong balls to maybe even golf balls mixed in here as well. This is large hail, again, moving through those areas. Let me do this. Let me come back around to normal radar. And I know we're having to jump around here a lot, but literally, we have stuff going on just everywhere. I want to come back into the Metroplex into Dallas County. And again, we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning in Dallas County. And again, things are, rocking and rolling. Like I mentioned, even our studios, things are rocking and rolling. Let's do this. Let's go and look at our cam. And let me see what we can do here. Let's see if we can actually look. This one here. It looks like the downtown cam is completely grayed out, so we can't really see anything with that one. This is Dealey Plaza, and you can't really see anything. This would be right at Commerce Street in downtown Dallas. Again, obviously you're seeing the rain on the lens there. Still see a little bit of traffic moving. You can see the raindrops coming down pretty good, but again, that would be Dealey Plaza. This here would be downtown. This is a gray out, right? You can't see anything at all. I mean, conditions are completely grayed out. That means very heavy rain in progress. And the reason why, it's because heavy rain is in progress, right? Here's the movie mode. This is over the last 30 to 45 minutes or so. And again, you can see this next kind of almost finale, if you will, this line moving through as well. 60 mile per hour winds possible. There has been some lightning and thunder. I mean, even here at our studios, right? We're up here on the Stemmons, and things were rock and rolling about 5 or 10 minutes ago, pretty good. I don't think I've really heard much in the way of thunder over the last maybe 5 minutes or so. But again, this activity basically right over downtown, right there where we are, right along the Stemmons corridor. This moving over towards the 635 LBJ. So again, do keep that in mind. Loop 12 Northwest Highway up there to the north. Again, 75 Central looking all wet. There's the tollway looking all wet. And again, even locations down here to the south, again, also looking quite wet as well. 35 east southbound, 45 southbound out of downtown. Again, wet and again, looking pretty slow-mo to me. Let's go and zoom this in. We'll take kind of a closer inspection while we're here in Dallas County. And again, while we do that, let's just kind of zoom this in. We'll work from south to north. And so again, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, again, right there along the 67. All right, if you're coming, from downtown or whatever, heading back down the 67 home for the weekend, Duncanville, Cedar Hill rather. There's the DeSoto area. Again, there's Oak Cliff. This would be South Oak Cliff. There's the zoo. Again, 35 east southbound. Like I mentioned, everything looking pretty wet. Just kind of on the fringes of Lancaster. You folks in Lancaster will get some stuff coming in from the west. There's the Hutchins area. This is 45 corridor over here, and then of course Pleasant Grove here as you're curving back around towards the 635 there, LBJ. But again, regardless, South Dallas, again, things are looking pretty wet. Let's go a little bit further to the north, and we'll just slowly stair step this, right? And again, downtown Dallas, again, you can see the Highland Park area. There's Kessler Park. Here's Fair Park, right, White Rock Lake, right over in here. Again, downtown Dallas, everything looking very wet over downtown. There's Oak Lawn. Again, there's our studios. Things are letting up, WTTV studios. Things are beginning to kind of let up here just a little bit. But even back over there, Dallas Baptist University, DBU, Cockrell Hill. Again, like I mentioned, there's West Oak Cliff. Again, just calling out some of the hometowns as you're maybe trying to get home as we head into our Friday. But again, we're seeing the reds and the pinks, obviously. That's where the heavier rain is going to be. And really, I'm telling you what, 75 Central, really looking pretty wet right now. Again, you're seeing the purple showing up and the bright pink showing up as well. Not necessarily hell, obviously. We're just talking about very heavy rain through there. We'll go further to the north, and again, similar story here, right? Again, mainly just heavy rain. All the way up towards Northwest Highway, you can see North Park Mall, all the way up through the 635 LBJ. Again, Lake Highlands area over here, White Rock Lake, I think we've already mentioned that. North Park Mall, this would be Northwest Highway, by the way, heading over towards the Lake Highlands. Texas Instruments, that would be TI, the exit right there on the 635. And again, similar story. We've just got heavy rain moving in. The LBJ curve over here, again, this heavy rain will be moving in that direction. And again, this is all, again, big time construction, travel slowdowns. Typically as it is, we're going to go and add all that heavy rain to it. So again, I would really anticipate some real deal travel slowdowns with that as well. Let's go further to the north, up into parts of Collin County. And even for our friends there in Richardson, we don't want to forget about you. Garland, even back over through Rowlett, eventually this activity will be moving over towards you. You see the Galleria there. Again, things beginning to wind down in the Galleria or around the Galleria. UT Dallas right there at the top of your screen, heavy rain in progress. And again, we'll just kind of follow that up to the north. There's Plano. This is the 75 Central corridor up towards Allen. You can see the Parker, the Lucas area. And again, even Murphy there as well, up towards Fairview, and then eventually towards McKinney, just following 75 up there to the north. Other locations like over around Frisco, there's the Legacy area back down towards Colony. Again, still heavy activity, but again, lightening up just some. The tollway you can see there from the shops at Willow Bend, the mall northbound. Again, basically we'll just call it moderate rain in progress. And then locations off to the north, there's Prosper, there's Salina. Again, a pocket of pretty heavy rain there right around the Prosper area. Now over towards Denton, things are winding down. And in fact, even over in Tarrant County, things dramatically winding down over there. Again, most of the active precipitation basically done. The little green line you're seeing, that is the actual cold front. So again, behind it, this is what I'm talking about, this little green line right through here. You can trace out the cold front, and so again on the west side of it, behind it, we have dropping temperatures, a northerly and northwesterly wind, less humid air funneling into the area, and again that will make for a fairly chilly evening. It's going to be a one-day deal, chilly tonight, a little cool tomorrow, and then we rebound on Sunday. In fact, even into parts of early next week, back to near 80 before we have a possible, by next Friday, a possible pretty strong cold front coming into the area that may really knock our temperatures down. So we'll track that obviously as we get into next week. But let's go and widen this out one more time. Let's go and roll this back into motion. And in fact, I think I've been talking here for maybe like 4 hours now. Let me go take a quick drink here. And literally, I think we've been on live now. I think this literally is hour number 4. And let's just kind of take a look at the overview of what we have going on. And as we do that, let me go and switch this around. We're going to put this into a different mode here. Let me go and lapse this. So the good news, at least for the Metroplex, right, if you're trying to make your Friday evening plans, again, still a few weather complications for maybe the next hour in Dallas and in Collin County, maybe the next 45 minutes, right? But once this activity is gone, it's gone, right? So, I mean, the rest of the evening in the Metroplex will clear. If you're out west, your evening's already cleared, right? Mineral Wells, Palo Pinto County, even up towards Jack County, Young County, Wise County, things are clearing out, right? You're good. Even back down towards Erath County, again, those locations, everything is good. Our friends out east, it's going to be a bit of a longer evening, right? You've got the broken line of supercells, that's got to move through, and then we also have this line that has to move through as well. But eventually, even in our eastern counties, by about 10, 11 p.m. this evening, the activity will move out of there as well. But again, here in the Metroplex, definitely over the next hour, things should be improving. And again, you should easily be able to get on with your evening. But like I said, right now, we're just tracking kind of this final line, if you will, again, through the area. So let's go and zoom back in here. And I want to come back to our other tornado warning. And this was north of Tawakoni. And it's now north of Lone Oak. And again, this is moving over towards Hopkins County. There's Sulphur Springs there, you see, in the right-hand side of your screen. Still a fairly decent little knot showing up here. Right in here. That would be the area of concern right there. Let me come back over to velocities. And as we get in our eastern counties, sometimes it's a little harder to see from radar. But no, you can still see where that area of spin is. It's right here. And so again, in general, again, if you're in Sulphur Springs, again, this is still a heads up. Again, this may still, in general, be moving up towards your area. This has been a cyclic supercell. I think this one has probably produced 2 tornadoes as we've gone through the day. We started tracking this down by Waco. It then moved into our southern counties in Hill County. And from there, I mean, we've essentially been tracking it all afternoon. And again, you can just see how that changed to pink right there. Notice how this just changed to purple. That is now an observed tornado, and I'm not surprised. You can see how the reds and the greens, obviously the couplet there coming together. So the Weather Service just now updating this. So north of Tawakoni, this would be a tornado on the ground. This is now an observed tornado. That's going to be moving up towards the 57, the junction at 11 in the Sulphur Springs. Again, 67 into the 11 junction in the Sulphur Springs. That's going to be the general path. It's really this area right there. And again, you can see it even from, I mean, this radar site's all the way over in Fort Worth. You can see it very evidently. And again, for our friends here in Hopkins County, in Sulphur Springs, for you folks, this is a real big heads up. Again, you've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. Like I mentioned, the Weather Service, they've switched that over to an observed tornado. Let me go take a look here at the weather wire. And we'll just see exactly what they're talking about on this one. I think that may have happened while we were talking about, again, what was kind of going on in the Metroplex. We already knew about the tornado warning, obviously, but let's see how this has now been turned over to an observed tornado. And again, they're going to issue a whole new tornado warning for Hopkins County as well. And not necessarily seeing the report of it, so we'll continue to watch it. But somehow, somewhere, they did confirm there was a tornado, right? And yeah, actually, there was a report here. Just 4 miles southeast of Tawakoni, tornado on the ground. And this was from about 15 minutes ago or so. So there has at least been one report of a tornado on the ground with this. So again, heads up. And again, also somebody reporting a possible funnel near Emory, looking from Emory up towards this as well. So again, yeah, the bottom line is, I mean, on radar it looks like it. We're kind of getting the vague report there in off the weather wire as well. But the bottom line is, again, if you're in the Sulphur Springs area, come be to Sulphur Springs. It's the 67 over down into the 11 junction, back into Sulphur Springs. It's a heads up. This is a possible tornado, again, coming in your direction. And it's this area right here. It's this area right here that again is going to be inbound. And right now, the red line center line track, it is into Sulphur Springs. Pretty rural community, but again, a lot of folks know about Sulphur Springs up here in Hopkins County. So again, if that's you, if you're in that area, or even if you're in the more kind of rural area around it, again, like I mentioned, you've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and again, there's no sign of, there's the latest beam coming in. You can see that's an ultra tight couplet right there, red and green coming together, ultra tight. There's no two ways about it. I mean, from the visual report, obviously, but even basing this just off of radar, this will be coming up on the 67. It's moving pretty quickly here too, at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So again, this will be coming into the Sulphur Springs area truly in no time whatsoever. There's a different perspective there. Again, as that just updated. Again, you can still see that fairly tight rotation coming in there as well. Let's come over to the spin rate. And again, as we do that, spin rate just kind of cleans all that up, kind of gives us a better presentation. And again, yeah, this right here is the area that we're talking about, right? It's going to be right back in here. This is what we're watching. And again, it's kind of this northeasterly motion through the 67 and then down into that 1167 junction, and possibly, again, possibly, we hate to draw the line right into Sulphur Springs, obviously, but in general, that is where it would be heading. So again, big heads up, again, for the friends there in Sulphur Springs. Obviously, this being kind of east and northeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Okay, so let's come back to normal radar. And again, you can see, right, so that's obviously on the far eastern fringes of our coverage area, right? If you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex wondering where that is, again, that's well off to the east. But again, we get a lot of folks out in our eastern counties that are watching our channel. And again, so we're always trying to make sure we have things covered for you folks as well. But again, you can see that pale pink showing up now, kind of that purplish color, and the warning has now been turned from red to that color, again, because that is now a observed tornado on the ground. Okay, a little bit further on down to the south, again, this is the storm moving into Freestone County, and again, also parts of Navarro County, right there around Streetsman. It's heading up towards Eureka, the 287. This is also tornado warned. This is the one that was down around Mejia, and as it was down around Mejia, near the Walmart at Main Street, there was a possible funnel, maybe even a little needle down there. And again, let's see, just looking at something else coming in here. Again, still possible rotation with that storm up there to the north. Again, just looking at the weather wire here. But again, basically moving into parts of Navarro County, Streetsman up through Eureka. Again, heads up, you need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions with this cell as well. Let me come back over to the spin rate. And we'll take a look down here. And this is a pretty good indicator. Like I mentioned, the further east you get from the radar, sometimes it's a little bit harder to see these things. But I tell you, on both of these, we're getting a pretty decent presentation. So again, near and southeast of Eureka, truly north of Streetsman now. Streetsman still continue to take your tornado precautions. But right there, this is an immediate tornadic concern right at the 287 and Eureka. Possible tornado there on the ground. Okay, let's come back to normal radar. And again, we'll just take one more look kind of around the area. Again, we've got that activity moving through the Metroplex. Again, right now, severe weather possible here in the Metroplex, mainly with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, you can see this line moving through Dallas County. Once it moves through, over the next 30 to maybe 45 minutes, once it's through Dallas County, it's basically done, right? Again, behind it, Tarrant County, Denton County, things are already drying out. Things are already getting quiet out there. And again, we've just got this final line basically moving on through. And similar story up in Collin County, right? As you're maybe trying to make your Friday evening plans, you'll still have time, again, to make Friday evening, Friday late night plans, because once this is through, again, we clear out. We just turn cool, but that's simply it. But right now for the evening commute, the 75 Central Corridor, again, 35 East southbound, eventually 45. Again, all of that looks quite wet. The 635 LBJ, that whole loop on the east side there, also looking quite wet from Garland down through Mesquite, maybe even down through the Pleasant Grove area as well. Again, just a big heads up on all of that. From there, let's see, what else do we have? Again, like I mentioned, we've been on here for several hours live. I mean, we knew we were going to be on with you. This progressed a little bit slower, meaning the activity held towards the 35 corridor quite a bit longer than we anticipated. I mean, luckily, we probably had a few tornadoes. We'll have that confirmed by the Weather Service. We probably had a couple, but again, by and large, so far, knock on wood, we've been able to do pretty good today compared to, again, how it was looking maybe a little bit earlier this morning. Okay, let's take one more look at this here. And this is still that possible. In fact, this is still the observed tornado. We don't know that it's still on the ground. It was at least observed at one point. But again, this is still coming into the Sulphur Springs area. Let me go and lapse this. And again, as we do that, this is still just right on the western sides of town. Let me go and zoom this in. And again, this is maybe 5 miles west of town. We've got still this pretty decent little area of rotation out here that, again, we've been watching. You can see the reds and the greens coming together. And again, that's what we call a couplet. And we'll even look at our spin rate product here as well. And again, as we do that, similar story, right? This is just kind of cleaning it up, letting the computer clean it up. And again, as it does that, it's this area right here. So again, it's basically coming right down the 67. Here's that 11 junction down into Sulphur Springs, right? And again, the general motion here, again, right, the last report we had, it was on the ground. That's why the warning has turned purple, right? It's an observed tornado. It doesn't necessarily mean it's still on the ground. It could have lifted, but we need to err on the side of caution and again, assume it is still on the ground. But again, if it is, where's it going? I mean, unfortunately, it's going to be heading right into Sulphur Springs. So if you're in Sulphur Springs, you've got to take this very seriously, obviously. And again, you've got to make sure, if you're not already, taking those, again, immediate tornado precautions. You can also see the notch, kind of the hook here, if you will. Again, that is also, again, essentially moving right on into town. Let me go and take a look here at the weather wire. Again, we've just got so much coming in now. And let's see. So this will be a new tornado warning down in Freestone and Limestone County. That was the same cell that we were looking at earlier. We'll come down there as well. We'll get back here into the Metroplex. We'll talk more about that coming up. And the good news is, here in the Metroplex, they went ahead and let the warnings expire. In fact, let's go and talk about that just real quickly. We've still got heavy weather moving through, right? A lot of our major thoroughfares, again, in Dallas and in Collin County, there's heavy rain coming down. But the good news is the warning has now been allowed to expire, right? We basically just got heavy rain moving in, and this line will continue to move to the east. It still could easily still be re-warned, right, with severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll see. But right now, the main concern, it primarily is over in our eastern counties. Like I mentioned, we do have this new tornado warning. It's just been issued. And again, this one here, this one is going to be for Limestone and also Freestone County down in our far kind of southeastern coverage area. So let me go and show you that. And again, this is also going to be for parts of Van Zandt County here as well. Let's go. Let me go and take it. Let me go and check that warning here just real quick on what they did with that. And again, this warning here is going to be for, and like I mentioned, this is just literally just now coming in. This will be for Henderson, Kaufman, and Van Zandt County until 6 p.m. And again, that sounds better. And this is the one that came out of Navarro County. This possibly produced a tornado. This was just south of Corsicana. It looked like it was kind of weakening, but now it's actually come back up in the velocities here as well. And let's go and take a look at our spin rate. And again, as we do that, this is kind of the area of concern right there around the Mawbank area. And again, this is, in general, it's going to be heading up towards Canton. Again, it could still easily weaken, but again, this is one we're going to continue to keep our eye on it. Yeah, and we're kind of balancing both of these. I do want to go back up to that Sulphur Springs one more time. The Weather Service, they're going to go ahead and add that considerable tag to that warning up there. And it's just worth saying one more time, you folks in Sulphur Springs, it's kind of a more rural community, obviously, but quite a few folks live there. And so most likely there's still a tornado on the ground, and the Weather Service is now adding a special tag to this. Not only is it an observed tornado in purple, but it's also now being tagged possibly considerable, right? Considerable damage could be possible. Keyword could, because we still don't necessarily have a visual on it. But again, things are looking a little dicey here in Sulphur Springs. So again, if you're in Sulphur Springs, if you're in the surrounding areas, 67, the 11 cutback loop into town, any of these areas, even down towards the 154, you've got to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. There's most likely still a tornado on the ground, and if there is, it could be considerable as it comes into town as well. So again, we don't like to use those terms. We use those very loosely, but again, those are official terms from the Weather Service. So the bottom line is there could be tornadic activity moving in, and again, you've got to be taking those immediate tornado precautions, and again, you've got to be doing it right now. Now, if you're wondering where that is in relation to the Metroplex, again, Dallas being back over in here, and again, this is still well off to the east, right? So Dallas over here, and again, we're talking about back over here. So again, just if you're new to the area, wondering where we're talking about, is this something imminent for the Metroplex? This is not imminent for the Metroplex. We still have rain and storms moving through the Metroplex, but this is now basically in our far most eastern county of Hopkins County. But again, Sulphur Springs, again, like I mentioned, a lot of folks have been there, know where that is, or just have something there. So let's go and take a look at this one more time. And again, we'll go and put on the velocities here. And again, yeah, you can definitely see that area of rotation, right? The reds and greens, this couplet. It's a pretty hot couplet, hot colors, right? Hot velocities coming together here. And so again, this is going to be moving now into the western sides of town. So you folks in Sulphur Springs, I mean, literally, it's kind of, it's kind of time's up, right? You have no more time. When these warnings are issued today, we really want you to take the immediate tornado precautions right away. Don't grab a drink, don't do anything else. Just go right away to your tornado safe place. But if for any reason you didn't do it right away, I mean, the time is up. I mean, if there is a tornado truly still on the ground, and this is happening right now, it's going to be moving in. And again, the Weather Service went out of their way now to even re-tag this as potentially a considerable tornado. Now, the one thing I will mention, you can see that this is now turned back to red. So again, we don't still have that observed tornado. That may be good news, it may not be. It definitely doesn't take away from the tornado warning if it may be possibly lifted. But again, either way, it's coming into town. And again, if it were to still be on the ground, like I mentioned, that considerable tag, obviously you know what that means, right? It could potentially cause considerable damage. So there's only so many ways that we can tread lightly on that. Again, obviously that could not be so good. Let me go and take a look here. Let me go and take a look here. We just got a lot of new information coming in, but some of this is just not, it's not very clear on the weather wire, and that's a shame. But let me go and take a look here. We've got there is a little, there are some reports of scattered damage. We don't have a real good lock. It's just not very clear on some of this information. Sometimes when it gets put in, I mean, it's put in by all kinds of different agencies, and sometimes, if you know where a street is in your hometown, well, we have the same street in Dallas. You have the same street in Fort Worth. Well, we don't know where that is, right? So sometimes it's a little confusing if they don't put like the city and the county with it. We don't really know where they're talking about. So we're getting a few reports here, but like I said, it's kind of a mess there. I'm not really sure where they're even talking about. So okay, let's come back to normal radar. So we're going to continue to keep our eye on that one. Let's come back down to the south, and let's go and take a look here real quick again as well in Van Zandt County. And this is that cell down near Maybach that again continues to kind of spin up. Again, if it truly continues to at least pose that tornadic threat, if it's able to persist, again, that would be also coming up towards the Canton area there in Van Zandt County. And you can definitely see where the area spin is. Right there it is. It's still just on the northern sides of Maybach, and it's right here. And you can see, I mean, you can see that very evidently, that couplet, and it is embedded in all that heavy rain. So again, that would necessarily be tracking right up towards the 64, and again, right up over towards the Canton area. Again, if it holds together, right? It's in a pretty rural, pretty unincorporated area here as it tracks up towards the 243. But as soon as it gets up here towards the 19, again, that's going to be a big heads up as it's coming potentially again into town. Again, we have to say potentially quite a bit, because as the days progress, you've seen these things have ramped up, they've gone down, they've ramped up, and they've gone down. But right now, at least, this one does continue to ramp up. Okay, let's do this. I want to come back into the Metroplex, and again, we'll take another look at that one over by Sulphur Springs coming up momentarily as well. Here in the Metroplex, we're almost done. I mean, we're literally almost done. Here's a look at downtown Dallas. And that's zoomed in. That's the Omni, and that's Reunion Tower right there in the center of your screen. Zoomed in. If you zoom it out, you can't see anything, right? It's all gray because there's so much heavy rain falling. But zoomed in, you can kind of make out, again, Reunion Tower. You can kind of make out the Omni there in the distance. But that's what it looks like. I mean, in downtown, I mean, it is pouring down. In fact, let's go and take a look here. Let's also go ahead and take a look here. And this looks a little bit better. This is Dealey Plaza. That's right there at Commerce Street in downtown Dallas. Again, you can see things are moving. There's a few cars out there moving. Looks like there's maybe even a DART bus there rolling as well. But again, earlier we couldn't really see much with this camera, right? It was pretty well inundated, again, with heavy rain. I mean, it's still raining, obviously, but it's definitely raining less than it was. So maybe things are beginning to taper off ever so slightly, even in downtown Dallas. Let's go back over to radar. And we'll go and zoom in, and we'll do another good tour here of Dallas County as you're either in your evening commute or you're trying to wrap up your evening commute. But again, there it is. You can see a lot of this, right over downtown beginning to lighten up. You can kind of see the ending edge, if you will, right? So again, where we are on the Stemmons 35E, our studios, maybe a few sprinkles left, right? Follow 35E or maybe take it out of downtown, whatever it is. There's the Oaklawn area, still raining pretty good there. University Park raining pretty good. White Rock Lake raining pretty good. Old East Dallas raining pretty good. If you're heading south out of downtown, maybe back down towards Oak Cliff, something like that, or further south, there's the zoo. There's West Oak Cliff. Things beginning to kind of wind down. There's all the Amazon fulfillment centers over there. That's going to be right over around the Cockrell Hill area. Grand Prairie, GP, you can see everything really beginning to lighten up there. There's the Big T, that's down in South Oak Cliff, still raining pretty good there. 45 coming out of downtown. Again, also some pretty good rain coming as well. But again, the good news is you have to remember now, this is no longer severe, right? So we may still have some 30 and 40 mile per hour wind gusts for sure. But again, the overall severe threat has definitely eased down. And right now we're mainly just talking about a bunch of heavy rain. So even down in southern Dallas County, again, if you're maybe heading down to like DeSoto, down towards Duncanville, locations like that, maybe even down to 67, down towards Cedar Hill, again, things beginning to lighten up as well. 67 not looking nearly as bad as it was earlier. Still a pocket of heavy rain in Duncanville. Cedar Hill looks pretty light. DeSoto, there's the Glen Height area. And again, here's even Lancaster, heavy rain moving into Lancaster, and then over towards the Wilmer-Hutchins area, over here on 45, eventually even back over here towards Pleasant Grove. Again, heavy rain moving in that direction as well. Let's go just a little bit further to the east while we're here in the Metroplex. And again, you can see that 635 LBJ, it's about to get wet, right? From Balch Springs all the way up through Mesquite, all the way up through Garland. Again, it's about to be raining buckets. So again, if that's your direction for any reason, we all know a drop of rain on the 635 causes major slowdowns. So again, I would anticipate slow go there. Down into parts of Ellis County, again, maybe take 67 further down towards Midlothian, right? Maybe even back over towards Venus, Alvarado, into parts of Johnson County, down towards Grandview. Again, still pockets of heavy rain. But that's the end of it, right? If you're maybe back over in Cleburne, you're drying out. Up towards Burleson, even over towards Mansfield, things are drying out. Arlington, drying out. Euless, Grapevine, North Richland Hills, the East and West Loop around downtown Fort Worth, everything drying out. The Keller community, even up towards Denton. I mean, for you folks, it's basically the all clear. The tornado watch in those areas will be lifted again fairly soon. They'll begin to trim that down. So again, as you're making your Friday evening plans now, again, if you're over in those areas, again, improving conditions, a brisk northerly wind coming in, temperatures turning chilly as we go through the evening, but again, looking quite a bit better. We'll just walk the line here one more time. And again, even up here around the Bonham area, this is up in Fannin County, Dodge City, over through Honey Grove. The intermittent tornadic activity earlier over in Honey Grove, and in fact, that cell moved up towards the Red River, maybe even crossed Pat Mays Lake as a water spout was the report we had on that. That's now moved into Oklahoma. You see the little red box there on the top of your screen. Tornado warning with that continues up in Oklahoma after it literally crossed Pat Mays Lake as a water spout. But again, that's no longer in our area. So back down towards Leonard, Blue Ridge, we're coming into parts of Collin County now. And again, down towards Farmersville, that's the 380. South, maybe down towards Nevada. Again, McKinney, Allen, Plano, we're winding down the rain there. Things are looking better. And then even over towards Prosper, Salina, Frisco, Little Elm, again, locations like that, Louisville along 35E, Corinth, down towards Carrollton, again, everything looking, again, improving, right? There's the Colony. So again, those locations, the rain, the storms are over. You can now begin to make your Friday evening plans. Things will actually turn out just fine. Again, we've still got about another 45 minutes here in Dallas County before that activity continues to push off to the east. And then we'll also have improving conditions. But again, the good news is that little segment coming through Dallas County, again, no longer severe. New tornado warning coming out. This will be for down in Henderson County. That's that activity down near Eureka. So let's go and take another look at that. We'd been watching that one earlier, but it moved into such a rural area that there was just no incorporated areas with that, right? So we kind of left that one alone for a little while. And again, we'll just take a look at this one. This is the one down near Malkoff. We're watching that one as well. I want to just take one more peek down, way down to the south. This is the one down in Mejia. We were watching one down in Mejia. This is a secondary one. We're keeping our eye on that one. That one's going to try and push into our far southern coverage area. And again, then we'll just take one more look here to the north, up here towards the Canton area. The one coming into Canton looks a little concerning. Let's go and take just a quick peek at that one. And again, the main area of rotation is actually still well back off to the west. But let's go and take a look at the spin rate. And even the spin rate, it's pretty broad. It's still back off to the west. But the reason why I say this one looks a little concerning, again, you can see the little mouth right there coming into Canton. That's a little inflow notch. Typically, the area spin, the area of rotation is a little bit closer, right? So your inflow notch, you can see it coming in here. Typically, your area spin or rotation would be right back in here, but it's actually kind of displaced. It's a little bit further off to the east. Regardless, this thing is still rotating. It doesn't right now appear to be super imminent, but again, if I was in the Canton area, and in fact, even if I was back over here through Grand Saline, back over through the Edgewood area, anywhere right there along the 81, again, it's a big heads up, right? Or anywhere along the 80 rather, even from Wills Point locations off to the east, again, it's a big heads up. But regardless, a tornado warning continues here, and again, the structure with that inflow notch would still lead me to believe that there is a cause of concern as that moves in the Canton area specifically. Again, that's kind of the county seat, if you will, there of Van Zandt County. So if you're in Canton, you've got to be taking those, again, immediate tornado precautions. Okay, let's go and zoom out one more time. And again, we'll go ahead and roll this back into motion here. And again, we're just going to kind of take a look at the overview. And what we may do here in a minute, like I said, I think we've been on here for like 4 or 5 hours now. Again, as this activity continues to kind of push into our eastern counties, some of the warnings here in the Metroplex are beginning to expire. We may just kind of take a quick little break here. We're going to continue to have updates, obviously, as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. The good news is, again, this broken line of supercells, it is now beginning, like I mentioned, pushing into our far eastern counties, but truly over the next 30 to 45 minutes, it will be essentially out of our coverage area. And then we have that final line that will be sweeping through. But the good news with that as well is right now, most of that line is no longer severe. Let me go and take a look at this here. Let's go and take a look in Rockwall County. There is going to be a tornado warning coming out from this. This is along the line, and sometimes you can get these brief little spin-ups, and there it is, just popped up. Again, this will be for Rockwall, Royce City, back up through Caddo Mills as well. And it's going to be just for this little notch, right? So this is separate than the supercell activity that, again, we've been dealing with. But again, this is basically right along the leading edge of the line. And again, it's basically coming right into Royce City. It's right there along Interstate 30 as well. And so again, if for any reason that is your evening commute, or for any reason you're out there around Lake Ray Hubbard heading again to Greenville, or you're heading from Greenville back, again, this is a heads up. This tornado warning would be a little bit different than some of the other ones. Typically along the line, these are brief spin-ups, meaning they don't persist for very long, and even the threat doesn't persist or doesn't linger for very long. But again, this will just be something we watch. But again, new tornado warning here. And the time on that is going to be until 6 p.m. And like I mentioned, this will be for Rockwall County, specifically for Rockwall County, and again, also parts of Kaufman and Hunt County, right? We're kind of splitting the counties here, but it's primarily right now in Rockwall, and again, primarily going to be moving up into parts of Hunt County, but it's right there in the Fate area. So again, it's a pretty small little hometown right there. I mean, you can literally see it right off of 30, but again, this is going to be moving up towards Royce City eventually. And so again, if you're in those areas right there along Interstate 30, or eventually even back over towards 67, again, like I mentioned, this is truly a big heads up for you. Let's go look at the velocities here. And again, you can just see it's a broad area spin. I mean, even on velocities, it doesn't even really show up overly impressive. But again, we do have this area spin. We have this little notch, if you will, embedded within the line. And again, the main area concern, literally, it's from Mobile City back over to Fate, and then truly here fairly quickly, it's going to be back up towards the Royce City area. So we're mainly talking about that Interstate 30 corridor from Mobile City, from Fate, and again back up through Royce City. Now outside of that, there's other hometowns in the warning, so you've got to take this seriously. And again, from all the way up to Caddo Mills, right? This goes all the way up to Greenville there in Hunt County. So again, if you're in any of those areas, again, the bottom line is you've got to take your immediate tornado precautions. Let's look at the spin rate. And again, you can see the spin marker there, right? I mean, it basically right there over Mobile City, back over through Fade, again, giving us that pretty strong indication. Let me go and take a look here. Okay, I'm going to take one. We'll take one more look at this. It's not presenting super well on the NextRad, but one of the research radars, it's called the CASA radar, that the Weather Service has access to. It's presenting pretty well on that. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly try and switch over just to the Love Field radar, and let's just take a quick peek at it just with a different radar source. And I'm going to take a look here at the velocities. And I mean, literally, it's pretty small, but if there was something, it would be right there, literally in the Fate area. And we'll come back over to the next rad here momentarily, but it would just be this little pixelization right in there. And it's pretty small. And sometimes these little brief, what we call, quick spin-up tornadoes, you hear that term occasionally when we have these line of storms coming through. It's different than the supercells we're dealing with. The supercells, we have the big mesocyclones, and again, you can see everything coming together in real time. These, they happen very quickly. Sometimes they'll even happen in between radar sweeps, and you truly piece these together with pixels, right? So we've got a few pixels of green, a few pixels of red, and this would be the area of shear, again, right in here that we would potentially be concerned about. But where is it at? I mean, it's essentially right there on 30. So it's going to be just now on the eastern sides of Mobile City. It's going to be up towards Fate, and then again, eventually, fairly quickly, because this is moving pretty quickly here, it's going to be moving up towards Roy City. So it's basically just kind of crawling, if you will, up that Interstate 30 corridor. But again, regardless if you're in those areas, you've got to be taking your, again, immediate tornado precautions. So let's come back over to radar. In fact, let's come back. We just got that new beam in, and it's still there. Again, you can see that. Let me go and try and lapse this. Yeah, and you can see it very evidently. You can almost kind of see it curving into the line. Just watch that little pixelization. Watch that little pixelization here, just on the last couple of frames. You can see how that basically twists and comes together. The green coming up into the red. And again, you can almost just kind of see that area spin, right? And again, on these little lines, sometimes it's harder to see. But again, watch the greens, how they come up. You can see them cycling, right, curving counterclockwise into the red. And so again, this is just kind of a broad mesocyclone. But again, from, like I said, Mobile City, Fate, eventually up towards Roy City, that's where, at least right now, the primary concern is. And again, that was great work by the Weather Service, again, catching that. And like I mentioned, they caught it on the CASA network. We have a CASA network of radars here in the Metroplex as well, which is a research-based radar network. So we've got the airport radars, we've got NextRad, we've got CASA. Again, we've got pretty much everything we need here in the Metroplex for sure. So I'm going to switch this back over to the NextRad here. And let me do this. Again, there's a look at that warning. Again, you can just kind of see it graphically speaking. And I'm going to put this back over into live radar mode. And then we'll also look at the spin rate here as well. And the NextRad doing a good job, again, kind of showing us where that spin rate is, right? It kind of draws down that velocity couplet. But again, from Fate back up through Roy City, that's the area of concern. Let me go and take a look here. A new warning coming out up there around Sulphur Springs. We'll look at that one again too. That was the one, it's just been that persistent supercell, right? It's what we call a cyclic supercell. Cycles up, cycles down, cycles up, cycles down. We've tracked that one since south of Waco. It's truly now beginning to exit our far eastern county. Again, some of these supercells, I know we've been talking about them all day, but they're now almost essentially leaving our coverage area, right? So as they leave our coverage area, we're going to let them go. Again, we're going to cover this warning here. If there's anything else within the line, we're going to cover it. But again, obviously, if you're watching us kind of from outside of our coverage over in eastern Texas or anything like that, obviously as it moves kind of in your area out of ours, I mean, we pretty much allow this activity to kind of go, right? I mean, we've had our own pretty long day of weather here, but again, you can see most of the activity now kind of there on the far fringes of our eastern coverage area. But again, we want to watch this here. We want to finish watching this line just to make sure nothing else happens with it. And again, we'll just see how that plays out through the rest of the afternoon. But this new warning here, this will be coming out for parts of parts of Hopkins County. Let me go ahead and hit the, we'll take a look at that too. And let's just come over and look at that real quickly here. And this warning is now going to be basically from Sulphur Springs out of our coverage area. But let's go and take a look at this here. And the area spin, it truly appears as though it lifted just north of town. Earlier, it looked like it was going to come right into Sulphur Springs. With the latest beams coming around, it looks like literally it's just on the northern sides of town. I mean, if you're in Sulphur Springs, you have to continue to take your immediate tornado precautions, obviously. But just as we're analyzing this in real time, the possible good news is that may have just drifted just north of town. So we'll kind of take a closer inspection of that. I'm just getting the warning timeline, and this is until 6:15 this evening. So okay, let's do this. Let's look at this spin rate. Especially over here in our eastern counties where the velocity data at times does not look as good just because we're so far from the radar site. And again, there it is. I mean, it drifted north of Sulphur Springs. It looked like it was going to move right through Sulphur Springs. I think it went just on the northern and western sides, and now it's basically lifting up towards the north through Tierra. And again, I mean, honestly, once it's past there, I mean, we hate to ever leave tornado warnings, but that's, I mean, truly kind of out of our coverage area now. But Sulphur Springs is in our coverage area. And again, for our friends there, it truly looks like, I mean, that was a swing and a miss, a near miss for you folks. That, again, it looks like it stayed on the western and then the northern sides of town and is now truly beginning to rapidly lift off to the north. Okay, so that one we know it's basically pushing out of our area. We're watching it. You can still see the notch, though, pretty evidently here, right? You can see the curvature there coming around just north of town. So again, we'll keep our eye on that and again see what happens with that. Outside of that, I mean, truly the only other thing we've got to watch, it's just what's happening right now in Rockwall County. And again, this was the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado, near Fate, but now more specifically up towards the Royce City area. And again, we're going to take a look at the velocities with this one here. You can still see the shear. It's not super evident here, but a lot of times on these little brief spin-ups that are possible near the line, they're not. You really have to just look at the pixels. And I know I said that just a minute ago, but if you're just now joining us, you really do. You see the 1 pixel of green, you see the 1 pixel of red, and that's truly where this one is trying to come together now on the eastern sides of Royce City. This is not the classic mesocyclone we've been dealing with. This is just an embedded area spin right along the leading edge. And again, we call these quick spin up tornadoes. Typically, they'll kind of do their thing. They don't last very long, and even the area spin begins to fall apart fairly quickly as well. They don't persist. They don't last for very long. So we'll see exactly what happens with this one. But let's come back over to the spin rate here. And again, you can still see, I mean, the computer basically still just giving us that broad area spin right there on 66, but more so down towards Interstate 30, right, coming right out of Royce City. So there was, I think, a bit more of immediate concern maybe like 5 or 10 minutes ago. A tornado warning continues here, so we don't want to talk lightly about this, but it appears as though there may be just a bit of a downward tick. We're going to watch that one carefully, but let's come back over to normal radar mode. And in fact, let's do this. Let's go and loop this. And we're going to widen this out one more time. And I can just kind of give you an overview of what's going on. And like I mentioned, I think we've been on here now for about 5.5 hours, which is really no big deal. We do this through the spring almost all the time. So again, supercells basically exiting now our eastern counties, right? Which is good. I mean, for us in our eastern counties, moving out, right? But again, for parts of the piney woods of eastern Texas and even back over through the Arklatex, again, if for any reason you're watching us from over there, heads up, you guys also are going to have a pretty tough evening on the way. And again, the one last thing truly we're watching here now, it's the line of storms, right? A lot of the line is no longer severe. Basically, from Dallas County down to the south, right? Ellis County, even back down into Hill County, we're watching it, but it's truly not severe. The one part of this line that is severe, in fact, is a tornado warning because we possibly had a brief spin-up tornado try and occur in Rockwall County, now moving into parts of Hunt County, right? So we're still monitoring that. We're watching that carefully until that tornado warning begins to expire, right? And then after that, we'll see. At that point, we may actually have no warnings in our area. Depends on what happens with this line, if another warning is issued or not, but that could be good, right? There may be a bit of a downward tick with all of this, again, as we head deeper into the evening. But let's come back into that tornado warning. And again, let's go and switch the radar source here. And there we go. And I also switched my batteries just real quick too. I apologize. I think that's the second time I've had to switch my batteries today, just to make sure that we don't lose our audio. Okay, let me do this as well. Again, you can kind of see this area. These are always a little hard to show you exactly where they are. You can kind of see this little area rolling, right? If you watch this carefully, you can kind of see this little finger kind of roll just north of Royce City. You can kind of see that curvature of motion. That's where the area of concern would be. And in fact, it's truly now lifting a little more north of Royce City, up towards Caddo Mills, and potentially even over towards Greenville. But watch that, it looks like a little finger, like a little notch, you can see it, but then notice how it kind of rolls and spins, and in fact it's rolling and spinning a little bit more up towards Caddo Mills. So it's now really right on and more north of Interstate 30, the area of concern near Caddo Mills, and again heading up towards the Greenville area. So again, if you're in those areas, heads up. That's where the immediate, again, concern of a tornado would be. Let me look at the weather wire. We've got a few things coming in here. We're getting reports up in Lamar County. Near Paris. I would assume this would be north of Paris because the main track of that tornado earlier was north of Paris, right? Paris, Texas. And we're getting reports from up there, just unconfirmed reports coming in off the weather wire, of some brick homes that were damaged. Just looking at some other stuff coming in that were damaged. Again, saying in Paris, I would anticipate that was north of Paris because that tornado was basically down in the Red River. It was an observed tornado, and it went even across the lake up there as a water spout into Oklahoma. So we'll get more information on that. That's really truly the first real damage report we've had. But again, I think that was probably loosely worded. I think it's probably north of Paris. Let's take a look at this here, if there's anything else. And there's, like I said, we just haven't had a lot of reports coming in outside of that. I'm just scanning through this ultra quick here. That's truly the first report, and that'll be interesting to see what else is said with that. Because again, that activity did not move through Paris specifically. So again, we'll follow up on that. But again, that's truly the first real deal damage reports that we've had. But I would assume that was further to the north. Let me show you where I'm talking about. And you can even see the tornado warning now well up in Oklahoma. But that storm moved through, and you may have been joining us earlier as it was happening, but the whole time it was basically down in the Red River Valley. I mean, we kind of covered it off and on, but it was truly kind of like in Oklahoma, or it was maybe like 100 yards into Texas, and then it actually went across Pat Mays Lake as a water spout, and then it bounced back up in Oklahoma with tornado warnings up there, right? So I mean, here's Paris, and this loop doesn't take us back far enough, but the main area of concern was always well north of Paris. So maybe they're talking in generalities. I mean, some of this is kind of considered all one area, Paris up towards Pat Mays Lake. So maybe they were talking in generalities, but I don't really necessarily see any reason why there'd be large brick homes damaged in Paris, right? But again, that's the first report we've had. We'll see what comes out of that as well. So let's go and take a look still at our area of concern here. And like I mentioned, this is really right now kind of the last main area we're watching. We'll see how the rest of this unfolds. Everything else is now lifted into Oklahoma. It's pushing into or out of our far eastern counties. We're just kind of watching the secondary line to see what happens with it. Now, the deal is we do have a tornado warning still with this. And again, it's basically just crawling up Interstate 30. Let's look at this again, because the main area of concern appeared to be shifting a little bit further to the north, and up towards the Caddo Mills area, and possibly even up towards the Greenville area. But take a look at this here, at this latest couplet. We've still got a pretty decent area spin right on Interstate 30. And in fact, off of the next rad, we looked at this on the Love Field radar, which gave us a better presentation, but off in the next rad, this is the best presentation we've had. It's a pretty decent little couplet there. It's now east of Royce City. It's near and south of Caddo Mills, but again, the main area spin is still basically hugging, or could possibly be just north of the Interstate 30 corridor. So again, this one still looks pretty concerning here, right? It would be a brief spin-up type tornado, not a true mesocyclone supercell, but again, just looking at velocities here, this one's still looking pretty concerning, right? Let's look at the spin rate. And the spin rate also saying that as well. Again, the spin rate moving it a little bit north of the interstate, but again, regardless of where, and there it is, it just continues to lift off to the northeast. It's basically traveling right up Interstate 30. Again, it's this area right in here that we're talking about, right? So we got to keep our eye on it. So again, if you live in Caddo Mills, if you're east of Royce City, all the way up to Greenville, or if you're traveling in those directions, right? A lot of folks from the Metroplex either live in Greenville or they work up in Greenville, and so commute one way or the other. So again, regardless if you're on 66, if you're on 30, commuting back and forth. Again, we're going on almost 6 p.m. on a Friday. Again, a lot of folks still commuting at this time, especially up to Greenville. Again, big heads up on that. Let me just see what else we got coming in here. And again, still no other real good reports. So we're just going to continue to watch this here. Like I mentioned, let's come back over to live radar. And again, you can still see that little notch right there, pretty evident as well, right? This little inflow notch. This is the other thing that we're watching. Again, it's right in here. So, right, little inflow notch. And again, this is where you kind of get things to spin back around. And again, you can almost even see a little donut marker here too, like a little donut hole. And again, sometimes on these quick little spin up type things, you will get that. And this, I would still take this quite serious. Again, if you're in Caddo Mills, all the way up through Greenville, again, this is a big heads up. So you have your inflow coming in here, and you can literally see the little finger coming around, right? So look at this carefully. You have the little centrifuge effect going on. This is a real deal area spin. And again, let me just kind of show you what I'm talking about as we're just analyzing this in real time. So here's your inflow notch, right? It's coming in right through here, but then it's spinning around, right? The rear flank downdraft, it's coming back around here, and then it's looping. And this is your full area of spin, even with the little donut hole in there as well. But you can see the little finger, the little appendage coming around literally. And again, and there it is. You can still see it. Inflow here, and there's the finger coming around, and again, you even have a little donut hole in the center. You see that? And this is moving up towards Greenville. So again, you folks in Caddo Mills, this is now north and northeast of Royce City, but again, you folks in Caddo Mills, up 30, up 66, up into Greenville, heads up, this is still a possible tornado. Could even be on the ground. Could be a hopscotch tornado up and down. Could even be on the ground. But again, this is a pretty decent little radar indication of something trying to happen there. Let's come back over to velocities. And again, we're seeing that on velocities here as well. Again, you can see that little couplet showing up there too. Let's just quickly take a look at the spin rate, and then we'll zoom this out. And again, the spin rate, again, the computer basically just breaking down where it thinks the best area of spin is. And again, it's basically the same story there. It's seeing the exact same thing near and again, just north of Interstate 30. So we're going to watch that one carefully. This one here still, it still appears to mean business, right? So take that one quite serious. Let me just zoom out real quick here. The rest of this line, basically from Dallas County to the south, again, no longer warned. Most of the warnings with that have now expired. Dallas County, no longer any warnings. Again, from downtown Dallas, again, off to the east, conditions improving, right? Or to the west, conditions improving. Still some pretty heavy weather moving through the eastern portions of Dallas County. There's a live look at Dealey Plaza. And again, that's at Commerce Street. Not a lot of traffic, surprisingly, but again, you can see the rain basically now in downtown Dallas beginning to wind down, right, beginning to end. We'll also take a quick peek here just at our live cam in downtown. This is zoomed in. Earlier, we couldn't really see anything unless it's zoomed in, so it's zoomed right in to Reunion Tower and to the Omni. We were trying to use that as kind of a landmark there, but again, you can see even there, really things improving as well. So again, here in the Metroplex, if you're making those evening plans, by and large, it's going to work out for you, right? We're beginning to wind down the activity here. The other activity basically moving out of our far eastern counties. There will still at least be some heavier thunderstorms moving through our eastern counties. This line appears to be weakening. It could come back to severe levels as it gets into our eastern counties. We'll watch that. But outside of that, truly the only other thing we're watching right now it appears to be what's moving up here towards Greenville. And again, you can see this notch. And again, this is a tornado warning, obviously continues even for the Greenville area. But again, it is this at least radar indication of at least some type of tornadic activity trying to happen near the 66, but more so down towards the 30. But again, the bottom line is that's going to be moving right up in and towards the Greenville area. And again, there doesn't appear to be any signs of weakening with this. This isn't overly strong. This isn't a crazy presentation. But again, it's a pretty decent presentation, letting us know that, again, there is an opportunity of some type of tornadic activity there. Still just taking another quick peek here at anything else coming in on the weather wire. And right now, that really still appears to be it. I mean, by and large, we have not had a lot of reports. We've had a few hail reports, right? We had a little bit of flooding up near the up near the 380 in Denton County. Again, we had the one report out of Paris, Texas. We're still, I think, working on that one. I'm not buying that one completely. But outside of that, we've had a lot of warnings. We've had a lot of tornado warnings, in fact. But again, the good news is, by and large, so far as we've gone through the afternoon, and truly, we're beginning to wind down the line of supercells, right? That line of supercells, it's essentially now moving out of our area. It's moving over into the piney woods of East Texas. It's moving over into the Arklatex. So by and large in North Texas, we've gotten through the afternoon without really much of anything, right? We've had a lot of warnings. We have had, I would wager, we have had some tornadoes as we've gone through the day as well. In fact, that one supercell that's now exiting out of, it's really up here, it's exiting now out of our coverage area. This started down by Waco, and we tracked it all the way through. And I think this one most likely did produce a couple of tornadoes. They may have been brief hopscotch, but I do think it most likely did produce some tornadoes. Again, outside of that, we've got this line, which is basically non-severe. Even in Dallas County, we've got some heavy thunderstorm activity, non-severe in eastern Dallas County. The last thing truly we're watching, unless this re-energizes, we're watching this one warning moving in to the Greenville area. And again, that's going to be northeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. But again, Greenville, Hunt County, we always have a lot of viewers up there, so we definitely want to take care of you as well. And again, the bottom line is you've got a tornado warning. And right now, based off of radar, let's go and take another look here. Based off of radar, this one, I hate to say it looks more concerning, but it really does. It looks like this one, just the further east it gets, it just appears as though the parameters are just a little more favorable for that. Okay, and let me look up here. There's just new information on this, and I just for the heck of it, I want to come back up here towards Paris. I think this has been corrected, and let's just go and zoom in here really quick. And I still not actually even see what this person is talking about. It's not one of our people. It's something that's coming in off the weather wire, and we're just anyway. So we'll come back to that. Like I said, we're still watching that, but I think they were trying to correct the report, but it still doesn't really make any sense up there at all. So sorry to do that in real time. But that one that was just really curious to me when that one came off the weather wire. And weather wire is nothing of ours. It's something from the Weather Service. Everyone sees it. Everyone uses it. But like I said, it was just kind of a really weird report. But it came in from a respectable person, which makes it even more odd. Okay, so the tornado warning now for Collin, Hunt, Kaufman, and Rockwall County. The Weather Service, they're going to go ahead and expire this. And let's take a look at this one more time, which, I mean, is good, but at the same time, we want to also do our due diligence here as well. We've still got a pretty broad area spin. It's moving through the Greenville area right now. The Weather Service, they're saying they're not really concerned about it anymore. There's the tornado warning dropping off. We've still got a pretty decent little area spin here. We're going to keep our eye on it, but right now the Weather Service at least saying they're not as concerned about it anymore. Let's look at reflectivity one more time here. We're still going to really keep our eye on this one, right? So it's replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. We're definitely keeping our eye on that one there around Greenville, right? It may be just below the levels of tornadic activity, but again, there's still some pretty decent rotation associated with that one. So again, we do want to keep our eye on that. Let's go and widen this out one more time. And then what we may do, since we no longer truly in our area really have tornado warnings, we may take a little break. Like I said, I think we've been on here for about 5.5 hours. And again, we've just been rocking and rolling with this nonstop. But we just want to do one more big overview here. Again, that tornado warning dropped off. We've still got this line we're watching. We're still going to do radar updates because this line will still be pushing east as we go through the evening. Again, if it does become severe, if there's tornado warnings, anything like that, I mean, we're going to be right back with you. But like I mentioned, I think we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to drink some water. I haven't even had a chance to drink any water or anything literally over the last 5.5 hours that we've been on here live. Storm Tracker Aaron Spencer did a phenomenal job. Again, he was really in the mix on all of that today as well with his live video. But let's look at this one more time here. Again, you can see from Hill County up through parts of Ellis County, far eastern Dallas County. Again, basically heavy weather, right? Nothing severe. Eastern Collin County, nothing severe. This activity moving through Greenville, severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning's been allowed to expire. Personally, I'm still watching that one pretty carefully, right? This activity continues to push up into parts of Lamar County, Paris, Texas here. This was that old supercell that we tracked from south of Waco all the way across our area. I think probably produced a couple tornadoes. Again, it's out of our area. Now it's over here. This is Red River County, but again, it's out of our area. It's going to be moving over here essentially into the Arklatex now. So that one is long gone. We have some other activity down to the south that we've been watching as well that may try and come up into our area too, right? So there's other activity down in central Texas. Again, if any of that activity does meander up, again, we're going to be keeping our eye on that too. Now, again, if you're making Friday evening plans, if you're behind this line of storms, again, we're talking about like Tarrant County, Denton County, Western Collin County, Western Dallas County. That's all she wrote. The Weather Service will begin to trim back this tornado watch pretty quickly. And as they do that, we'll, on our mobile app, we'll send it out as well. But again, we're truly giving the all clear. Even though there's still a tornado watch out to the west, we're giving you folks the all clear. Again, your weather is done. This system for you is done. We have better weather for the weekend, and most of next week looks pretty good too, with temperatures back in the 80s. May have a big cold front though in about 9 days from now, 8 or 9 days from now. That may be our next big weather story. Not completely locked in, but most of the data today was suggesting a pretty decent cold front, especially for this time of year. So we'll be watching that. Maybe highs in the 50s, possibly upper 50s again in about 9 days. We'll see on that. But otherwise, again, we still got stuff here as we go through the evening. We're not completely done with this. But again, we're definitely trying to begin to wind this down. I think the biggest question is this line. What will happen with that? Again, will it energize at all as it gets further east? And of course, if it does, we're going to have to do obviously more nonstop coverage with you. Let me just look at the weather wire here one more time. And just make sure there's nothing else here that we're missing, or no other reports. And I think that's pretty much it for right now. So here's what we're gonna do. Again, we've been on here, like I mentioned, for about an hour and a half. I'm going to grab some water, it's something to drink here, and we're just going to leave the radar up. But what we'll do is we'll jump back on here in a few minutes, and again, we'll do some more live coverage with you. Again, obviously, we appreciate you guys always when you join our coverage. But by any chance you have not downloaded our free mobile app, make sure you do that. Again, it's available in the Google and Apple iTunes store, and again, it's completely free. Our channel's on there. Again, our live radar, my 12-day forecast, all of our stuff is on there. But we also send you breaking weather alerts, right? As things are happening across North Texas in real time, we keep you up to date with all of that as well. So we're going to continue to watch all of this. Like I mentioned, we'll have more updates. We're not going anywhere, but again, I think we're just at a point now where we can maybe take a quick breather, grab a drink of water, and again, be back on here with you in just a few minutes. So we'll leave radar up, and again, like I mentioned, we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Stay with us here on Weather Tracker TV.